public opinion must remain under their control. But now, things were spiraling out of control. They can no longer smear their opponents at will. Lin Hai poses far too great a threat to us. We must eliminate him as soon as possible. Tell those men that if they complete the task successfully, they'll receive double the reward. Understood. I'll notify them immediately. The assassins we've hired plan to strike today. I expect word soon. Lin Hai and his group returned to the hotel. Zhao Tianlai suddenly felt the cleaning staff looked unfamiliar. Staff changes here were common, and Zhao Tianlai was highly sensitive to such matters. This floor was exclusively reserved for Lin Hai, requiring absolute security. Therefore, every service staff member had been meticulously selected, with their names submitted to Zhao Tianlai. Zhao Tianlai knew every single staff member on this floor by heart. The sudden appearance of an unfamiliar face immediately made him sense something was amiss. He immediately issued a low-voiced order over the walkie-talkie, "Everyone, prepare for combat." A dangerous individual might have infiltrated the hotel. Security personnel maintained outward composure, yet each person's nerves were stretched taut. They were ready to draw their weapons at any moment. The atmosphere suddenly grew extremely tense. Lin Hai opened his eyes from a half-asleep state. His gaze hardened, revealing a murderous intent. Years of daily companionship had forged an unspoken bond between them. The slightest gesture now conveyed their deepest thoughts. "Oof, killing me won't be that easy," Lin Hai said coldly. "Don't worry. As long as I'm here, no one will lay a finger on you." Lin Hai didn't respond, but swiftly opened the Sleep God system store. He located the urban combat skill and swiftly exchanged his points for it. Whenever Lin Hai completed missions, his physical constitution gradually strengthened. Now, Lin Hai's physical strength and power were in no way inferior to Zhao Tianlai's. Running his fingers over the watch on his wrist, Lin Hai felt an unexpected surge of excitement. Having developed such high-tech weaponry, he finally had a chance to put it to use. If anyone dares to assassinate me, just go all out. Don't worry too much about my safety. I have complete confidence in protecting myself. Lin Hai murmured softly. Zhao Tianlai pursed his lips without responding. But the unwavering resolve in his eyes made it clear he hadn't agreed to Lin Hai's words. His mission was to safeguard Lin Hai's safety. Even if it meant dying, he absolutely could not allow Lin Hai to suffer the slightest harm. As they continued walking, a male attendant pushing a garbage cart approached them. Though dressed in the hotel's uniform, his physique was clearly well built and his stride was steady and purposeful. A professional could tell at a glance that he had undergone rigorous training. The attendant slowly approached. He continued to smile and gesture to the group. Zhao Tian pulled Lin Hai aside, positioning him to his left rear. His body would serve as a shield for Lin Hai. The two sides drew ever closer. "Now!" Zhao Tianlai bellowed. He swiftly drew his gun and aimed it at the waiter. The garbage truck attendant startled, but his reflexes were quick. He swiftly drew his own gun and aimed it at Zhao Tianlai. But Zhao Tianlai was clearly faster. Before the other man could even raise his arm, he pulled the trigger repeatedly, killing the man instantly. One bullet struck him between the eyes, while the other two hit his chest and heart. The assassin never even got a chance to act before he was taken out. Even in death, an expression of utter disbelief remained frozen on his face. He simply couldn't comprehend how, as a top-tier assassin, someone could draw a gun faster than him. After the 3 gunshots, every person in the room aimed their weapons toward the passageway. The surrounding silence was deafening. Arms holding guns remained raised. Lin Hai saw the tarp covering the garbage truck shift slightly. He immediately shouted, "Someone's in the garbage truck." Zhao Tianlai didn't hesitate, emptying his entire magazine into the garbage truck. In the blink of an eye, he swiftly reloaded the magazine. Blood flowed from the bullet holes in the truck, clearly indicating the person inside had been killed. Suddenly, a figure burst around the corner, firing a submachine gun at the group. Almost simultaneously, everyone opened fire, suppressing the attacker with concentrated fire. Zhao Tianlai knew this location was too dangerous. He kicked open a nearby door with one foot. He dragged Lin Hai into the room. The others engaged the enemy in a gunfight. Zhao Tianlai scanned the room carefully and spotted the ventilation duct on the ceiling. He pulled a stool over, climbed up, and pried open the vent. "Hide up there first. Once we've taken care of the assassins, I'll come back for you. Don't come down until the police arrive," Zhao Tianlai instructed sternly. "I'd rather stay with you guys. Honestly, I'm pretty skilled myself. No, ensuring your safety is our responsibility. Get up there now, or you'll only slow us down." Lin Hai sighed helplessly. "Alright then, you guys be extra careful." Zhao Tianlai dragged Lin Hai into the ventilation duct. The ventilation duct seemed to be cleaned regularly, so it wasn't too dirty. The gunfire below grew increasingly intense. Lin Hai suddenly realized they could use the ventilation ducts to reach other areas. Circle around to the enemy's rear and take them out with his new weapon. No time to waste. Lin Hai crawled forward swiftly, minimizing any noise. After all, his opponents were all elite assassins with razor-sharp hearing. If they discovered he was hiding in the ventilation ducts, a hail of gunfire would instantly riddle him like a sieve. As for Zhao Tianlai's safety, there was no immediate cause for concern. They were all wearing the latest ultra-fiber bulletproof vests he had developed. As long as the vital areas were protected, even a direct hit wouldn't cause significant harm. Lin Hai crawled forward while listening to the gunfire. Just as he was about to turn a corner, a figure suddenly emerged ahead. Face to face, both men froze in shock. Less than 3 meters separated them now. Chapter 173, The Power of the New Weapon. Holy, what a stroke of bad luck. This guy was actually trying to sneak up on us from behind too. Lin Hai couldn't help but curse inwardly. Upon seeing Lin Hai, the other man froze for a moment. Then a cruel smile spread across his face. Their entire assassination mission targeted Lin Hai, and they never expected to encounter him in the ventilation ducts. The ventilation duct was far too narrow for a quick escape. He drew his pistol and aimed it at Lin Hai. Your luck is truly terrible. Die. Lin Hai's mind raced, desperately seeking a way to escape this crisis. Hold on a moment. How much did they pay you to kill me? I'll give you 10 times that amount, even 100 times, no problem. I've got plenty of money. You should know how important I am. Just tell me the price and your account number and I'll transfer the money immediately. Lin Hai hurriedly said. While observing the surroundings, I noticed that all the ventilation ducts were made of metal. They possessed excellent electrical conductivity. The assassin said coldly, no amount of money you offer will save your life. We take our reputation very seriously. Taking someone like you out with our own hands will boost our mercenary group's reputation. That's something no amount of money can buy. With that, he wasted no more words and aimed his gun at Lin Hai. Heh, who knows who'll end up dead. Lin Hai immediately released an electric current. The assassin's hand was resting on the ventilation duct. His entire body convulsed violently from the shock, leaving him no strength to pull the trigger. Lin Hai's ultra-fiber bulletproof vest was inherently insulated. Moreover, when using weapons, it formed a protective shield around his body, like a Faraday cage, blocking all electrical currents and ensuring he remained unharmed. The massive current killed the man instantly. As he collapsed, steam rose from his body. His internal organs were likely charred to carbon. Such a high voltage was unbearable for any living being. Even a whale or an elephant would be instantly killed by such a current. Lin Hai exhaled. Killing for the first time felt rather unsettling. However, since his intelligence had rapidly increased, Lin Hai had become remarkably composed. Even killing someone face to face didn't make him feel afraid or nervous. Lin Hai picked up the gun from the body and checked the assassin's pulse once more, confirming he was dead. Only then did he circle around and continue crawling forward. The gunfire below remained intense and relentless, with shots ringing out everywhere. Following the direction of the gunfire, Lin Hai crawled swiftly toward it. Inside a room, he spotted someone wielding a submachine gun, firing outwards. The figure was wrapped tightly like terrorists on TV, with only a pair of eyes visible. Lin Hai adjusted his attack stance and lunged at the assassin like a bolt of lightning. The man's entire body convulsed before collapsing to the ground. Having taken out one target instantly, Lin Hai showed no hesitation as he immediately moved toward the next location. At the corridor's bend, four assassins wielding submachine guns were laying down suppressive fire. Highly experienced, they took turns firing their submachine guns. Their firepower was relentless, preventing Zhao Tianlai's group from exposing themselves. They allowed their comrades to advance under cover of fire, attempting to overwhelm Zhao Tianlai's group with sheer numbers. Lin Hai cranked the current to maximum, unleashing an electric net that descended from above. It enveloped all four assassins. The four assassins convulsed violently from the electric shock, all collapsing to the ground. Their clothes and skin were charred black, dead as a doornail. So that's all you've got? You actually dared to come after me? Lin Hai sneered coldly. He was thoroughly satisfied with his new weapon. The other assassins detected Lin Hai's presence. They saw the electric current emanating from the ceiling, though they didn't know what kind of weapon it was. They knew someone was hiding in the ventilation ducts. They raised their guns and sprayed fire at the ceiling. Lin Hai cursed inwardly and sprinted forward at top speed. The resulting noise drew relentless gunfire from the attackers. Lin Hai felt bullets strike him in several places. Though his bulletproof vest prevented injury, the impact still sent searing pain through his body. He scrambled into another room. The assassin pursued relentlessly, intent on finishing him off. But he overlooked Zhao Tianlai and his men. The moment he exposed his position, he was immediately attacked. 2 shots struck the assassin, one of them blowing his head off. Zhao Tianlai and his men charged in. Spotting them, Lin Hai leaped down the passageway. Someone fired shots into the ceiling, leaving bullet holes. Hiding inside was clearly no longer safe. They decided to regroup and confront the assassin together. Zhao Tianlai stared at the charred remains of the assassin, his shock evident as he looked at Lin Hai. Lin Hai grinned at him. This is a weapon I developed, pretty powerful stuff. If you ever want to come back, I'll hook you up with one too. We'll discuss this later. There are many assassins here, and they're all highly professional mercenaries. We need to get to the rooftop fast and wait for police backup. Zhao Tianlai said with a serious expression. Alright, let's get moving then. Lin Hai agreed. We can't take the stairs, they've definitely set up ambushes there already. These assassins are highly professional. I've already spotted their insignia, they belong to one of the world's top 10 mercenary groups. They'll ambush us at every turn. Zhao Tianlai said solemnly. Then what should we do? I'll follow your lead on everything. Without hesitation, Zhao Tianlai pulled Lin Hai into the room. He glanced out the window. Confirming no one was lying in wait outside. Climb up from here. Zhao Tianlai instructed. Lin Hai had already checked the route that afternoon and felt no fear. His physical abilities far surpassed those of ordinary people. Climbing up was entirely within his capabilities. Zhao Tianlai grabbed Lin Hai's arm and ordered his men, 2 of you go up first. 2 special forces soldiers immediately scrambled up the wall. Only then did he allow Lin Hai to begin his ascent. Fire erupted again behind them, this time with even more intense gunfire. Clearly, the assassins couldn't wait any longer. They had to complete the mission as quickly as possible, otherwise, once the police arrived, they would have to retreat. They had assumed eliminating one person would be easy, yet several casualties later, they still hadn't succeeded. Lin Hai wasted no time, knowing every second was precious. He swiftly followed behind, scrambling upward. Zhao Tianlai watched Lin Hai's agile movements with a look of astonishment. He had been deeply worried that Lin Hai would be unable to climb due to his fear of heights. He had sent the two expert climbers ahead for two reasons. First, to scout for potential assassins above. Second, to anchor Lin Hai and assist his ascent. Lin Hai's agility proved no less than theirs, leaving Zhao Tianlai both delighted and greatly relieved. He ordered his men to hold off the enemy while Lin Hai climbed up, then signaled the others to follow once Lin Hai reached the top. "Boss, you go first. I'll cover the rear," one subordinate shouted while returning fire. "Cut the crap and follow orders. Toss that grenade out and blow them to hell. We came together, and we'll all get back safely." Zhao Tianlai bellowed, pulling out a grenade and hurling it outward. Chapter 174, Fierce Gunfight. The explosion in the stairwell halted the assassin's charge. After tossing the grenade, Zhao Tianlai successfully scaled the wall. Soon the assassins caught up, only to find everyone scrambling upward. Both sides engaged in another fierce gunfight. Several people were hit multiple times, but the ultra-fiber body armor proved incredibly effective. Though the impacts were excruciatingly painful, as long as the head was protected, they could withstand several hits. Seizing an opportunity, someone swiftly climbed through a window into the room, firing downward to continue covering Lin Hai. After climbing 3 floors, Lin Hai slipped into a room. Zhao Tianlai followed closely behind. "Stay with me," Zhao Tianlai called out, moving toward the doorway with his gun raised. The safest course now was to reach the rooftop as quickly as possible. If they could hold the entrance, they could wait for backup. Staying in a room like this would leave them exposed to attacks from all directions, utterly defenseless. "Watch out." Lin Hai, running ahead, waved his hand. A bolt of lightning shot toward the door. The solid wood door was effortlessly sliced into several sections. The man standing outside, holding an assault rifle, looked utterly stunned. With a clatter, he fell to the ground, his body severed into several pieces by the lightning. Zhao Tianlai was startled by such overwhelming power. A chill ran down his spine. "Is this the new weapon you developed? That's way too over the top. Heh, it's a life-saving tool after all. I wouldn't cut corners on something like this." Lin Hai chuckled. "With such immense power, I think we can put this to good use," Zhao Tianlai remarked. "Absolutely. As long as we can figure out how to use conductive materials effectively, we can take these people out in one fell swoop." Lin Hai's gaze fell on the bathroom. Zhao Tianlai caught on immediately. He grabbed the bedding from the mattress, fashioned it into a channel, and turned on the faucet. Once the quilt was thoroughly soaked, the water flowed out through the channel. Zhao Tianlai fired several shots outside, trying to draw the assassins' attention. Sure enough, assassins began running toward them. Another intense gunfight erupted. Zhao Tianlai clutched the captured submachine gun, holding the doorway with all his might. But more assassins kept charging in, 4 or 5 firing at him simultaneously. Zhao Tianlai was hit repeatedly and dared not peek out. The assassins outside coordinated with remarkable precision. They positioned themselves strategically, providing mutual fire support while steadily advancing forward. They paid no heed to the water on the ground. They all wore rubber-soled shoes, so even if wires were laid on the ground, they posed no threat. After all, the highest voltage abroad was only 240 volts, easily insulated. Zhao Tianlai had already emptied his entire magazine, panting heavily from exhaustion. "It's up to you now," Zhao Tianlai declared. Gunfire erupted elsewhere, signaling shootouts had begun in other rooms. No reinforcements would arrive anytime soon. Lin Hai cranked his watch's power to maximum and flashed Zhao Tianlai an OK sign. The assassins sensed the men inside were out of ammunition and advanced rapidly. Their footsteps could now be heard clearly. Lin Hai used a small stick to pick up a piece of white cloth and held it out, signaling surrender. "We surrender!" Lin Hai shouted in English toward the outside. The assassins exchanged glances, refusing to accept the surrender. Instead, they aimed their guns at the doorway. Their mission was to kill Lin Hai. No survivors were to be taken. "Then come out first," one assassin shouted toward the doorway. Lin Hai pinpointed their location by their voices, realizing they must have already stepped into the water. He immediately released the highest voltage. A powerful current net instantly filled the air with electricity. The rubber soles of their insulated boots were scorched through, and all 5 assassins were instantly reduced to charcoal. Lin Hai peeked cautiously outside. He heard the sound of someone falling. "Got him!" Zhao Tianlai rushed out, retrieving 2 handguns from the assassin's body. He checked them, they were still functional. "We need to move immediately. They'll definitely come looking for us." Zhao Tianlai led Lin Hai forward. Suddenly, several bullets whizzed past them, grazing their bodies before embedding themselves in the wall. Startled, the two rushed into a nearby room. The space was remarkably spacious, likely a large conference room. They searched for places to hide. Over a dozen people burst in from outside, startling Lin Hai. How could there be so many more? Zhao Tianlai's face turned deathly pale. "Damn it! I saw the markings on them, they're not the same group as before. Did they hire 2 mercenary squads just to kill us? They really think too highly of us." Lin Hai couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. "Who on earth has the resources to go to such lengths, even using double insurance to kill me? No matter what, I'll get you out of here alive." As the two were talking, they heard the assassin shout, "I know you're hiding here. Come out and surrender now, and I promise not to kill you. If you keep hiding, don't blame me for being ruthless." Lin Hai and Zhao Tianlai naturally paid no heed. They remained hidden, not moving an inch. Seeing this, the mercenaries immediately opened fire with their guns. The conference room was filled with rows of chairs, making it difficult to locate the two hiding figures in the short term. But they never imagined these men would dare to be so brazen. Rampaging with submachine guns like that made them easy targets for stray bullets to hit their heads. Zhao Tianlai knew that if they kept hiding like this, they'd be discovered sooner or later. If he got unlucky and a grenade hit his head, that would be a truly unjust death. He aimed his gun and fired at the enemy. The first two shots landed accurately, but the enemy reacted with lightning speed, diving behind cover. This exposed Zhao Tianlai and Lin Hai's hiding spot, drawing a hail of bullets toward them. The two men scrambled to take cover elsewhere. Lin Hai saw clearly that Zhao Tianlai's two hits hadn't killed the enemy. These mercenaries were wearing body armor, easily deflecting the handgun bullets. Zhao Tianlai's two guns were nearly empty, with only a few rounds left. He dared not waste them carelessly. "Lin Hai, I'll cover you, get out of here fast. As long as you hide, no one will find you. Once the police arrive, you'll definitely be rescued." Zhao Tianlai had already prepared himself to sacrifice his life. He intended to use his own life to buy Lin Hai an escape route. Lin Hai had been frowning in deep thought. The bullets fired at them clearly weren't aimed directly at their positions. Instead, they were hitting nearby targets, clearly aiming to force them to exhaust their ammunition. Lin Hai deduced these men were different from the previous mercenaries. They seemed intent on taking prisoners alive. Lin Hai grabbed Zhao Tianlai's arm. "Wait here. Maybe they just want to capture us alive." After working together for so long, Lin Hai would never allow Zhao Tianlai to sacrifice himself for him. Raising his hands, he stood up. "I surrender, but you must spare the others." Chapter 175, Electric Serpent's Frenzy. It would be a lie to say Lin Hai wasn't nervous. If his hunch proved wrong, these mercenaries would open fire without hesitation. Bullets hitting his body he could withstand, but a headshot would mean certain death. The mercenaries saw the look of surprise on Lin Hai's face and simply aimed their guns at him. "If you're willing to surrender, come forward immediately. No tricks," the enemy shouted in English. Their mission offered a hefty reward for killing Lin Hai, but capturing him alive would net triple the pay. These men were mercenaries hired by the fruit company. They hoped to kidnap Lin Hai and put him to work for the fruit company. But their timing was slightly off, turning misfortune into fortune. They discovered another group of mercenaries had already moved in, and they planned to lurk in the shadows and reap the benefits. The first squad of mercenaries had been locked in fierce combat with Zhao Tianlai's men for so long that they had already suffered heavy casualties. Only when they sensed both sides were running low on ammunition did they begin their move. Sure enough, they discovered Lin Hai's trail with remarkable ease. Upon hearing the enemy's orders, Lin Hai felt a surge of surprise and delight. He whispered, "Hide here and don't make a move. Let me handle them." Then, addressing the mercenaries loudly, he declared, "I'm coming out now, don't kill me." He approached the mercenaries without incident and inquired, "Would you mind telling me who sent you? You'll know when you meet them. We just collect our pay and do the job, we don't ask about identities. But I can assure you this, as long as you cooperate with us and don't pull any tricks, we can guarantee your safety. If you try to cause trouble, we'll kill you on the spot." One mercenary said viciously. Lin Hai gave a slight nod. "I'm not tired of living yet, so I certainly won't go looking for death. Besides, they went to such lengths to capture me alive, they clearly want me to work for them. They'll treat me well." "You're quite clever, that's exactly how you should think. We've heard of your reputation and know you're a brilliant scientist. Once we reach our destination, we'll provide you with excellent conditions." The mercenaries had successfully completed their mission and began calling for their own people. One man produced a rope and bound Lin Hai's arms behind his back. They then searched his entire body to confirm he wasn't carrying any weapons. Though he wore a watch on his wrist, it looked pretty cool. They paid it no mind. After all, they were capturing him alive, which meant he could expect relatively favorable treatment. Moments later, 12 men arrived, each wielding high-caliber weapons. Seeing their target secured, their eyes lit up with satisfaction. By then, the shrill wail of sirens echoed below as over a dozen police cars sped toward the scene. "We need to retreat immediately, the steel cable is already in place," someone called out. "Is this all of you?" Lin Hai inquired. "Cut the chatter. If you don't want to suffer, just follow us quietly." Lin Hai's lips curved slightly. "Goodbye, everyone." His right hand clenched into a tight fist. Explosive currents surged from his body, radiating outward at breakneck speed. The powerful currents danced through the air like countless electric serpents, lunging toward every mercenary. Time seemed to freeze. The light from the electricity illuminated every face, each revealing an expression of utter disbelief. In the blink of an eye, the intense current reduced everyone nearby to charred remains. Thud, thud, one after another, they collapsed to the ground. Zhao Tianlai had witnessed Lin Hai's attack several times before, but never imagined he could unleash such an area of effect assault. This kind of attack was simply too outrageous. It didn't resemble any weapon from this world, it felt more like alien technology. What was truly astonishing was how such immense power could be unleashed from such a small watch. How was that much energy even stored inside? Zhao Tianlai was utterly horrified. If such a weapon were fully developed and utilized, it could potentially be deployed on the battlefield to unleash even greater power. "Alright, everyone's taken care of. You can come out now," Lin Hai called out to Zhao Tianlai. Zhao Tianlai stood up and hurried over. Looking at Lin Hai's expression, he still found it hard to believe. What the hell are you doing? Why did the communication equipment lose contact? A voice suddenly rang out from outside. Two mercenaries entered, guns drawn. They caught sight of Lin Hai and Zhao Tianlai. They were startled and immediately raised their guns to fire. Watch out! Zhao Tianlai shouted urgently, raising his gun and firing at the intruders. They hadn't expected accomplices outside, they'd been far too careless. Lin Hai reacted even faster, suddenly swinging his hand forward. Two bolts of electricity shot from his hands, lashing out like whips toward the two mercenaries. The current sliced through their bodies, instantly severing them in two. Zhao Tianlai froze once more. What kind of weapon is that? You didn't get it from aliens, did you? Lin Hai turned back with a faint smile. You could say it's an alien weapon, but I've fully mastered this technology. I'll get you a set 2 later. Deal. But we've got to agree, no backing out. Lin Hai's move just now was incredibly cool. Zhao Tianlai's eyes lit up at the thought of possessing such a formidable weapon himself. Hearing the sirens below, he knew safety was near. Zhao Tianlai still worried about encountering other mercenaries outside. We should lie low for now and wait until the police arrive before going out. Lin Hai agreed wholeheartedly. The two found a place to hide. Gunfire still echoed intermittently. Moments later, the gunfire grew intensely rapid. Clearly, the police had engaged the mercenaries in a firefight. After a while longer, the gunfire gradually faded. They heard many people rushing over. Lin Hai saw that they were all police officers and shouted loudly, "We're civilians. Don't shoot." Instantly, all the officers aimed their guns at them. "Drop your weapons and slowly stand up." Lin Hai and Zhao Tianlai raised their hands and rose slowly. These officers recognized both men. They had been the center of attention when receiving their awards, making them easy to recognize. "Thank God, Mr. Lin, you're finally safe." An officer stepped forward, breathing a deep sigh of relief. Once they confirmed everyone was safe, they holstered their guns. But the sight of the mercenaries lying charred on the ground sent another wave of shock through the officers. What happened to these people? Oh, these are the assassins who were hunting us down. They messed with the wires and got fried like this. Lin Hai casually made up an excuse. The police weren't fools, they wouldn't believe such an excuse. But Lin Hai's status was highly unusual. They couldn't press further. Besides, dealing with these mercenary assassins meant any means to eliminate them were entirely legitimate. Chapter 176, Shocking the World. Under police protection, they made their way outside, where bullet casings littered the ground. Bullet holes pockmarked the walls. One could only imagine how fierce the battle had been. With the police here, go find your people first and get our wounded treated. Lin Hai instructed Zhao Tianlai. Zhao Tianlai hesitated slightly. His mission was to protect Lin Hai's safety at all costs, never leaving his side. Yet he was deeply concerned for his brothers. Don't worry. With all these police protecting me, I won't be in danger. Besides, I'll stay extra vigilant, nothing will happen. Lin Hai reassured him. Alright then, I'll be back soon. Zhao Tianlai agreed, then dashed out swiftly. Police escorted Lin Hai to a secure location. Outside, the area was swarming with reporters and onlookers. This is where Lin Hai lives, and yet a shooting has occurred here. It's absolutely earth-shattering news that will reverberate around the world. One can only imagine the immense uproar this incident will cause once it spreads. Especially since the target of the attack was Lin Hai himself, it would cast doubt on the nation's security in the eyes of the entire world. Beyond police forces, military units were deployed to completely surround the city. They were determined to capture every last mercenary, not a single one would be allowed to escape. The entire city was placed under martial law as a swift search operation commenced. Laxio and the ophthalmologists, deeply concerned for Lin Hai's safety, rushed to the hotel as soon as they heard the news. Police had already cordoned off the hotel exterior, barring entry to anyone. Leizhou was frantic with worry, deeply concerned that something might happen to Lin Hai. Lin Hai was a man of immense global significance, his safety was paramount. Laxio and the experts approached the police, presenting their credentials and stating, "I am Dr. Laxio. I need to see Mr. Lin Hai." "Absolutely not. It's still extremely dangerous inside, there are still assassins at large. Rest assured, our officers are inside protecting Mr. Lin Hai. Please remain calm and wait. You must protect Mr. Lin Hai's safety. His security is vital to the entire world." Laxio pleaded urgently. The officer reluctantly agreed, though he had little confidence in the situation. They could only try to calm everyone down. Moments later, Lin Hai emerged from the hotel under police protection. Seeing that Lin Hai was alive and appeared uninjured, Laxio breathed a deep sigh of relief. Just as he started to walk over, his legs gave way, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. Those nearby quickly caught him. "Dr. Leizhou, are you all right?" Leizhou composed himself. The intense tension had been overwhelming, and the sudden release nearly overwhelmed his body. "I'm fine. Let's hurry and greet Mr. Lin." Lin Hai spotted the experts, including Laxio, and walked toward them. "Mr. Lin, are you unharmed? We were truly terrified when we saw the news." Dr. Laxio inquired urgently. "I'm fine. There are too many people here. Let's find a safer place to talk," Lin Hai said. Staff from the Chinese embassy arrived shortly after, escorting Lin Hai inside the embassy under tight security. Lin Hai gave a brief account of the incident, omitting the part about using his new weapon to take down the mercenaries. The entire account was tense enough to make anyone's heart race. Lin Hai was incredibly lucky to have survived unscathed. After all, the fact that those mercenaries could enter the city armed demonstrated their formidable combat capabilities. Their combat prowess even surpassed that of many elite military units. After hearing the account, the embassy official assured Lin Hai, "Rest assured here. We will absolutely ensure your safety. We're arranging a connecting flight and will send you back to your country today." Lin Hai nodded. "No problem. But I have one request. Zhao Tianlai and those who protected me must return with me. I must wait for them to return first." "Understood. Rest for now. We'll notify you immediately upon Zhao Tianlai's return." Arrange a room for Lin Hai. Lin Hai wasn't in the mood for sleep just then. He picked up his phone and scrolled through the news. The internet was flooded with reports of the hotel attack. All sorts of speculations were circulating. Many pointed fingers at M Nation, as only they had the capability to target Lin Hai. Numerous pieces of evidence were presented, showing that Lin Hai's continuous technological breakthroughs had caused significant distress to country M in recent times. Both their aviation industry and semiconductor sector had suffered massive setbacks. Lin Hai was also a high-tech weapons developer who created numerous advanced weapons for China. Compounding this, M Nation had been relentlessly smearing Lin Hai in recent days. The spokesperson for Country M immediately denied any involvement. After all, there was no evidence linking them to the incident. They simply refused to admit it. However, netizens were outraged, with people worldwide pointing fingers at M Nation online, demanding the M country government take responsibility for this incident. The M Nation president was so furious he smashed everything on his desk to smithereens. They spent a fortune hiring top-tier mercenaries, yet the operation still failed. They're all useless. So many mercenaries couldn't even take down one man. They're a bunch of idiots, all useless, good-for-nothing fools. The M Nation president raged, cursing furiously. The person in charge of planning the operation stood stiffly by, taking the full brunt of the tirade. But he absolutely couldn't take responsibility for this. Otherwise, he'd lose his position. He quickly interjected, "According to our latest intelligence, a mercenary squad was also involved in the attack. Our agents were about to succeed when these mercenaries appeared, disrupting our entire operation. We must investigate the origins of these mercenaries, why they were present at the scene. To avoid responsibility, he must find a way to shift the blame." The mercenaries hired by the fruit company became the scapegoats. They must bear full responsibility. How could this happen? Investigate immediately. Get to the bottom of this. The president of Country M issued the order without delay. At that moment, the fruit company CEO was even more furious. The moment he saw the news release, he knew a major mistake had occurred. Two mercenary teams had attempted to assassinate Lin Hai at the scene, and both had failed. The fruit company president vaguely suspected who had hired one of those mercenary teams. Precisely because of this, fear gripped his heart. If the investigation dug deep enough, it might very well lead back to him. If all the blame fell on him, it would be disastrous. Chapter 177, Someone Seriously Injured. The fruit CEO immediately sought out the person in charge of the matter. He ordered the office door closed. His expression turned extremely stern as he demanded, "Have you seen the news online?" "I saw it. Our team should have succeeded. But another hit squad showed up. Their presence ruined everything. These people are utter fools and idiots, daring to engage in a gunfight in broad daylight. If we'd gone with a stealthy assassination, we would have succeeded for sure." The manager in charge was furious, cursing loudly. "At this point, let's not dwell on it. You know exactly who hired that other hit squad. If an investigation is launched, it could lead straight back to us. You must eliminate all evidence immediately. This must never be traced back to our company," the fruit CEO said with an extremely stern expression. "Rest assured, President. We originally found these mercenaries through an intermediary agency. They just do their job and never ask about the client's background. This is crucial to their reputation. No one will ever reveal anything. No matter who investigates, they won't trace it back to us." The fruit CEO finally exhaled in relief, nodding as he said, "This matter ends here. No more extreme actions. Dispatch someone immediately to urge the National Defense University why haven't they begun supplying the chips we ordered? If they fail to deliver within a year, they must pay double compensation." "Understood. I'll handle it immediately." The fruit CEO's brow furrowed deeply. He couldn't shake the feeling that things were slipping beyond his control. The contract was signed logically, they should have started supplying the chips by now. Although the initial phase went smoothly, samples were delivered promptly and passed testing. The performance of the 3nm chips was indeed off the charts, leaving them thoroughly satisfied. But it's been so long since we last supplied them. Could there be some kind of trap here? The fruit company president grew increasingly uneasy the more he thought about it and decided to send someone to the National Defense University to investigate. He believed the National Defense University wouldn't casually breach the contract. The repercussions for China would be too severe. He believed the National Defense University wouldn't do something that would cut off its own retreat. Online outrage over the shooting continued to escalate, dominating headlines across virtually all media outlets. People worldwide condemned the assassins. Some even captured footage revealing the mercenaries' insignia, exposing their identities in full detail. China's Ministry of Foreign Affairs swiftly issued a statement. It issued a stern condemnation of the incident. It reserved the right to deploy military forces. This time, China's leadership was truly enraged. Lin Hai's safety was of paramount importance to China. Absolutely no security breaches could be tolerated. That same day, China dispatched a special forces unit, which was airlifted directly by military aircraft. Their sole purpose was to safeguard Lin Hai's security. Outside the Chinese embassy, heavily armed special forces stood in tight formation, providing rigorous protection. Lin Hai anxiously awaited news from Zhao Tianlai. The gunfight at the hotel had been so intense that he truly feared casualties. It wasn't until evening that Zhao Tianlai finally arrived. His face was expressionless, deeply somber. Lin Hai rushed over upon receiving the news. How are our people? Are they okay? Zhao Tianlai exhaled deeply. Thankfully, the bulletproof vests you developed proved remarkably effective. But 2 men were still critically injured and sent to the intensive care unit. I heard there might be amputations. Lin Hai felt a heavy weight pressing down on his chest, making it hard to breathe. These men protected his safety, and they worked side by side every day. They'd long since become as close as brothers. In their free time, they often ate together and had lively conversations. Though they were all elite bodyguards protecting him, they were only a few years older than Lin Hai. They were elite special forces soldiers hand-picked from the military. If they lost limbs, they'd become invalids. How could they bear such a devastating psychological blow? Lin Hai stamped his foot. Get me to the hospital now. Impossible. Orders have been issued from above. Your safety is paramount. Those mercenary assassins haven't been located yet. Your safety can't be guaranteed if you go out now. Superiors have issued a strict order. You must return to the country immediately via military transport. Zhao Tianlai's expression was utterly grave. This incident was far too dangerous. If not for Lin Hai's formidable weapons, and hadn't he crafted high-fiber bulletproof vests for them, the entire team would likely have been wiped out. Even with standard body armor, protection would have been limited to the upper body at best. The vests Lin Hai made for them, however, provided full body protection from head to toe. Had they been prepared in advance, donning helmets would have meant full body armor. It was precisely because these vests performed so exceptionally well that everyone's lives were saved. Even so, 2 men were still seriously wounded. This alone speaks to the intensity of the gunfight. Just thinking about it sent chills down Zhao Tianlai's spine. If Lin Hai hadn't possessed such formidable weapons, his death would have been insignificant. But if anything happened to Lin Hai, he would be the greatest sinner in all of China. Under no circumstances could Lin Hai be allowed to venture out on another dangerous mission. Listen to me, Lin Hai said urgently. Perhaps I can save our people. Earlier, he'd browsed his portable system and discovered that points could be exchanged for surgical skills. With sufficiently advanced medical skills, perhaps the injured could be saved. Avoid amputation. For Special Forces soldiers, avoiding amputation and fully healing their injuries is like giving them a second chance at life. It's truly invaluable to them. Zhao Tianlai felt a flicker of hope. Lin Hai always seemed to work miracles. Perhaps he truly had the ability to heal his own people. But his expression quickly hardened. Shaking his head, he said, "No. I'm a soldier. I must obey orders from my superiors. Your safety is paramount. The future of our nation rests on your shoulders. I absolutely cannot let you take any risks." Lin Hai grew impatient. Let me make this clear, they were injured protecting me. Since I have the ability to save them, I absolutely cannot stand idly by. Guards, take him by force to the aircraft and send him back immediately. Zhao Tianlai's eyes were cold as ice as he gritted his teeth and gave the order. Yet inside, his heart felt like it was being torn apart. His brothers in arms were in mortal danger, and he didn't know if he could save them. Lin Hai did indeed have the chance to save them. But the higher-ups had issued a strict order. Lin Hai was not permitted to leave the embassy for any other purpose. He must return to the country at top speed, under the protection of special forces. Zhao Tianlai had to obey the order. He could only leave the wounded brothers in the care of the local doctors. "Brothers, I'm the one who failed you." Zhao Tianlai apologized to himself over and over. He ordered Lin Hai to be forcibly escorted away. Chapter 178, Rushing to the Hospital. Lin Hai struggled desperately, refusing to leave. But no matter how strong he was, he couldn't overpower 2 physically robust special forces soldiers. He was forcibly dragged out. With no other choice, Lin Hai activated the electric current from his watch weapon. The shock made the 2 soldiers immediately release their grip. They stared at Lin Hai in utter shock. They hadn't seen him make a move at all and couldn't fathom how he'd managed to generate electricity from his entire body. Zhao Tianlai frowned and said, "What are you doing? Don't make this difficult for us." Lin Hai replied sternly, "I know your superiors gave you orders and you must obey them. But you must give me a chance to speak with the chairman. If he agrees to let me treat my brothers, then wouldn't that mean you haven't violated orders?" Zhao Tianlai hesitated slightly. If it were an order from the chairman, he would certainly obey. But was it really worth disturbing the chairman over something like this? Lin Hai didn't wait for Zhao Tianlai's response. He dialed the number directly. The line connected quickly, and Lin Hai hurriedly said, "Chairman, hello. This is Lin Hai." "Lin Hai, is that you? Are you all right? The state-assigned personnel should have arrived to protect you by now. Return to the country immediately. Your safety is paramount." "Thank you for your concern, Chairman. I'm perfectly safe and unharmed. However, 2 of the soldiers protecting me were seriously injured, and 1 may require amputation. I have some knowledge of surgical techniques and might be able to save them. With luck, we might avoid amputation. I hope the chairman will grant me permission to go to the hospital and save our soldiers." Lin Hai hurriedly said. "No, it's far too dangerous for you to go out. Based on our intelligence, there are still over a dozen mercenary assassins on the loose. You must understand, as long as your safety is secured, any number of sacrifices made by our soldiers will be worth it. You are of vital importance to the nation, so much so that your importance now surpasses even mine. The chairman spoke with utmost solemnity. Chairman, please hear me out. I clearly had the ability to save my own people, yet I retreated for my own safety. This will haunt me for the rest of my life, and I'll never be able to hold my head high in front of my own people. I know my safety is paramount. I trust Director Zhao's capabilities and believe in the strength of our soldiers. They will certainly protect my safety. Please grant my request, Chairman. Let me personally treat our soldiers. Lin Hai's voice began to choke as he spoke. The chairman remained silent for 3 seconds, as if making an immense decision. Hand the phone to Zhao Tianlai. Lin Hai promptly handed the phone to Zhao Tianlai. The chairman wishes to speak with you personally. Zhao Tianlai snatched it up, standing ramrod straight as he spoke with utmost reverence. Chairman, this is Zhao Tianlai. Zhao Tianlai, I command you in my capacity as President of the Republic. Take Lin Hai to treat our wounded soldiers. Once treatment is complete, immediately escort him back to the country by aircraft. All dispatched soldiers are to follow your orders. Ensure Lin Hai's safety at all costs. This is a direct order. Overwhelmed with surprise and joy, Zhao Tianlai immediately responded loudly, rest assured, Chairman. I will protect Lin Hai's safety even at the cost of my own life. After these final instructions, the chairman hung up. Zhao Tianlai embraced Lin Hai tightly, overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face. The thought of watching his gravely wounded comrade die or face amputation would have crushed Zhao Tianlai's heart. He might never have recovered from the guilt. Thank you. Truly, thank you. No need to thank me. We're all serving the country, comrades in arms. Make the arrangements immediately. Time is of the essence. We must get there immediately. If we have to perform amputations, it'll be too late. Lin Hai hurriedly said. You're right, we must depart immediately. Zhao Tianlai shouted toward the outside, everyone follow my orders. Prepare the vehicles immediately and head to the hospital. Zhao Tianlai was frantic with urgency, finally able to get Lin Hai to help save lives. But the patients were already in the hospital, undergoing emergency treatment. If they really had to perform amputations, it would be too late. Have the embassy vehicle lead the way, flying the Chinese national flag. Simultaneously, contact the local government immediately and have their traffic police clear the way ahead to reach the hospital at top speed. Upon hearing that Lin Hai was heading to the hospital, they promptly dispatched traffic police and patrol cars to lead the way. They sped along the road at breakneck speed, leading many to assume another major incident had occurred. What's going on? Why are the police cars driving so fast? Someone immediately pulled out their phone to film. Could they have found the killer's trail? Probably not. That's the Chinese embassy's vehicle behind them. Good heavens, has something happened to someone from the Chinese embassy? Speculation spread rapidly among the crowd. Journalists were also swarming the streets, investigating news about the shooting. He immediately sensed this was major news. He hurriedly instructed a colleague to drive after them. Finally arriving at the hospital as fast as possible, Zhao Tianlai rushed toward the operating room at top speed. Lin Hai wasn't far behind, following closely on his heels. Since Zhao Tianlai had brought the patient in, he knew the exact location of the emergency room. Even the elevator felt too slow, so he raced up the stairs. Heaven forbid they've started the surgery. Zhao Tianlai prayed as he ran. Finally reaching the operating room door, Zhao Tianlai pushed hard, only to find it already locked. Frantic, he pounded on the door with all his might. The commotion quickly drew hospital staff. What are you doing? The doctor is performing emergency surgery on a patient. Keep it quiet. Don't disturb them. Upon hearing that surgery was underway, Zhao Tianlai grew even more frantic. Lin Hai hurriedly explained to him, stop the surgery immediately. They absolutely cannot be amputated. A doctor involved in the emergency shook his head. Their injuries are too severe. Without amputation, they'll lose their lives. I was just involved in the emergency treatment. The patient's condition is extremely critical. Do not interrupt the surgery under any circumstances. I assure you, I can save the patient without amputation. Stop the surgery immediately. Lin Hai hurriedly explained. Please refrain from making light of this. A doctor's work is sacred. There was absolutely no way to save his leg in that situation. If you continue this unreasonable behavior, I'll have the police arrest you. Zhao Tianlai, realizing his pleas were falling on deaf ears, was so overcome with frustration he could no longer control his emotions. Seeing the chance to save his brother slip away, only to be ruined by the doctor's hands, he took 2 steps back and kicked the operating room door violently. He had to stop the surgery at all costs. Security guards, seeing his state, quickly rushed over to restrain him. Other special forces soldiers also rushed to assist. Chaos erupted instantly. Chapter 179, Displaying Medical Skill. Lin Hai was frantic inside. He bellowed, everyone step back. Let me handle this. Lin Hai pulled everyone away from the doorway, placing his left hand on his watch to channel an electric current. Instantly, a bolt of lightning shot from his hand. Like a surgical blade, it sliced through the door latch from top to bottom. He kicked the operating room door open and rushed inside. He saw a doctor already raising a chainsaw, about to bring it down. Stop. Wait. Lin Hai bellowed. The surgeon performing the operation startled, and everyone turned to look at Lin Hai. Don't amputate him. Let me treat him. The doctor instantly flew into a rage. This surgery was extremely urgent. The patient was already on the brink of death. If we don't operate immediately, he really could die. Who are you? Who gave you permission to enter the operating room? Get out immediately or I'll call the police. The nurse also approached to escort Lin Hai out. I'm Lin Hai. I'm also a doctor. Don't you recognize me? I can treat his injuries and absolutely no amputation will be necessary. Lin Hai hurriedly explained. Ah, you're Mr. Lin Hai, the Nobel Prize winner? How did you end up here? The nurses finally recognized Lin Hai, their faces filled with admiration. The situation is too urgent for explanations. Please trust my medical skills. Let me examine the patient first, I will save him. Lin Hai stepped forward. The operating room is sterile, quickly get him a surgical gown to put on. The doctors also recognized Lin Hai. After all, as this year's Nobel Prize in Medicine laureate, Lin Hai commanded immense prestige in the medical community. Although his contributions were in ophthalmology, nearly every physician held Lin Hai in the highest regard. It was precisely because of this stature. The doctors were willing to cooperate and let him perform the surgery. Lin Hai changed into his surgical gown, took a deep breath, and tried to calm his nerves. To save their lives, he had already acquired the highest level surgical skill from the system store on his way here. No points spared, used every last one for the exchange. After carefully examining the injuries, he asked for more data. Seeing Lin Hai's familiar procedures, the doctor felt completely reassured. As they say, a professional knows the trade, one glance tells whether someone's in the field. After completing the examination, Lin Hai finally had a clear understanding. He spoke up, rest assured, I can save his leg. The doctor's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Lin Hai. This was the nation's premier surgical hospital, ranked among the world's best. Even with their expertise, amputation was the only way to save the patient's life. Yet Lin Hai claimed amputation wasn't necessary at all. You can't be joking. Are you truly confident you can save his leg? This is no trivial matter. Once infection sets in, death is certain, and there will be no chance to save him. The doctor warned sternly. Rest assured. He's my personal bodyguard. I'd never harm him. I'll perform the surgery. Are you okay with that? The doctor was torn inside. This operation had been assigned to him. How could he just switch surgeons midway? Lin Hai sensed his hesitation and quickly interjected, everyone here can vouch for me. I'll take full responsibility for any consequences. If we can heal his leg, you can learn alongside me and improve your skills. You'll be able to save more injured patients in the future, isn't that a good thing? Very well, since you insist, you may perform the surgery. The doctors were also eager to see how Lin Hai would treat the patient. If he could truly save the leg, it would be a major breakthrough in the medical field. Lin Hai took the scalpel and began performing the surgery with practiced ease. While operating, he explained each step of the procedure to the doctors. Outside the operating room, the special forces led by Zhaodian had sealed off the entrance, barring anyone from entering. The operating room was already maintained under sterile conditions. Any intrusion would introduce bacteria. He could only trust Lin Hai now, praying that Lin Hai could save his men. The others stood utterly dumbfounded, their eyes fixed on the operating door that had been sliced open by lightning. Good heavens, could this be the legendary Kung Fu? Sure enough, the people of China all know Kung Fu. They can actually create lightning. This probably isn't Kung Fu, it must be a Chinese immortal cultivator. I've read many books. Ancient China had cultivators who could command thunder and lightning, even fly on swords. Many foreigners' attention had already shifted away from the operating room, all staring in awe at the door. They'd seen similar abilities before on TV or in Chinese cultivation novels. But I always thought it was fake. This was the first time they'd witnessed someone manipulating lightning with their bare hands. It utterly stunned them. Not just the foreigners, even the other special forces soldiers were filled with dread. They began to question their own understanding of reality. Could it be that cultivators truly existed in China? They had witnessed Lin Hai's hands manifesting lightning to effortlessly slice through the operating room door. This was undeniably real. Only Zhao Tianlai knew the truth behind it, yet he couldn't explain it clearly. This was Lin Hai's secret. If exposed, enemies would prepare defenses in advance. The weapon's effectiveness would be severely diminished. Better to say nothing at all and let them speculate. Zhao Tianlai addressed the others. Mark my words, everything that happened today must be buried deep inside you. Not a single word can be spoken outside these walls. Anyone who speaks out will be violating military discipline and will face severe punishment. Yes, sir. Block the operating room entrance. No one is permitted inside until the procedure is complete. Yes, sir. Inside the operating room, Lin Hai skillfully completed the suturing of the wound. He breathed a deep sigh of relief. I believe it should be fine. The surgery went very smoothly, and the patient's pulse is now beating steadily. With proper rest and recovery, he'll surely make a full recovery. Lin Hai addressed the assembled team. Everyone in the operating room gazed at Lin Hai with admiration. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. You actually saved him. You must be a god sent by heaven to help us humans. The doctor, clearly a believer, attributed this miracle to divine intervention. Lin Hai smiled faintly, saying nothing more. Everyone has their own beliefs, we must respect one another. During the surgical procedure, he inquired about the condition of another injured patient. His injuries were less severe, and other doctors were performing his surgery. Amputation wasn't necessary. While I have full confidence in your hospital's medical skills, Lin Hai said, I still wish to check on the other patient's condition. Lin Hai stated. Certainly, please follow me. The doctor instructed the assistant and nurses to carefully monitor the patient before leading Lin Hai to another operating room. Chapter 180, Is this magic? Upon entering the operating room, the procedure here had already concluded. The surgeon was suturing the wound. The doctor briefly explained Lin Hai's identity to them. Seeing Lin Hai, they were all deeply shocked, showing no annoyance at being interrupted. Once the suturing was complete, they all came over to greet him warmly. Lin Hai inquired about the patient's condition and personally examined him once more. Only after confirming the surgery was a complete success and the patient was out of danger did he breathe a deep sigh of relief. However, the patient remained unconscious as the anesthesia had not yet worn off. Doctors and nurses who saw Lin Hai in person were filled with admiration. They scrambled to shake his hand. "Thank you all so very much for saving my friend," Lin Hai said sincerely to them. "Mr. Lin, there's no need to thank us. This is simply our duty as doctors. We're the ones who should be apologizing. We deeply regret that you came to receive your award without proper security arrangements." The doctor's face was filled with regret. Suddenly remembering the other surgery, he inquired, "How is the other patient doing? Did the surgery go smoothly?" The doctor performing the amputation replied with evident excitement, "Not only did the surgery proceed exceptionally smoothly, but we also avoided the need for amputation." The surgeon was Mr. Lin, whose surgical skills are truly remarkable. Today has been an eye-opening experience for us all. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at Lin Hai. How could an ophthalmologist also perform surgical procedures? Lin Hai, now feeling quite relaxed, smiled and said, "I have some knowledge of surgical procedures. If you're interested, I can write up these techniques in a paper for your reference." In truth, amputation wasn't necessary for this injury. The leg could be fully preserved. With such severe damage, you actually managed to save his leg? The attending physician still found it hard to believe. "I witnessed the entire procedure myself. What more is there to doubt? Mr. Lin's surgical skills are exceptionally masterful. There's no need for further doubt. If only we could learn from Mr. Lin's medical skills, we could certainly save more patients." The other doctor's face was filled with admiration. "The operating room isn't the place for this. Let's step outside to talk," Lin Hai said. "You're right. Let's talk outside. Arrange for the patients to be transferred to the wards. Specialized medical staff will attend to them, no need to worry." As soon as they reached the operating room door, the area outside was packed with people. "How's the situation?" Zhao Tianlai asked urgently. Seeing his frantic expression, Lin Hai patted his shoulder and gave him a reassuring smile. "Don't worry. The surgery went perfectly and his leg was saved. Let them rest and recuperate for a while and they'll definitely make a full recovery." Zhao Tianlai felt as if all his strength had been drained, suddenly overcome by exhaustion. He'd been on edge the entire time and now he could finally relax. That's good, Zhao Tianlai murmured. In that moment, this man of steel briefly revealed his most vulnerable side. Suddenly, a barrage of cameras flashed and clicked, all aimed at Lin Hai. Zhao Tianlai snapped to attention, bewildered by how the reporters had gotten wind of this so quickly, all swarming to the hospital at once. "Since they're cured, we need to leave immediately. I must escort you back right now," Zhao Tianlai said with a stern expression. He stepped forward and shouted at the crowd, "Spread out. Keep them all outside. The more people here, the more dangerous it becomes." Earlier, Zhao Tianlai had been so preoccupied with worrying about his people that he'd momentarily lost focus. Now, with so many reporters and onlookers suddenly appearing, if assassins were hiding among them, it would be extremely dangerous. Have the special forces surround Lin Hai in the center. Escort him out immediately. Reporters crowded around, refusing to leave, eager to ask what had happened. Zhao Tianlai had no time to spare. He ordered the special forces to force their way through the crowd. He pulled Lin Hai along and hurried them away. Only after they were seated in the vehicle did he breathe a sigh of relief. The embassy vehicle headed toward the airport. "We're heading back now. The embassy staff will take care of our injured comrades, you can rest assured," Zhao Tianlai explained. Lin Hai gave a slight nod. "I'll follow the organization's arrangements." The crisis had been completely averted, and even the atmosphere had relaxed considerably. "I never knew you possessed such remarkable medical skills, truly eye-opening. Without you, their lives would have been ruined," Zhao Tianlai said with deep emotion. "They were injured protecting me, of course I'd do everything to save my own people. Let's not stand on ceremony with each other. We're all serving the nation, what's the point of distinguishing between us? You're absolutely right, we're all serving the nation." Boom! Suddenly, a tire blew out, sending the car spinning out of control and drifting sideways. The driver struggled to keep the car from hitting the wall. Zhao Tianlai reacted with lightning speed, grabbing Lin Hai's shoulder and forcing him down. Bang! Several gunshots rang out in quick succession, bullets striking the car. Zhao Tianlai had been hit. Even with his bulletproof vest, the pain made him grit his teeth. The sniper rifle's power was overwhelming. Though not fatally wounded, the impact was excruciating. "How are you?" Lin Hai asked urgently. "I'm fine. As long as it doesn't hit the head, it won't kill me. We can't stay in the car, we have to get out fast. Otherwise, we'll just be sitting ducks," Lin Hai exclaimed urgently. As the vehicle slowed to a stop, Lin Hai reached out and yanked open the door. He pulled Zhao Tian up and rushed out. Staying inside the car would put the driver in extreme danger. After all, the driver wasn't wearing a bulletproof vest. If a gun was pointed at him, he'd be dead for sure. "Too dangerous," Zhao Tianlai exclaimed, his face drained of color. Once they stepped out of the car, Lin Hai would be completely exposed. In front of a professional sniper, he'd be nothing but a sitting duck. Lin Hai pressed his lips together, his face expressionless. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming calm, his mind frantically calculating the enemy's timing. The electrical current in his watch was already maxed out. He burst from the vehicle, took just 2 steps, then suddenly swung his arm upward. A massive electric net shot into the air. Bang! Sure enough, the sniper fired again and there was more than one of them. All the bullets struck the electric net and vaporized instantly under the intense voltage. Seizing the moment, Lin Hai and Zhao Tianlai dashed into the building, sprinting deeper inside. The gunfire erupted, plunging both the mall and the streets into utter chaos. Everyone was scrambling to escape. The 3 snipers on the rooftop were utterly stunned. They clearly witnessed their intended target unleash lightning to deflect their bullets. This was completely beyond their comprehension. Could it be that the Chinese truly possessed magical abilities? Chapter 181, Counterattack against the mercenaries. Good lord, what on earth is going on? This oriental man can actually summon lightning. Should we continue pursuing him? After escaping the hotel, the 3 mercenaries hid on the rooftop. Upon receiving word from their comrade that Lin Hai had gone to the hospital, they immediately plotted this assassination. They had assumed it would be a piece of cake, an easy task to accomplish. They never imagined such an unbelievable turn of events. The 3 mercenaries now felt a twinge of unease. Even with their formidable skills, they were suddenly at a loss when confronted with such an extraordinary situation. Bullets couldn't even penetrate him, how could they possibly carry out the assassination? Did it work? Their teammate's voice crackled through the earpiece. No, they've taken cover inside the mall building. What the hell is wrong with you? As elite snipers, you can't even pull off such an easy mission. A furious voice crackled through the headset. The mercenary composed himself and replied, something unexpected happened. It's hard to explain in a few words. We're heading down to take him out right now. I refuse to believe he's that good. They were positioned above the mall, watching as their target entered the building. They sprang into action, searching for the target. Zhao Tianlai had just felt death brush past him. He never imagined Lin Hai had such a move up his sleeve, truly astonishing. Having escaped death's grasp, Zhao Tianlai quickly regained his composure. We need to find cover and wait for backup. Zhao Tianlai pulled Lin Hai along as they hurried to find cover. It's useless. They planned this meticulously. The vehicles behind us have already been blocked. Reinforcements won't reach us anytime soon. I roughly calculated the shooting position, it's above the mall. Let's go up there and take them out. Lin Hai declared. But that's far too dangerous. Zhao Tianlai wasn't afraid of these mercenaries, but his mission was to protect Lin Hai's safety. He couldn't keep thinking about going head to head with them. When 2 warriors meet on a narrow path, the brave one wins. The problem is, we don't know if there are other enemies hiding inside the mall. So we'll launch a preemptive strike and catch them off guard. After taking out these assassins, we'll retreat to the rooftop for cover. The other mercenaries won't have a clue where we are. Lin Hai analyzed calmly. As he acquired more skills, Lin Hai's intelligence continued to grow. Even in extremely dangerous situations, the mind becomes unusually calm and clear. He swiftly made the most correct judgment. Zhao Tianlai finally made up his mind, though this approach was somewhat risky. But if successful, taking out the snipers above would guarantee his safety. These mercenaries were highly professional, they must have meticulously planned everything before the assassination. He absolutely couldn't let the enemy lead him by the nose, doing so would likely trap him in their scheme. After a brief discussion, the 2 men quickly made their way upward through the crowd. For safety, they avoided the elevator and took the fire escape instead. Zhao Tianlai led the way, pistol in hand, determined to shield Lin Hai with his own body. Lin Hai browsed the Sleep God system store while running. With dozens of points remaining, he considered exchanging them for something useful. Suddenly, he spotted an ability to enhance hearing, which could be purchased with his remaining points. Without hesitation, Lin Hai exchanged his points for the hearing enhancement. The surroundings became abnormally clear, even the faintest sounds were audible with crystal clarity. Hearing footsteps approaching from the rooftop, he grabbed Zhao Tianlai by the arm. He whispered urgently, someone's coming down from above. Zhao Tianlai jolted awake, finding it utterly unbelievable. He had undergone rigorous training and was among the elite in the military's special forces. Yet Lin Hai's reaction speed consistently outpaced his own. This left Zhao Tianlai both puzzled and intensely frustrated. Who was protecting whom between them? But now was not the time to ponder such questions. Zhao Tianlai and Lin Hai crouched around the corner, holding their breath as they waited for the enemy to appear. After a dozen seconds, 3 snipers charged down rapidly. Zhao Tianlai seized the moment decisively, firing his first shot straight through the sniper's head, followed by a second bullet that struck the sniper in the chest. The sniper reacted swiftly, retreating immediately after the attack. Zhao Tianlai silently cursed his luck. Though he'd taken one down, they were all wearing bulletproof vests, and the pistol's power couldn't penetrate them. With 2 snipers working together, they were extremely difficult to deal with. Lin Hai had already charged forward. Zhao Tianlai was startled. Such a narrow space was extremely dangerous. If the enemy fired, there wouldn't even be anywhere to take cover. Lin Hai reached the corner, a ball of thunderous sparks erupting in his right hand, crackling and popping. He suddenly swung his hand toward the staircase above. Several bolts of lightning intertwined, like electric serpents lunging toward the staircase above. The 2 mercenaries above had already drawn their pistols, ready to fire at any moment. Seeing the bolts of lightning hurtling toward them, their pupils dilated rapidly. There was no chance to dodge. In an instant, they were engulfed by the lightning, unable even to utter a scream. Smoldering corpses lay on the ground, charred beyond recognition. Only then did Zhao Tianlai charge forward. Seeing the mercenary's gruesome state, he stood frozen in shock. So, how was that move of mine? Pretty cool, huh? Lin Hai struck a dashing pose as he asked. Zhao Tianlai mechanically gave him a thumbs up, absolutely badass. Gunfire erupted in the distance as Huaxia special forces engaged the mercenaries in fierce combat. The street filled with the shrill wail of police sirens. The police had also received word and were rushing over. The local police and government were absolutely furious. They'd already launched a citywide search, yet these mercenaries dared to act so brazenly, attempting another assassination. It was like slapping them in the face. Mobilize all available police forces immediately to provide backup. Lin Hai's status is too important, there can be absolutely no slip-ups. They could only imagine the massive public outcry that a second assassination attempt on Lin Hai would spark. The global backlash would be overwhelming, utterly unbearable. Lin Hai and Zhao Tianlai took out the three snipers, temporarily resolving the crisis. They retreated to the rooftop to take cover. Through their earpieces, they reported their safety to their team. Then they waited for the special forces to arrive with reinforcements. No need to rush over to protect us, yet have them coordinate with the police to take out every last mercenary. Not a single one must escape. We're absolutely safe here anyway, so there's no need for them to rush over to protect us. Lin Hai spoke up. Zhao Tianlai didn't object, immediately ordering the special forces to cooperate with local police in eliminating the mercenaries. After all, the gap in combat proficiency and weaponry between the police and those mercenaries was simply too vast. That gap couldn't be bridged by numbers alone. If we don't intervene, the remaining mercenaries will likely escape unharmed. Chapter 182, Battlefield Support Equipment. After issuing the orders, Zhao Tianlai remained vigilant. He fiddled with the sniper rifle they'd just captured. Using the scope, he scanned the surrounding area. He remained vigilant against any mercenaries attempting to locate him. Lin Hai sat cross-legged in place, eyes closed, straining to hear every sound around him. Within 100 meters, even the faintest sounds were crystal clear. This sensation was profoundly mystical. Mastering this ability would make one utterly unbeatable in urban combat. If someone approached, he could detect them in advance and pinpoint their exact location. He could easily eliminate the enemy. After checking and confirming no one was approaching, Zhao Tianlai. He couldn't help but voice his burning question. How did you hear their footsteps ahead of time just now? Lin Hai couldn't possibly explain that he possessed the god of sleep system. This thing was simply too mysterious. This secret must never be revealed to anyone. Lin Hai pointed to his head. There's a cultivation method called meditation. Practice it more to strengthen your spiritual power. It can heighten the sensitivity of your senses. Zhao Tianlai had indeed heard of this method, but as a special forces soldier, he had never tried it. He also knew that even if this method proved effective, it would require a tremendous amount of time. Such a cultivation method simply wasn't suited for him. He could only let it go. So that's how it is. Your performance this time has truly opened my eyes. I'd assumed your physical condition was on par with that of an ordinary student. But now it seems you far surpassed me. Lin Hai smiled faintly. Just now I was thinking if only our special forces could all possess such acute hearing. Able to hear an enemy's breath and footsteps from a great distance. Wouldn't we be unbeatable in combat? Of course. Whether in urban combat or as snipers, detecting enemy positions early means victory is already ours. Zhao Tianlai replied while scanning his surroundings. Although the time required for meditation and cultivation is lengthy, it's possible to create a bionic device. Shaped like a wireless earpiece, it significantly enhances hearing when worn. Its sensitivity surpasses that of cats and dogs by several times. Within 100 meters, you could clearly hear an enemy's breathing. Lin Hai stated. Zhao Tianlai listened with wild excitement, his eyes widening as he stared at Lin Hai and urgently asked. Are you serious? Is there really such a thing? The manufacturing principle isn't complicated, especially since our chip production capabilities are world-class. With the chips, I'll design this thing as soon as we get back. Lin Hai replied. Excellent. We can absolutely deploy this weapon throughout the entire military. Not only for urban combat. It can also be used during night operations, addressing the challenges posed by low visibility. Especially for our border guards who frequently engage criminals along the frontier. Equipping them with such advanced gear would significantly reduce casualties. Those criminals won't stand a chance of escaping anymore. Zhao Tianlai was deeply moved. The casualties among soldiers guarding the border are significant. The criminals who illegally cross the border are all desperate individuals, and their weapons are particularly advanced. Every interception and apprehension leads to fierce combat. Although the nation's special forces vastly outmatch these criminals in capability, anything could happen on the battlefield. The criminals often operated at night. When fierce battles erupt with machine gun fire, there is simply no safe place. The risk of being hit by stray bullets is extremely high. Lin Hai's ultra-fiber bulletproof vests, the first batch of which had already been delivered to the border outposts. Reports indicate they perform exceptionally well, significantly reducing casualties. Moreover, the ultra-fiber vests are exceptionally lightweight, enhancing soldiers' combat effectiveness. You've reminded me our border soldiers face such danger. I must expedite the production of this equipment. It will definitely help them combat criminals. Lin Hai said happily. He checked the Sleep God system store and found the blueprint for the auditory enhancement device. It required 100 points to redeem. Lin Hai said, I'm feeling a bit sleepy. I'll catch some shut-eye first. You handle the watch duty. Wake me if anything dangerous happens. With that, he leaned against the wall and began snoring. Zhao Tianlai stared at Lin Hai in disbelief, then let out a bitter laugh. He can actually fall asleep during such a dangerous time. Truly worthy of the title Sleep God. Little did Zhao Tianlai know that Lin Hai wasn't being reckless. The sleeping god system allowed him to sleep while completing tasks and remain vigilant at the same time. Lin Hai wasn't in a deep sleep at all, he could hear everything happening outside clearly. He'd wake instantly if anyone approached. The reason Lin Hai slept while completing tasks under these circumstances was mainly because the sleep god system had granted a 16-fold point multiplier. The higher the multiplier, the more special the time period. Lin Hai certainly wasn't going to pass up such a rare opportunity. He had been hiding on the rooftop for over an hour. Zhao Tianlai heard his partner's voice through the earpiece. Chief Zhao, we've worked with the police to eliminate all the mercenaries. 2 others resisted arrest and have taken their own lives. We're heading over now to retrieve you. Please give us your exact location. Any casualties on our side? Zhao Tianlai inquired. Reporting, Director Zhao, no casualties among our personnel. Good. Proceed to our location. Zhao Tianlai relayed a location to them. But it wasn't their exact hiding spot, just within his optimal firing range. Although he was now certain the mercenaries had been neutralized and the situation was secure, Zhao Tianlai remained cautious nonetheless, first positioning his men within visual range. Only after witnessing the safety firsthand would they emerge from their hiding spots. A few minutes later, the Huaxia Special Forces arrived on the rooftop. But they saw no sign of Zhao Tianlai or Lin Hai. They immediately radioed through their headsets. Director Zhao, we've reached the designated location. I see you. Zhao Tianlai acknowledged. He reached out and patted Lin Hai's shoulder. Lin Hai, our people are here to pick us up. Wake up. Lin Hai rubbed his eyes, still half asleep, as he stood up and began walking forward. Zhao Tianlai looked utterly helpless. Lin Hai had reverted to his previous self. No matter how dangerous the situation, he could still maintain such a calm demeanor. Zhao Tianlai was utterly in awe of Lin Hai. The Special Forces soldiers watched Lin Hai walk along in a daze, their faces filled with astonishment. They'd seen Lin Hai's awards ceremony livestream online, and he always seemed half asleep in his everyday life. Yet here he was, walking in his sleep amidst such peril. Not a single one of them could help but be impressed. Under the Special Forces' protection, they boarded the embassy vehicle and sped toward the airport at top speed. They also reported the situation here to their superiors. Chapter 183, The Shock of Country M. After the second assassination attempt was captured by journalists and posted online, it once again caused a massive uproar. Local government and police authorities faced severe criticism. That a nation could be so insecure sent its international image plummeting to rock bottom. While many expressed concern for Lin Hai's safety, the phenomenon of lightning emanating from his hands also spread online. Surveillance footage existed both in the operating room and at the mall entrance. Footage of Lin Hai unleashing lightning was extracted from these surveillance feeds and uploaded across the internet. Netizens everywhere were stunned. What kind of skill is this? To actually be able to summon lightning? Could it be that Lin the Great possesses the superpower to control lightning? Holy crap, this skill is way too cool. He used lightning to slice open the operating room door and even deflected sniper rifle bullets with it. Such power is overwhelming. I used to watch sci-fi blockbusters thinking this stuff was just made up, but never imagined someone could actually possess it. Is Lin really a superhuman? Or does he hold even more secrets? Both videos quickly trended online, racking up over 1 billion views. And they're still climbing fast. After all, this incident has had a massive global impact. First, Lin Hai holds the distinction of being a 2-time Nobel Prize laureate. Then there was the mercenary assassination attempt. An ordinary person wielding lightning? All of this is explosive news. No one doubts the abilities Lin Hai demonstrated. Surveillance footage like this simply cannot be faked. It sparked widespread discussion. At this moment, Lin Hai was already aboard a plane, returning to China under the tight protection of special forces. Determined to develop his hearing enhancement device as soon as possible, Lin Hai needed to complete missions quickly to earn points. So the moment he boarded the plane, he fell fast asleep. Zhao Tianlai scrolled through news on his phone and discovered that Lin Hai's use of lightning had been captured on surveillance footage. It had become the hottest news story, completely overshadowing the assassination case in popularity. Zhao Tianlai was left speechless. There was simply no way to explain this incident to the outside world. This device was a secret weapon, meant for use during special missions. For instance, if bodyguards protecting VIPs possessed such weapons, it would significantly enhance their combat capabilities. But if leaked, it would lose all secrecy. Therefore, the best course of action now was to remain silent and let the outside world speculate. If the entire world believes Lin Hai truly possesses supernatural abilities, it might actually be a blessing in disguise. At the very least, those plotting to assassinate him would have to seriously weigh their chances and assess whether they truly possess the capability. Zhao Tianlai, however, suspected Lin Hai might never attend such award ceremonies again. Even if he were to win a Nobel Prize, he'd send someone else to accept it on his behalf. He'd never risk traveling abroad again. High-level officials in M Nation were holding an urgent meeting. On the large screen in the conference room played the video circulating online, the footage of Lin Hai manipulating lightning. This was astonishing news. All present were experts in superpowers and lightning research. Was this lightning generated by some weapon, or was it genuine psychic power? We must determine this immediately. Regardless of the outcome, it would have immense implications for humanity. A lightning researcher adjusted his thick glasses before speaking. Based on our data and technology, conventional equipment simply cannot generate currents this powerful. Judging by their appearance alone, the energy contained within these lightning bolts is immense. The equipment required would be astonishing. The superhuman abilities expert also wore a bitter expression. While there are individuals with extraordinary powers in the world, we've never encountered anything this extreme. The psychics we've encountered so far merely possess minor magnetic properties or exceptional computational abilities. But such an exaggerated level of superpower is simply beyond human control. Numerous experts voiced their opinions, dismissing both hypotheses. Existing technology simply couldn't achieve this, nor could anyone genuinely possess such extraordinary abilities. The official chairing the meeting was furious. He slammed his fist on the table and bellowed, "You're all experts in your respective fields. If you can't even analyze this minor issue, what exactly have you been doing all this time? The government has allocated so much research funding to you, yet when it matters most, none of you are of any use." An expert in lightning research pondered and said, "Our country leads the world in research on human potential. The possibility of humans possessing such superhuman abilities is extremely remote. Perhaps China has developed an exceptionally powerful battery capable of storing vast amounts of electricity. That's probably the only logical possibility. That makes sense. China's development pace over the past 2 years has been truly astonishing. They've already surpassed us in lithography equipment. It's entirely possible they've surpassed us in battery technology as well. Based on our analysis, they may have already mastered nuclear battery technology. Combined with discharge equipment, they might be able to generate lightning. Yet they manage to unleash such powerful currents at close range without harming themselves. These are truly incredible technologies." Experts voiced their opinions, and their speculations were remarkably close to the truth. Even if they decipher the underlying principles, the technological gap between them was simply insurmountable. The presiding official's expression darkened into something ominous. "You claim China's technology has surpassed ours in M-Nation? How could that be possible? Our country boasts the world's largest pool of scientific talent, with annual R&D funding exceeding the combined total of all other nations. Even with all that, how could China possibly surpass us?" An expert pushed his glasses up and remarked, "China boasts 5,000 years of history, during which it consistently led the world. And with a population of over 1 billion, it's only natural that a genius would emerge from time to time. Hasn't that Mr. Lin Hai already won 2 Nobel Prizes? Perhaps that lightning-emitting weapon was developed by him. If that's truly the case, China poses an immense threat to us. All of you need to think this through carefully. If China's special forces were all equipped with such weapons, how terrifying would they be on the battlefield?" The presiding official swept the experts with a chilling gaze. "I will immediately report the meeting's conclusions to the president. We must designate China as the most threatening nation. We must spare no effort in suppressing them and halting the rise of China's technology. Otherwise, our nation's position as the world's dominant power will be usurped." All levels of the US government sprang into action, reassessing the threat China posed to their position, and swiftly formulated countermeasures for sanctions. Chapter 184, Return to China. Chinese scientists were also watching these videos. One by one, they were stunned into speechlessness. Li Xiaozhang was invited to attend as well, since he worked at the same research institute as Lin Hai. "Academician Li, has your institute been researching some new technology? Why hasn't it been reported?" a leader inquired. Li Xiaozhang replied with a wry smile, "I had no idea about this matter." "Did Lin Hai mention it?" "We work in the same institute, but he rarely pursues his own research projects. He didn't mention it, so naturally I didn't ask. But have you ever observed him using supernatural abilities like controlling lightning in everyday situations?" Li Xiaozhang shook his head. "Probably not. Though some of his behavior was hard to understand. But he absolutely doesn't possess supernatural powers like outsiders claim. To unleash lightning of such immense power, he must have used some kind of device. It seems we'll have to wait until Lin Hai returns to ask him about this." The assassination attempt sent shockwaves across the globe. It's obvious that someone from M-Nation orchestrated it. But Lin Hai's performance will surely keep M-Nation on edge, thinking we've mastered new technology. Anyway, Lin Hai will be returning to the country soon. We'll know the truth once he's back. Both the chairman and the premier are deeply concerned about his safety. Once he returns, you must take good care of him. Lin Hai is our national treasure, he must be given top-level protection. The leader emphasized carefully. Li Xiaozhang solemnly replied, "Rest assured, sir. I will take excellent care of Lin Hai." Not only have all nations gathered top experts to analyze the video of Lin Hai using lightning, domestic netizens were buzzing with excitement. Now there's no hiding the fact that we Chinese possess martial arts prowess. This video was captured by surveillance cameras abroad, there's simply no denying it. This isn't kung fu, it's called superpowers, okay? Foreigners will probably start believing all Chinese people have superpowers. How are we supposed to explain this to them? Bro, stop talking, I'm actually abroad right now. My roommates are already asking about this and demanding I show them my superpowers. How should I explain this? This is hilarious. If all else fails, just perform a magic trick for them. Even if the misunderstanding persists, it could be pretty entertaining. Li Moore was also watching these videos in the dorm, utterly astonished. When she first heard about the assassination attempt, she was beyond worried. Seeing that Lin Hai had returned safely finally put her mind at ease. "You're Lin Hai's girlfriend, does he really have superpowers?" her roommate asked curiously. "No way. I've never seen him use any superpowers. Stop imagining things, Lee Moore explained. It must be a protective weapon issued by the state. Lee Moore explained. Not necessarily. Look at Spider-Man and others, they hide their superpowers from everyone. Ask Lin Hai about it as soon as he gets back. Lee Moore laughed and cried, you guys are way too imaginative. This is real life, not some movie plot. I went to high school with him for 3 years, we're all just ordinary people. Though Lee Moore explained this to her roommates, doubts still lingered in her mind. She silently resolved to get to the bottom of things once Lin Hai returned. Upon returning to the country, Lin Hai was immediately placed under tight security. The next day, officials came to question him. Li Xiuzhan was present throughout. Lin Hai, I am here to ask you some questions on behalf of the state. You must answer them truthfully. Lin Hai nodded slightly and said, I know what you're going to ask. Is it about using lightning at the assassination site? The leader replied sternly, exactly. How did you summon the lightning? Lin Hai extended his right hand, revealing his watch. He explained, this watch is my weapon. As he spoke, he made a gesture with his right hand. A ball of lightning enveloped his hand, crackling and popping. Yet the lightning couldn't harm Lin Hai at all, clung to the surface of his hand. Seeing this, everyone's faces were filled with utter disbelief. This electrical discharge phenomenon was completely beyond their comprehension. Despite the close proximity of the discharge, Lin Hai remained completely unaffected by the electric shock. Though outwardly resembling a watch, it was actually a discharge device. At its core was a nuclear battery capable of storing vast amounts of electrical energy. Combined with other components, it could generate lightning bolts of various shapes and sizes as needed. It could be used not only for defense but also to attack enemies. I created this device solely as a precaution against potential dangers. I never imagined it would be put to use so soon. Lin Hai gave them a detailed demonstration. This little thing stores such powerful electrical energy, the technology behind it must be incredibly advanced. If we had batteries this powerful, couldn't we install them in cars? That would revolutionize our nation's automotive industry. The leadership immediately considered commercializing this technology. Lin Hai shook his head and said, this technology is extremely complex and the production costs are incredibly high. Even with my utmost effort, I could barely produce just one. Commercialization will require a great deal more time. However, I will dedicate myself to further research, striving to reduce costs and enable mass production. Since you say so, we'll await your research. Regarding the technical aspects, you must compile the details. The state will dispatch experts to study it. Could you hold off for a while? I have more pressing matters to attend to. Lin Hai was about to agree, but then remembered his promise to Zhao Tianlai. The watch's core component is obtained through the system, and exchanging for the core blueprint requires a significant number of points. It's better to prioritize developing the hearing enhancement device first, so border garrison soldiers can use it sooner. The leader asked in confusion, is there a problem? What else do you need to do? Lin Hai explained the hearing enhancement device project. The leader was profoundly impressed. As a military officer himself, he took a keen interest in such technology. Especially when used at night or during solo operations, it would significantly boost soldiers' combat effectiveness. Alright, I approve your request. If such equipment truly exists, we must develop it immediately. This is crucial for our border soldiers. The hearing enhancement device immediately captured the commander's attention. Those criminal smugglers are growing increasingly brazen, they must be dealt with severely. Every year, many soldiers suffer casualties in the fight against these criminals, weighing heavily on the hearts of all our leaders. Rest assured, sir. I will spare no effort to complete the device as soon as possible, Lin Hai declared solemnly. Chapter 185, 1,000-mile-year, unrivaled. This matter is of vital national importance. Academician Lee must provide full cooperation. Should your institute encounter any difficulties, contact me immediately. Whether it's personnel or funding, no problem. The leader responded promptly. Yes, I will fully support Lin Hai. The leader offered further words of encouragement before departing with his entourage. Li Xiuchang slapped Lin Hai's shoulder excitedly. You're such a handful, kid. Hearing about the assassination attempt really scared the hell out of me. And this watch of yours, I had no idea it possessed such incredible power. When you had people producing parts, I genuinely thought you were actually making a watch. I was just tinkering around for fun. Lin Hai replied with a laugh. Never imagined it would accidentally save my own life. Alright, no more delays. You've developed equipment that could be incredibly valuable to our country. We need to pick up the pace. How's your rest been? Can you start working today? Li Xiuzhang inquired. Of course. Every day we get closer to completing the equipment means fewer casualties for our soldiers. Let's head to the lab right away. Lin Hai declared. Zhao Tianlai arranged for vehicles and headed to the research institute together. Lin Hai had already exchanged points for some blueprints, which he drew up on the computer for other researchers to use in producing components. Lin Hai continued sleeping to accumulate points. Though it was a very small object, the technical complexity was no small matter. It demanded extremely high-precision manufacturing equipment, so much so that new machinery had to be developed just to produce the parts. Yet the blueprints Lin Hai produced filled every technician with excitement. It could significantly enhance hearing, even surpassing the sensitivity of cats and dogs. It could indeed play a major role in military applications. These days, the most frequently broadcast news on television is about Lin Hai winning the Nobel Prize and the award ceremony taking place on site. The medical community lavished praise on his contributions. Not a single word was mentioned about the use of lightning, allowing the matter to naturally subside. The confidence of the Chinese people has soared considerably. A single Nobel Prize has instilled a profound sense of pride in the entire nation. The entire internet is filled with positive, uplifting content. As the college entrance exams drew nearer, students threw themselves into their studies with renewed vigor. Every student taking the exam had one goal: to gain admission to the National Defense University and study alongside Lin Hai. Conversely, the prestige of Peking University, Tsinghua University, and other top-ranked institutions pales in comparison to previous years. The president of Peking University, in particular, is deeply troubled. The prestige of the National Defense University has overshadowed Peking and Tsinghua, making this year's admissions campaign exceptionally challenging. Though ranked first nationally and long regarded as a sacred institution in the hearts of all students. However, students nationwide have been inspired by patriotic fervor, aspiring to enroll at the National Defense University to serve their country. This year, the National Defense University has introduced 2 new specialized programs, one focusing on lithography technology research and another dedicated to agriculture. Both subjects were highly appealing, promising excellent job prospects upon graduation or even the opportunity to start one's own high-end agricultural business back home. As the National Defense University's reputation grows, the pressure on Peking and Tsinghua universities intensifies. The absence of top-tier applicants significantly impacts the prestige of these institutions. Should the admission cutoff scores drop, the university's ranking would inevitably decline. Although the college entrance exam is still months away, Peking and Tsinghua universities have already begun targeting top-tier students across the country. They are proactively engaging with these students, hoping to secure their applications. In contrast, the National Defense University remains unfazed, anticipating a potential surge in applicants this year. Even if the university expands enrollment, many applicants will inevitably be rejected. After over a month of intense yet orderly work, the Research Institute finally succeeded in developing the auditory enhancement device. The device was named Thousand Mile Ear. Not only did its performance exceed expectations, but it was also remarkably intelligent. It could adjust sensitivity up or down based on the contraction of muscles near the ear. It also maintained volume levels safe for the user. With the 1,000-mile ear in place, hearing sensitivity could be amplified by up to several dozen times. Whether applied in military or medical fields, it offers significant benefits. To verify the device's effectiveness, several personnel were specially dispatched from the military. After brief training, they utilized the device's capabilities. Opponents were then deployed to initiate simulated combat scenarios. Both sides began their confrontation on the training ground. Everything was conducted as in a live fire exercise, except the bullets used were non-lethal. To push the limits of the long-range ear system, the opponents they faced were 3 times their number. Once everyone had entered the training grounds, the leadership and Lin Hai watched from the command center's large screen. The cameras allowed them to see every participant's movements. It was nighttime, providing better cover. The soldiers equipped with the long-range hearing device swiftly took cover. After a brief pause, they sprang into action. The leader watched in astonishment. They were over 500 meters apart. Had they already detected the enemy's movements? Lin Hai smiled faintly. Night brings greater silence, enhancing the 1,000-mile ear's effectiveness. The equipment we produce can detect sounds up to 1,000 meters away. Of course, beyond 700 meters, the effectiveness diminishes significantly. At that point, you have to rely on experience to pinpoint the enemy's location. But with such outstanding performance, it offers a significant advantage on the battlefield. Truly worthy of our nation's top scientists, this device you've developed is incredible. The leader couldn't help but give a thumbs up in praise. Though the simulated enemy's hiding spot was extremely well concealed, even passing right by might fail to detect it. But no matter how skilled at concealment, they still need to breathe. Even the faintest sound could be clearly picked up by the equipment, allowing for rapid pinpointing of the enemy's location. The soldier with the eyes that see 1,000 miles quickly pinpointed the enemy, and the outcome was already clear. Li Xiuchang remarked with deep emotion, on the battlefield, infrared equipment exists alongside counter-infrared technology. Even some illegal border crossers possess such advanced equipment. This makes it increasingly difficult for our soldiers to protect the border. Our 1,000-mile ear technology has become the nemesis of these high-tech threats. The enemy never imagined our soldiers could pinpoint their location from hundreds of meters away just by sound. As he spoke, the soldier had already successfully engaged the enemy. In less than half an hour, every last enemy was eliminated. The defeated men remained in a daze, convinced they had concealed themselves perfectly. They were wearing infrared blocking suits and couldn't fathom how they'd been exposed. Chapter 186, New Mobile Technology. Facing 3 times as many enemies, they had still managed to win with ease. Not only were the opponents unimpressed, but even the commanding officers found it utterly unbelievable. This was simply too outrageous. If they encountered gunfights on the battlefield, wouldn't they become invincible? Several military leaders exchanged bewildered glances. When infrared equipment first appeared, it revolutionized the battlefield. No matter how well hidden, targets could be detected with ease. But countermeasures against infrared technology were soon developed. These could completely block off heat signatures, allowing concealment to remain undetected. But this new equipment, which relies on hearing to detect enemies, is even harder to counter. By relying on sound alone, one could easily pinpoint an enemy's location and eliminate them. In urban combat or open field gunfights, it leaves no opponent standing. This exercise ended in a resounding victory. The commander exclaimed with excitement, "This is fantastic. Such equipment is invaluable to our national defense forces. We must accelerate production of a batch immediately and train them in its use. With these 1,000-mile ears, we can certainly reduce casualties among our border defenders. We've expedited production and have 100 units ready for immediate deployment. Though the quantity remains insufficient, having 1 or 2 members per unit equipped will still yield significant benefits, explained Lin Hai. That makes sense. Proceed as you suggest. Arrange for a dedicated transport immediately to distribute these devices. Additionally, this equipment must be kept strictly confidential, absolutely no leaks. In future international counter-terrorism operations or other military actions, possessing this weaponry will grant us a decisive advantage. The leader instructed everyone with a very serious expression. Yes, sir. We will maintain strict confidentiality, the entire team replied in unison. Equipped with this technology, border garrison troops quickly demonstrated remarkable effectiveness. Countering criminals along the border became an unstoppable force. Anyone daring to cross illegally was swiftly located by border guards, either apprehended or neutralized on the spot. Foreign criminal syndicates suffered heavy losses, with their smuggled goods confiscated every single time. Even the couriers sent to deliver goods were either captured or killed. After suffering repeated losses, no one dared to smuggle goods into China anymore. Many nations have noticed China's increasingly stringent border defenses. This has piqued their curiosity immensely. Some even dispatched special forces units to study the methods. For a time, China's special forces gained worldwide fame. Hostile forces gnashed their teeth in frustration, yet found themselves powerless to counter it. After completing the development of the long-range listening device, Lin Hai channeled all his energy into controllable nuclear fusion. Wang Kailan was being hounded relentlessly these past few days, with fruit companies sending people daily to demand delivery. They even dispatched a dedicated team demanding to move into the production workshop. They demanded to personally oversee the production of the chips for their orders. With Wang Kailan running out of options, he had no choice but to consult Lin Hai and Li Xiuzhang about the matter. The fruit company is putting increasing pressure on us. They've even mobilized diplomatic channels demanding we fulfill the contract immediately, Wang Kailan said with a worried frown. If this escalates too much, it could seriously damage the reputation of our National Defense University. Wang Kailan said with a worried frown. Lin Hai smiled and replied, what right do they have to pressure us? We're following the contract to the letter. The contract period hasn't even ended yet. They can't dictate whether we deliver or not. It's not as simple as you think. The fruit company holds immense influence in country M. By market value alone, it ranks among the world's most powerful corporations. The resources and influence they can mobilize are immense. If we keep delaying the chip delivery, our government will undoubtedly face immense pressure. Li Xiuzhang explained. Exactly. This is a political matter. Our country's international influence pales in comparison to M nations. It's not the time to confront them. Wang Kailan retorted. Alright, we can respond to them this way. We'll start supplying them this month, but our production technology must never be disclosed. We won't allow fruit company personnel into our workshops. Lin Hai said after some thought. After months of delay, fruit companies' sales had steadily declined. Dragon Mobile's global sales have completely surpassed fruit companies, and their prices aren't any lower. With substantial profits, Longwei can continue investing heavily in R&D. With more advanced technology, they could capture broader markets and fear no sanctions from any country. Initially, supply them with only 1/3 of production capacity, then gradually increase it. Supplying too many chips at once would make it look like we're deliberately withholding shipments. This would only provoke Apple and bring us no benefit. Li Xiuzhang cautioned. Don't worry, I'll handle this minor detail. Wang Kailan agreed, but his brow furrowed again. Although our pressure has eased, once the fruit company releases a new phone, Longwei sales will inevitably be impacted again. I wonder if you have any other good ideas to help Longwei maintain its competitive edge. We should employ an open strategy to defeat the fruit company completely. Those sanctions imposed by M country were utterly despicable. We simply can't swallow that humiliation. Forced to yield to M nation's pressure and supply only chips, Wang Kailan still felt deeply resentful. Rest assured, Longwei still holds a significant advantage with our diamond screens. Even if fruit company secures 3 nanometers chips, Longwei's phone sales won't be significantly impacted. Li Xiuzhang stated. You tech folks just don't understand the market well enough. Apple's operating system is quite impressive, and they have the prestige of the M country brand behind them. Apple has an enormous global fan base. Solve the chip issue, and they'll still capture a massive market share. A diamond screen alone isn't enough to completely suppress them. Wang Kailan explained. Lin Hai smiled faintly and remarked, a tiny phone packs the world's most cutting-edge technology. But now that phones have evolved to this point, the technology has nearly reached its limits. To win over consumers worldwide, we must present even more dazzling innovations. Have you thought of a solution? Wang Kailan asked urgently. I have an idea, essentially reimagining the phone's structure and camera system. I'll present a new technical proposal later. I guarantee it will make Longwei phones astonish the world once again. Lin Hai replied. Great. Now even if we supply chips to Apple, we can still deliver results for Longwei. Wang Kailan felt both exhilarated and relieved. He was eagerly anticipating the new technology Lin Hai mentioned. Chapter 187, Ultra-Micro Drones. To maintain secrecy, Wang Kailan refrained from asking further about the specifics of the technology. After returning, he immediately replied to the fruit company. He informed them of the shipment schedule and instructed them to prepare for receiving the goods. The fruit company representatives finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although the initial supply volume was modest, they were just starting production of the new phone and couldn't immediately ramp up output to maximum capacity. By the second month of official supply, their production pace would return to normal. The fruit company immediately held a phone launch event, unveiling a 3-nanometer level device. As expected, the news caused a huge sensation worldwide. The new fruit phone's performance was off the charts, delighting many loyal fans. Even though its screen couldn't match that of the Longwei phone, this was hardly an issue for most people. They preferred the brand, believing owning a fruit phone enhanced their prestige. Longwei company also received the news, realizing it was time to face off against this formidable rival once more. But this time, Longwei entered the fray with greater confidence than before. With the world's top-tier display technology and no worries about chip sanctions, they can now compete head-to-head with Apple. Though prepared for fierce competition, Longwei received another unexpected update. After hanging up the phone, President Longwei was filled with confusion. Lin Hai wants to design a new camera for us. Could it be some groundbreaking technology? But then again, anything Lin Hai creates is bound to astonish the world. I'm genuinely looking forward to it. We must convene an emergency meeting immediately to manage inventory and production capacity, making way for the next generation phones. Apple never imagined that with a genius like Lin Hai on our team, our technological advancements would accelerate faster than a rocket. We'll soon surpass them completely. President Longwei felt an overwhelming sense of triumph. The decisive battle had finally arrived. This time, we'll crush Fruit Company completely and settle the score for past sanctions. Apple secured the chips, and the entire mobile market responded extremely positively. Even the US government breathed a sigh of relief. Fruit Corp was crucial to them, a shining emblem of M Nation's prestige. Any operational issues at Fruit Corp would not only reduce tax revenue but also bring embarrassment upon them. Though eager to strike back at China, the shooting incident had drawn intense scrutiny from many nations and global netizens. They dare not act rashly until the heat dies down. Even as the world's dominant power, they dared not antagonize the entire global community. They were merely preparing in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike against China. Li Xiaochang and Lin Hai returned to the research institute together. Seeing Lin Hai yawning and about to go back to sleep, Li Xiaochang couldn't help but ask, the best smartphone cameras in the world are currently made by South Korea and Japan. They've built up substantial expertise in this field. Are you certain you can develop a camera with higher resolution than theirs? Lin Hai shook his head. Current camera pixels have already reached hundreds of millions. That's more than sufficient for mobile phones. There's simply no need to develop higher resolution cameras. Otherwise, a single photo would take up tens or even hundreds of megabytes. That would consume massive amounts of storage space on phones. With no real advantage in pixel count, how could we possibly outperform Apple in this area? Li Xiaozhang was even more perplexed. As phones become increasingly slim and lightweight, their functionality grows ever more comprehensive. Yet the front-facing camera has always been a weak point. Options like punch-hole displays or under-display cameras both have major drawbacks. The pop-up camera solution has also nearly vanished. Therefore, we must tackle this from a structural perspective to create a truly remarkable product. Li Xiaochang still stared at Lin Hai with a look of utter bewilderment. He couldn't fathom what new tricks a camera could possibly pull. Lin Hai didn't keep him guessing any longer. With a smile, he explained, what if the phone camera were a miniature drone? Wouldn't that be far more compelling? Ha! Li Xiaozhang suddenly felt his brain couldn't keep up. Are you kidding me? Making a phone camera into a mini drone? How tiny would it have to be? Military forces worldwide are currently developing such ultra-miniature drones. But the cost is astronomical. A single unit like that would run at least hundreds of thousands of dollars, maybe even millions. Even with that technology, it's impossible to fit such a tiny drone into a phone as a camera. Without a second thought, Li Xiaochang dismissed the idea outright. Hold on a moment, let me break it down for you. Li Xiaochang sat up straight. Very well, I'm eager to hear how you propose implementing these technologies. First, the battery is a major issue. How small would the battery need to be for such a tiny drone? It probably wouldn't last more than a few seconds before running out of power. Lin Hai pointed to his watch. Have you forgotten that this technology isn't a problem for us anymore? Though the batteries we make can't match the core power source in my device, the stored power is still enough to keep the camera drone flying for over 10 minutes. That's more than enough time for photography. We could even use wireless charging technology to continuously recharge the camera drone within a short range, achieving even longer endurance. Right. You've already mastered such crucial technology, why didn't I think of that? Li Xiaochang slapped his thigh in delight. Overwhelmed with excitement, he could no longer sit still, pacing back and forth. Our country has been developing ultra-compact reconnaissance drones. They're not only useful for solving crimes and combating criminal activities but also provide immense assistance to the military in reconnaissance operations. If you can break through this technology, it will greatly benefit the development of our military industry and technology. Li Xiaochang's chest heaved with excitement, his entire being radiating intense enthusiasm. Once we solve the battery issue, our current technology should be sufficient to produce camera drones. If this technology were applied to smartphones, adequate pixel resolution would suffice, no need for excessively high specifications. A phone built with this would be absolutely stunning. Leader, it's just developing a technology, no need to get so worked up, right? Emotional swings like yours could seriously affect your health. Lin Hai quickly interjected. Li Xiuchan wasn't exactly young anymore, and I was genuinely worried that getting too worked up might take a toll on his health. Li Xiuchan waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry about me, I'm perfectly healthy. Even without your reminder, I intend to live many more years to witness firsthand how many new technologies you develop for our nation. Chapter 188, Technology Too Advanced? This technology has once again revolutionized how we use phones, transforming them into drones. It would be incredibly cool for taking photos and capturing landscapes. I'm confident this technology will create a huge sensation once released. With us holding the core technology, no other manufacturer can replicate it. This represents a massive market. Even if we price the phones a bit higher, sales will be guaranteed. Lin Hai was brimming with confidence. You're absolutely right. This is truly revolutionary technology. Our phones will soon dominate the global market. But beyond that, its greater significance lies in military applications. If we can build drones as small as wasps with long-range endurance, it would be a tremendous asset for both law enforcement and the military. Li Xiuzhang said solemnly. Lin Hai nodded slightly. They won't just be used for reconnaissance, they can also be deployed for offensive operations. By converting these small drones into high-powered explosive devices, we could deploy thousands or even hundreds of thousands at once. Using computer control to achieve precision strikes against the enemy, no one could possibly defend against such an attack. The two men racked their brains, envisioning numerous applications for the drones. When used in smartphones, they're merely tools for profit and market dominance. But if applied to military technology, they would become a formidable weapon. After finalizing their plans, Lin Hai began drafting the blueprints. By leveraging the battery technology from the watch's core components, Lin Hai could design the rest of the structure without needing to exchange resources for system components. The material technology currently mastered by the nation was fully capable of producing a perfect lens drone. Lin Hai completed the lens drone design in just one day. He then sent the materials to President Long Wei. President Long Wei was in the middle of work when a notification suddenly popped up on his phone. Lin Hai's phone number and email were both on his priority watch list. Seeing that Lin Hai had sent him an email, he immediately set aside his work and opened the email on his computer. He discovered it was a design blueprint. It was for a small drone, complete with detailed specifications. President Long Wei's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared intently at the screen. What? This couldn't be a joke, could it? Could they really make a drone so small it could fit inside a phone? President Long Wei felt his mouth go dry instantly, swallowing hard several times. His heart pounded wildly with excitement. He quickly grabbed his water cup and gulped down several mouthfuls. Only then did he feel slightly more at ease. He held his breath and studied the blueprint carefully. Though the blueprint wasn't exceptionally detailed, it clearly marked the structural dimensions and connection points for the smartphone. They could absolutely design a compatible phone based on these blueprints. Holy cow! This was an absolutely brilliant idea. Imagine if everyone had a drone, flying out from their phones to take pictures. That would be utterly mind-blowing. What young person could resist such temptation? President Long Wei was utterly stunned. Such technology was once unimaginable, utterly impossible to achieve. The tiny drone was about the size of a phone memory card. Such a tiny device had to house a battery, motor, propellers, and crucially, a 100-megapixel lens and storage unit. Such technological sophistication would likely remain unattainable for at least a decade. Yet Lin Hai had actually pulled it off. He's even sent over the structural blueprints. President Long Wei had no doubt about the authenticity of these blueprints. What others couldn't achieve, Lin Hai would certainly accomplish. President Long Wei immediately picked up the phone and called his assistant, notify all managers in the mobile phone department to come to the conference room for a meeting. Right now. Hurry. Have them run over here. No matter how important their current tasks are, they must drop everything. President Long Wei had never issued such an urgent command before. All the managers who received the message were shocked and puzzled. Had something major happened at Long Wei Company again? That it could make the president so urgent. Everyone dropped what they were doing and hurried to the conference room with their notebooks. Whispers spread through the crowd. Could it be that Country M has imposed new sanctions on us? Nowadays, almost all the components in our phones are domestically produced. What else could they possibly sanction? Could it be they're banning our phones from overseas markets? That seems unlikely, though. Who knows? But the president summoning us so urgently must mean it's something big. All the managers racked their brains trying to figure out what had happened. Just as they were whispering among themselves, President Long Wei arrived. The room instantly fell silent as everyone sat waiting for the president to speak. President Long Wei instructed his assistant, connect my laptop to the big screen. The assistant swiftly connected the computer. President Long Wei looked at everyone with an extremely serious expression. Then he spoke, today is a very special day for our Long Wei Company. It also marks a new beginning for our company. Everything discussed in today's meeting is top secret. Absolutely no information may be disclosed to the outside world. After speaking, he turned on the computer and projected the drone's blueprints onto the large screen. All department managers turned their attention to the screen in unison. At a glance, it was clear this was a drone. The design itself was quite impressive. However, there's already a formidable drone company operating domestically, one that leads the world in both technology and global market presence. Why would Long Wei even bother making drones? This left everyone utterly perplexed. The product manager asked in confusion, President, does this mean our company will start producing drones too? President Longwei nodded and said, exactly. But that doesn't seem appropriate. If we enter the drone market, we'll only be competing against our own domestic company. It'll just lead to internal strife among our own people. Besides, I don't see any significant advantages in this particular drone design, the product manager ventured cautiously. President Longwei didn't reprimand the product manager. A faint smile appeared on his face. This drone is designed for smartphones, serving as a phone camera. It won't create much conflict with civilian drones. At this revelation, everyone's faces betrayed disbelief. A drone on a phone? How big would that phone have to be? I also find this proposal rather impractical. Phones need to be lightweight, slim, and simple. They must be extremely user-friendly. You can't expect people to hold a phone in one hand and a drone in the other, right? In an instant, everyone began voicing their opinions, clearly none of them optimistic about this design proposal. Chapter 189, Total Domination. President Long watched their reactions with great satisfaction. If even his own team found it so unbelievable, he could easily imagine how consumers would be utterly dumbfounded upon seeing such a design. Even before the product was built, he could already envision the lines of people scrambling to buy it once it launched. Such a revolutionary product could easily be called the world's most powerful. With this technology, Longwei phones would undoubtedly crush Apple phones completely. The halo surrounding Apple phones would vanish completely. After watching the managers discuss for several minutes, the Longwei president cleared his throat softly. Instantly, everyone fell silent and the conference room grew quiet. President Longwei then stated, "Hold your objections for now. This is merely a concept rendering of the camera drone. Detailed blueprints and specifications will follow." After speaking, he slid the mouse to pull up the subsequent blueprints. Upon seeing the drone's dimensions, everyone was stunned, their mouths agape and eyes wide. For a long while, not a single word was spoken. After a long while, the product manager finally managed to close his mouth. With a wry smile, he said, This drone is so small, barely thicker than a memory card. Making a drone this small? I doubt the world has the technology for that. Even if it could be made, battery life would be a massive problem. And the cost would likely run into the millions or even tens of millions. No one could afford it. You're absolutely right. Even with Longwei's world-class technology, making a drone this small is simply unfeasible. At least I don't see it happening within the next few years. Such technical demands are simply unrealistic. I don't think it can be done. Managers and engineers from every department shook their heads like bobbleheads. Even if we worked ourselves to the bone, we couldn't possibly achieve this level of technology. Watching this scene unfold, Longwei's president gradually broke into a smug smile. Today's meeting isn't about whether you can build it, it's about your outlook on the future of this technology. If our phones could truly incorporate this technology, what do you think the market response would be? The marketing manager pushed up his thick glasses. At the mention of market sales, his eyes flashed with shrewd brilliance. Not to brag, but if we keep our sales price unchanged and incorporate this drone lens technology, we could literally rub the fruit phone on the ground and still crush it. Our products would be in such high demand that we couldn't keep up with orders. We'd sell out no matter how many we produced. President, I'm not sure if I should say this. The potential of this technology is truly revolutionary. But this technology is impossible to achieve anywhere in the world. It's fundamentally unfeasible. Why are we wasting time discussing it? The tech department manager asked helplessly. Because we absolutely must create such a disruptive product. You should all be aware that Apple has already secured 3nm chips. Under mounting pressure, the National Defense University can no longer afford to delay. While we hold an advantage with our diamond screens. But don't forget that Fruit Company has the backing of the US. Their products come with an inherent halo effect. Moreover, Apple's product technology is indeed top-notch. We will soon face an all-out counterattack from Apple. If we fail to recognize the urgency of this crisis, we will undoubtedly be defeated. President Longwei said with a grave expression. The product manager scratched his already balding crown, where only a few strands of hair remained. His expression was deeply troubled. Even if the president is right, we simply can't develop such an advanced product. Just the batteries for the drones alone, even the world's most cutting-edge technology can't meet the requirements. President Longwei felt a surge of satisfaction, but he couldn't keep pressuring these managers. He composed himself and announced, I have some good news to share with you right now. The manufacturing technology for these camera drones has been fully mastered. The National Defense University will supply us with the components. All we need to do is design a new smartphone based on the camera drone specifications. The moment he spoke, it was like a bomb had exploded in the office. It felt as though everyone's minds had been bombarded. Their minds went blank. They stared at President Longwei like statues, their eyes filled with utter disbelief. Finally, the marketing manager was the first to recover. He asked again, confirming his understanding, President, you're not joking, right? Has this drone actually been produced? The prototype hasn't been produced yet, but technically, there are no issues. These are the blueprints Lin Hai just emailed over. We need to rush the design of the new phone model. I doubt anyone would question Lin Hai's word. President Longwei said with a smile. With Longwei Company now possessing overwhelmingly superior technology, the president's mood couldn't be better. Watching these managers repeatedly fall speechless with astonishment, he'd never felt such exhilaration. My goodness, he truly lives up to being my idol. As expected, when the great Lin steps in, it's nothing short of extraordinary. This time, Fruit Company is truly going to be completely crushed by us. The product department manager's face was filled with admiration, trembling with excitement. Those who win 2 Nobel Prizes consecutively truly are godlike figures. Thank goodness Lin Hai is our nation's talent. If he'd ended up in M country, it would have been a colossal disaster for us. Sorry, but the existence of Master Lin is precisely M nation's catastrophe. They've been suppressing us all this time, it's about time they tasted their own medicine. The managers chatted excitedly, certain that Longwei's appointment as CEO was no joke. Pride radiated from every face. Longwei Corporation has finally broken free from M nation's oppression. In the future, it will become the world's most elite company. Alright, you're all clear on the situation. What should our next move be? Everyone, speak up quickly. Time is extremely tight. This time, we must crush Fruit Company before it rises. President Longwei declared solemnly. In an instant, the office atmosphere turned intensely solemn. Every manager was fired up, radiating an intense fighting spirit. The business world is like a battlefield, and every manager shared the same resolve: this strike must be aimed squarely at Fruit Company. I believe our new phone is absolutely unbeatable. The most crucial factor is timing the launch perfectly. We'll launch it when Fruit Company's inventory is at its peak. Let Apple's inventory pile up in their warehouses, unsellable forever. The marketing manager swiftly finalized the plan in his mind. There was no need to worry about how to sell the product, only how to inflict the greatest damage on the enemy. Chapter 190, Invincible, the strongest drone. This approach might be a bit underhanded, but it's highly effective for suppressing Apple. Once they're stuck with excess inventory, they'll have no choice but to slash prices, which will severely damage their brand image. President Longwei nodded in agreement. As the saying goes, the marketplace is a battlefield. You absolutely cannot show mercy to your enemies. If you play the saintly card, you'll only end up hurting yourself. Especially since Fruit Corp is backed by the US, a tech giant perpetually bent on suppressing China. With such a golden opportunity to strike back, there's no reason to waste it. The brand design side doesn't pose major issues. I've carefully reviewed the blueprints for the camera drone. We only need to make minor modifications to existing technology to fully achieve the capability of carrying drones. Additionally, we'll integrate drone control software into the system. This will significantly enhance the user experience. The technical department manager spoke up. President Longwei remarked with satisfaction, "Your idea is truly excellent. Once released, this technology will quickly take the world by storm. Future users of this phone will frequently utilize the camera drone functionality. The software operation must keep pace to ensure a superior user experience. Additionally, we must pay extra attention to reliability, absolutely no malfunctions that could impact user experience. I believe our initial production run must exceed 5 million units. Otherwise, customers will rush to buy them, and scalpers will profit instead. That would be utterly unfair to consumers." The sales manager stated. This proposal is sound. No mobile phone manufacturer would dare to stock such a large quantity at once. But for us, there's absolutely no need to worry. Once sales officially begin, the volume will undoubtedly be staggering. 5 million units isn't even that much inventory. If funding is insufficient, we can secure a bank loan. Our company's creditworthiness is beyond reproach. President Longwei stated with solemn conviction. This meeting was incredibly exciting. The technical session had transformed into a sales pitch. Moreover, it was focused on how to handle the situation if sales became too overwhelming. Lin Hai's team accelerated their R&D efforts. He even took time out of his schedule to craft a watch for Zhao Tianlai. He taught him how to use it. Zhao Tianlai, holding such an advanced, sci-fi-like device, was thrilled like a child. Locked in the training room, Zhao Tianlai began familiarizing himself with the watch's various functions. While experimenting with different lightning formations, they also devised various combat techniques. In the end, they reached a conclusion. In confined spaces, this device was practically invincible. Even against hundreds of opponents, it could easily defeat them. It was the perfect weapon for self-defense. However, the manufacturing costs were prohibitively high, making widespread adoption impossible for now. Lin Hai believed that with continuous technological advancement and accumulating more system credits, he would eventually develop the core technology. But right now, the nation needs so many other technologies, and developing this isn't a top priority. After over half a month of work, the drone was finally completed. The drone's battery technology drew inspiration from the watch core, though its energy capacity was only 1/1000th of that. It was sufficient to power the camera drone for 15 minutes of flight. Additionally, a wireless charging device could be added to the drone. Within 10 meters of a smartphone, wireless charging becomes possible. By continuously charging the camera drone via the phone, it achieves virtually unlimited endurance. This technology is truly astonishing. Even the experts at the Research Institute found it utterly incredible. Wang Kalin has been procuring production equipment and setting up new assembly lines these past few days. This signifies the National Defense University is establishing yet another new industry. Just thinking about it is thrilling. Another year of casually raking in hundreds of billions, or even trillions. The National Defense University's pace of development is truly remarkable. Not only can it cultivate military technology talent for the nation, but it can also advance commercial technology. It generates substantial tax revenue for the nation. The first prototype was completed and began test flights in the laboratory. Lin Hai used a smartphone to control the drone's takeoff. He commanded the drone to perform various agile maneuvers and directional changes in mid-air. After testing the most basic functions, Lin Hai commanded the drone to fly out of the laboratory. It flew directly over the National Defense University. The screen displayed a full view of the National Defense University captured by the drone. Impressive. Its flight speed was every bit as fast as a military drone. And with such a compact design, its stealth capabilities are astonishing. It could easily be used for reconnaissance missions, exclaimed one of the technicians. It seems to have some weaknesses, though the noise from this drone is simply too loud. If used for military purposes, reducing the noise or directly mimicking the shape of a wasp, or design it as a miniature bird, it would be much harder to spot when scouting, Lin Hai suggested. Technically, it's entirely feasible. Military drones don't necessarily need to be smaller. Disguised as small birds, their size could be scaled up 100-fold, allowing for larger batteries and extended flight times. Especially in areas teeming with birds, combined with biomimetic technology, it would be even harder for the enemy to distinguish them. Li Xiuchan nodded slightly as he spoke. Our drones can reach altitudes of several hundred meters. Isn't that excessive for civilian applications? If someone used this to photograph classified intelligence, it wouldn't be good. Li Xiuzhang voiced his concern. You're right, sir. This is only for performance testing. When mass production begins, we can limit the drones to stay within 100 meters. They won't be allowed to stray too far. After all, they're only meant for capturing footage and selfies. Flying too far would definitely impact civilian drone manufacturers' performance. We can't just focus on our own profits and crush our fellow domestic companies. Lin Hai replied. Well said. We're all domestic companies, we shouldn't be fighting amongst ourselves. We should focus all our energy on countering foreign competitors. After testing, the performance was flawless, far exceeding expectations. We should use software to restrict certain functions and prevent drones from flying too far. Otherwise, it could cause trouble if someone uses it for malicious purposes. After optimizing several technical aspects, the prototype was delivered to Longwei headquarters. Longwei's response was remarkably swift, as they've already produced an engineering prototype. The camera drone was installed. Performance testing commenced. This critical development drew the entire senior leadership of Longwei's mobile division. Even the Longwei CEO came to observe. The engineer skillfully maneuvered the drone up and down and could also switch to automatic control mode. Using hand gestures, they directed the drone to fly up, down, left, and right, and could even select continuous flight tracking. With a simple command, it could take photos or record video. Its functionality was designed with remarkable intelligence. Everyone present found absolutely no flaws. This design solution was simply flawless. Chapter 191, Money Talks. Goodness gracious. Though it can only fly up to 100 meters, that's already astonishing for such a compact drone. Plus, it supports wireless charging within 10 meters, allowing continuous operation without needing to return to the phone. This technology is astonishing. I'm practically in love with it. After the engineer finished demonstrating its capabilities, he couldn't help but express his admiration. The other managers found it fascinating too, all eager to get their hands on one. No need to rush, our production line is under construction and will be up and running soon. When it's ready, we'll each get one. Test the prototype phones for a few more days to see if there are any flaws that need fixing. Once we confirm everything is in order, we'll wrap up mass production. President Longwei was now brimming with confidence. Longwei phones would soon stand atop the world. After wrapping up his tasks, Lin Hai finally found time to focus on agriculture. While guiding students in tending the fruit trees, Lin Hai found opportunities to spend time with Li Moore. After finishing his lesson in the orchard, he let the students practice on their own. Li Moore seized the chance to find Lin Hai. She whispered, everyone's been saying you have superpowers. You're not really a hidden superhero, are you? Lin Hai nodded solemnly. At this point, I can't hide it anymore. I am indeed a superhero from another planet, possessing the superpower to control lightning. I was afraid you'd be scared, so I never dared tell you before. Oh my gosh, it's actually true. Li Moore covered her mouth, staring at Lin Hai in utter astonishment. Suddenly, it felt like her entire worldview had collapsed. Lin Hai found her astonished expression utterly adorable and couldn't bear to deceive her any longer. There's no such thing as superpowers in this world. I was just teasing you and you actually believed it. You're a college student now, and you still believe such ridiculous rumors? Lin Hai said with a laugh. Only then did Li Moore realize Lin Hai had been deceiving her. She was instantly both furious and flustered. She playfully raised her fist and gave Lin Hai a light punch. I only wanted to confirm these rumors were false, and you deliberately deceived me. You really gave me a fright just now. After saying that, he still felt puzzled. If there were no superpowers involved, how were those lightning bolts in the surveillance footage created? Lin Hai pulled Li Moore to a secluded spot. He showed her his watch. This watch is the device that generates the lightning. While it can tell time, its true function is as a lightning weapon. As Lin Hai spoke, arcs of electricity danced across his wrist, crackling and popping. This is a self-defense weapon I developed myself. Who would have thought it would actually come in handy when I went out to receive the Nobel Prize? Lin Hai explained. That's amazing. Carrying something like this would definitely keep you safe. Seeing you summon lightning in the video was so cool. Li Moore's eyes sparkled with admiration. When I have time, I'll make one for you too. I need to keep you safe. We could make matching ones. Sounds great. I can't wait. Li Moore's face glowed with happiness. Though Lin Hai's work kept him incredibly busy, often leaving him little time to spend with her. But Lin Hai always had her on his mind, and that was enough. Lin Hai taught Li Moore how to manage the fruit trees. Under the school's careful tending, the trees thrived and would bear fruit this year. When they hit the market, they were sure to cause another huge sensation. All the students were studying diligently and earnestly. After graduation, they could return home to start businesses and sign technology transfer contracts with the National Defense University. Cultivating these high-tech fruit trees would undoubtedly be profitable. Lin Hai was explaining this knowledge to his classmates when Li Xiuchang called. Lin Hai, are you busy? I need your input on something. Not busy. Go ahead, boss. After obtaining the chip, the fruit company launched its smartphone. And sales have been incredibly strong. With the boost from the 3nm chip and the fruit company's brand prestige, sales really aren't a problem. The biggest issue is that our chip supply can't keep up with demand. They're here to push for more chips. They hope we can increase our supply volume. Since they're here, let's negotiate. If they want delivery ahead of contract terms, they'll have to pay extra. Li Xiuchang replied, from what I gather, they're willing to pay extra to speed up our supply. As for the exact amount how much we'll supply in return, let's discuss it properly when they arrive. Alright, hold on, I'll head over immediately. Lin Hai hung up and told Li Moore, I have something I need to handle. I can't keep you company any longer. Important matters come first. Go ahead. Li Moore showed no sign of displeasure. Whatever Lin Hai did that benefited the nation, Li Moore would support wholeheartedly. Back at the National Defense University, Wang Kailan was also present. After all, as the university president, he held significant decision-making authority over corporate operations. However, they also placed great importance on Lin Hai's suggestions. Staff from the fruit company were already waiting in the conference room. How should we proceed with the negotiations? It would be best to discuss it beforehand and reach a unified opinion. Wang Kailan stated. My stance is straightforward, as long as they can afford it, we'll ramp up production to meet their chip demand. After all, any extra money is pure profit, might as well make it. Lin Hai said with a smile. Wang Kailan was unaware that Longwei had already acquired the latest technology, poised to completely crush Apple. He said with concern, making more money is certainly a good thing, but right now, the new fruit phone is selling exceptionally well. If their production capacity catches up, Longwei's phones could face significant impact. We can't risk Longwei's losses just for this small gain. Don't worry. Our goal now is to push Fruit Company to produce phones at full capacity. Once their inventory piles up to a certain level, they'll regret it. If chip deliveries lag too far behind, they might even cancel orders, then we'd lose even more profit. Wang Kailan listened with confusion. You didn't say it like this before. Didn't we agree to throttle their chip supply as much as possible? Weren't we supposed to deliver all the chips at once by the end of the year? The market changes in the blink of an eye. Longwei Mobile is about to release a new model. Fruit phones will definitely become unsellable. So we need to rush to complete the orders and maximize profits. Lin Hai flashed a mysterious smile. Li Xiuchang knew this matter had been kept confidential all along. He urged from the side, Principal Wang, just follow Lin Hai's plan. His decisions are absolutely sound. Chapter 192, feeling like they've gotten a piece of the pie. Wang Kailan understood the rules and nodded in agreement. Since you all say so, I'll follow your lead completely. They all entered the conference room to meet the negotiators from the fruit company. It was the same group from last time. Both sides were already very familiar with each other. The lead negotiator knew Lin Hai's opinion carried significant weight. He cut straight to the point, addressing Lin Hai, Mr. Lin, congratulations on winning another Nobel Prize. Winning such a world-class award twice in a row is truly rare. Lin Hai smiled faintly, thank you. As long as your country doesn't harbor jealousy, I'll rest easy. The chief negotiator's face flushed with embarrassment. Online rumors were now swirling everywhere, all pointing fingers at country M. Though M country has consistently denied it, anyone with eyes can see that M country is undoubtedly behind the assassination plot. Alright, let's get back to business and discuss the commercial matters at hand. I wonder what requirements you gentlemen have brought with you on this long journey. Lin Hai didn't dwell on the assassination incident and got straight to the point. The fruit manager quickly composed himself. He spoke with renewed seriousness. It's been several months since we signed the contract, yet your formal supply has been in place for less than a month. Your delivery pace is far too slow. We need you to speed things up. Our new smartphone model has officially launched and is selling exceptionally well. We can't let chip shortages impact our sales. That's not our problem. We haven't violated the contract and guarantee all chips will be delivered on time before the contract expires, Lin Hai replied nonchalantly. Well, you're absolutely right. But since we're partners, shouldn't we consider each other's interests? Lin Hai nodded earnestly, you're right, but increasing our production capacity takes time. If we increase output ahead of schedule, it will raise costs. We can't be expected to absorb those costs for you, can we? The fruit manager had been waiting for this opening and immediately responded, if you can speed up delivery, we're willing to pay you extra. How much extra per chip? If the increase is too low, it won't be worth it, we won't want to go through the extra trouble. The fruit manager held up one finger, 100 yuan per chip. That's a pretty high price, right? Alright, no wonder fruit company is so deep-pocketed. I accept your terms. As long as the extra payment is secured, I'll deliver all remaining chips on schedule within 3 months. Is that fast enough? The fruit company manager was thrilled. This timeline completely exceeded his expectations. The National Defense University had been holding up their chip deliveries, causing constant delays. This had been causing Apple immense hardship, significantly impacting the company's strategic plans. Getting all the chips sooner would at least eliminate the worry of being held hostage by chip shortages. That's straightforward. We'll proceed exactly as Mr. Lin suggested. I'll draft the contract immediately. Not only will the remaining goods be delivered in full within 3 months, but also clearly stipulate the monthly delivery quantities. The fruit company manager absolutely cannot be fooled again. The contract must be meticulously detailed. That's exactly what I had in mind. I'll follow your lead on everything. Lin Hai agreed immediately. This negotiation went unexpectedly smoothly. The fruit company paid more, and the National Defense University benefited. The outcome of the negotiations was a pleasant surprise. With this large quantity of chips, the fruit company's production capacity will no longer be an issue. They would soon reclaim the lost market share. Both parties were highly satisfied with the negotiations. Each felt they had secured a significant advantage. Lin Hai dared to sign this contract with them because he had already produced most of the chips in advance and stockpiled them all in the warehouse. He'd simply been shipping them smaller quantities. Moreover, the production line's capacity hadn't yet reached its peak. With some overtime, they could actually deliver ahead of schedule. This was the greatest advantage of having independent lithography machine production capabilities. Production lines could be rapidly scaled up to meet any capacity demand. The fruit company's negotiation team returned jubilantly with the contract in hand. Lin Hai told Li Xiaozhang, starting tomorrow, increase the shipment volume to them. Though it's a 3-month contract, we should aim to deliver everything within 2 months. Our factory workers will have to put in some extra effort. Double their overtime pay, and after the rush, give them a long vacation to rest properly. Wages will continue during the vacation period. No problem. Our production planning already has double the capacity. This is also our contingency plan for sudden sales spikes when chip supplies fall short. Use these 2 months of overtime to ramp up production capacity quickly. Li Xiaochang agreed. The fruit company swiftly secured the required chips and began ramping up production. Their contract manufacturers operated around the clock without rest, running all production lines at full capacity. Supply soon became plentiful, and sales climbed steadily. Reviewing the daily sales reports, the fruit company president finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although it cost a bit more, it was negligible compared to the profit per phone. At worst, they could simply sell more accessories and raise their prices slightly. The lost money could be easily recouped. The factory at the National Defense University added new production lines, accelerating the manufacturing of camera drones. Longwei Company's new smartphone model was successfully designed. Every technician was determined to thoroughly defeat Apple this time. Everyone volunteered to work overtime, racing against the clock to meet deadlines. After the prototype phones were produced, they underwent various tests. Once quality was confirmed, mass production commenced. Longwei's production lines were running at full capacity to prepare 5 million units of inventory before the official launch. To make room for the new model, current flagship phones were being discounted. The goal is to eliminate all existing inventory. News of Longwei's price cuts quickly spread across the internet. Various mobile phone influencers are commenting on the matter. Among them were paid commentators backed by the fruit company, attempting to discredit Longwei through this incident. See? When Apple makes a move, Longwei phones can't hold their ground. Their flagship phones are already slashing prices so quickly. Longwei always makes bold claims, but their products fall far short of Apple's. What about that diamond screen? Sure, it looks nice, but technically it still can't match Apple phones. For me, Apple's screen is perfectly adequate, but their system is just so much more powerful. It runs smoothly for 5 or 6 years without lag. Domestic phones can never match that. Which phone is stronger? The market will decide. Apple phones are currently in such high demand that sales will soon crush Longwei's. Apple phones will always be the strongest. Longwei couldn't care less about these rumors, biding its time to unleash its trump card. Chapter 193, A Disruptive Product. Online attacks against Longwei intensified, filled with scathing sarcasm. Longwei's fans and patriotic netizens couldn't stand by any longer. They flooded online forums, fiercely countering those deliberately bashing Longwei phones. Both sides engaged in a fierce online war of words. They split into 2 distinct camps. One group supported Apple phones and looked down on Longwei. The other side lambasted those foreign-loving dogs for their lack of loyalty. Using Apple phones is one thing, but why look down on products from your own country when you're all Chinese? The Apple CEO, however, was delighted by this situation. The more exposure they get, the more they save on advertising costs. While some were hired trolls, it attracted more Apple fans to help flood the forums. With sufficient chip supplies, Apple's confidence soared. Over a month later, the National Defense University had already delivered more than half of the chips ordered. Even with its formidable production capacity, the company's contract manufacturer couldn't possibly complete the entire order at once. It would take at least half a year to use up these chips. If too many additional production lines were added, not only would the phones remain unsold, creating inventory that ties up capital, but the production lines would also sit idle afterward, representing a massive waste for the factory. Therefore, the fruit company proceeded with its production plan step by step. Under current conditions, it aims to maximize output. Even surplus units can be temporarily held as inventory. Fruit company remains confident that its brand strength will allow it to continue competing with Longwei. While the online war of words continued to rage, Longwei Company finally made a move. An announcement was posted on their official website. It announced plans to hold a new smartphone product launch event, promising that the new model would bring revolutionary innovations. This announcement quickly spread across the internet. The online rivalry between Apple and Longwei fans had been intensifying in recent days, drawing significant attention. Longwei's sudden announcement of a new phone, especially using the term revolutionary. This instantly piqued the curiosity of many. With smartphones already at this level of development, what could possibly be revolutionary enough to disrupt the market? It's hard to fathom. Still, it's quite exciting. If Longway dares to make such claims, they must have considerable confidence. Could it be another foldable or rollable screen? While visually impressive, such designs seem far from practical. Both the mechanical structure and the screen are prone to issues. Plus, South Korea already released a phone like this before too many issues made it only viable for a very niche audience. If it's just rehashing old tech, that's hardly innovation, let alone disruptive. I see Longway has been getting beaten back by Apple lately. They're probably just trying to create buzz to grab attention. I think domestic phones can only compete by stacking hardware they can't deliver any real technological innovation. Online reactions range from eager anticipation to scathing mockery. Longway Company has remained silent for days. They've met online skepticism and questions with silence. This has only fueled skeptics' excitement, confirming their suspicions. They believe Longway is merely seeking attention to get free publicity. They continued mocking Longway online. Little did they know that Longway was frantically producing the new phones, needing sufficient stock before an official launch. If the initial stock proved insufficient, scalpers would instantly snap up every unit upon release. Then they'd be sold to consumers at several times the original price. This would be devastating for Longway's loyal supporters. After careful consideration, they only leaked hints about the product and did not rush to announce it. The executives at Fruit Company spent several tense days worrying that Longway had launched a counterattack. Yet to their surprise, not a single move followed for days, not even a hint about the new phone. Sales of the Fruit phone not only remained unaffected but actually improved. Longway Company felt it had no effective countermeasures and could no longer pose a threat. Thus, the Fruit Company continued to ramp up production to meet market demand. Half a month later, Longway suddenly released a video. On a coastal road, a couple rode bicycles side by side. They were leisurely enjoying the scenery. The young man then pulled out a very stylish smartphone. He activated the camera function, revealing a camera lens on the phone's surface. Seeing this, some people started to feel disappointed. Oh dear, looks like this is the new phone from Longway. Isn't it just the same old pop-up camera? It's laughable, how dare they release such outdated technology? It's been proven time and again that pop-up cameras are mechanically unreliable. Most phone manufacturers ditched them ages ago. Longway has really screwed up. They hyped up this mysterious campaign to grab consumers' attention, only to unveil outdated tech. What a letdown. Then the camera pulled back to a wide shot, capturing someone taking a selfie with the phone. Something's off here. Why doesn't this phone have a rear camera? Is it only meant for selfies? That's just ridiculous. What a ripoff. Beyond selfies, they've even scrapped the basic photo function. Has Longway Company become so cash-strapped they can't even afford lenses? How could they release such an absurd phone? In an instant, screens flooded with skeptical comments. Everyone expressed utter bewilderment. What kind of brain-dead design would remove the rear camera? The video continued playing. After taking the selfie, the camera slowly floated upward, while the boy slid the phone back into his pocket. The camera hovered at a fixed distance in midair, following the boy as he walked. The video then zooms in for a close-up, revealing it's actually a tiny drone. The boy gestures to direct the drone forward, maintaining a steady distance. Then the boy and girl rode their bicycles very close together and began taking selfies. They freely commanded the drone, capturing photos from various angles. By the end of the video, the couple sits on a roadside bench. Together, they looked at the photos captured on their phone. Viewers of this video are now stunned and speechless. They waited until the video ended. All the netizens were beyond thrilled. Holy crap, they actually built a camera into a drone? That's insane. Holy crap. Longway is really going to take off with this. This tech is just insane. Imagine phones bundled with drones. You could selfie and record videos freely, no selfie stick needed. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. Important things deserve repeating 3 times. Forgive my lack of words, I can't even describe how I feel right now. I absolutely have to get my hands on this insanely cool phone. The video's comments are already so dense they're completely covering the playback page. Views have skyrocketed past 100 million and are still climbing rapidly. It's become the hottest trending topic online. Chapter 194, Longway faces lawsuit. Longway's phone is about to blow up big time. Buy a phone and get a drone for free? That's insane. Screw it, I'm saving up right now, gotta get one too. Now let's see how Apple responds. I bet they're completely baffled. Longway Company's online video caused a massive sensation, with more and more people commenting and asking questions online. Everyone was utterly amazed. A few people raised their doubts. As someone in drone technology, I think this design concept is fundamentally flawed. How big a battery can such a tiny drone hold? Battery life is a huge issue. Could this be a special effect? Besides the battery, it needs space for the camera, memory card, motors, and fans. There's no way it could hold that much power. I think this is just a concept. Unless they're using nuclear batteries, there's no way it could sustain such long-term flight. We might not even master this technology within the next decade. More people are starting to analyze this calmly, while paid commenters from other manufacturers are desperately attacking Longway by finding flaws. After all, the technology Longway unveiled with this phone is truly mind-blowing. If it actually hits the market, how could other manufacturers' flagship phones possibly compete? For a time, many manufacturers launched full-scale criticism against Longway, accusing the company of misleading consumers with unreliable technology. The internet erupted once more, with discussions swirling around Longway's video. The consensus reached was unanimous: such technology was fundamentally impossible to achieve. Apple's stock suddenly plummeted by 12%, marking its steepest decline ever. Clearly impacted by the video, investors expressed pessimism about the company's future prospects. While many expressed skepticism, those familiar with Longway knew the company wouldn't make such claims without solid backing. If the technology shown in the video were truly achievable, every smartphone manufacturer would likely be crushed by Longway. Some investors have already begun liquidating their Apple stock positions. Of course, even if such technology becomes a reality, the price would undoubtedly be steep. Mid to low-end phones would be minimally affected. Globally, the top-selling premium phones are Apple's and Samsung's. These two companies will face the most severe impact, with their stocks taking the hardest hit. An emergency meeting was convened immediately to have technical experts analyze whether the technology demonstrated in Longway's video was feasible. As the two top-tier smartphone manufacturers, they possess the most elite technical personnel. Yet after thorough analysis, they concluded it was fundamentally impossible to achieve. The most critical hurdle lies in battery technology. Current global battery advancements simply cannot support such a feat. Moreover, the cost of other components was shockingly high. Crucially, this miniature drone was simply too small, no larger than a human fingernail, and incredibly thin. Packing in so much high-tech, even if it were somehow built, the cost would be astronomical. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If such technology truly existed, it would undoubtedly be deployed for military use first. If it were used in smartphones, how much would each phone cost? Probably only a handful of people worldwide could afford it. The technical director of Fruit Company ultimately reached this conclusion. Though the Apple CEO felt uneasy, the technical analysis made the idea seem increasingly implausible. Since we've confirmed this video is merely a concept, we can't compromise any further. We must sue Longway Company. Their promotional tactics constitute unfair competition. It's causing significant disruption to all other phone manufacturers. The CEO glanced at the director, then fixed his gaze on the legal department manager. Begin gathering evidence immediately and initiate legal proceedings against Longway Company. Understood. Given the current situation, as long as Longway Company cannot produce the product, we can prove they engaged in unfair competition. We will win this case. The legal department manager responded immediately. The explosive phone company from South Korea is also involved in this matter. After thorough technical analysis, they confirmed this was merely a conceptual technology. However, the released video failed to clarify this point. This misled consumers into believing Longway Company could actually produce this phone. This caused their stock to plummet. The loss of hundreds of billions of dollars left them furious, demanding compensation. Both companies simultaneously announced they would jointly sue Longway Corporation. It was like an explosive news story erupting across the internet. Many began questioning Longway Corporation. Many believed that Fruit Company's acquisition of the 3nm chip posed a threat to Longway. Longway Company then launched a conceptual advertisement. Many people's impression of Longway Company suddenly deteriorated significantly. The main reason was the overwhelming disappointment that followed the initial excitement. What on earth is this? How could Longway Company do something like this, ruining my expectations? I knew this technology was highly unreliable all along. If it were truly feasible, Apple would have already implemented it. There's no way they'd wait for Longway to design it. If such an advanced battery truly existed, it would have been used in electric vehicles long ago, easily surpassing a range of thousands of kilometers. They simply don't possess this kind of technology. Longway Company has gotten too big for its britches, daring to engage in false advertising. Now they're facing a lawsuit. A multi-billion-dollar compensation could completely bankrupt Longway. Now, Longway fans, what do you have to say? Longway can't afford that much. Hurry up and donate to save Longway. Ha! Longway's fans, of course, refuse to back down. They've directly called Longway's customer service hotline to inquire about the situation. The responses they received were all variations of Longway absolutely does not engage in false advertising. Please stay tuned. This involves Longway's confidential matters and cannot be disclosed at this time. We appreciate your understanding. This evasive response left people equally baffled. What exactly is Longway up to? With no other choice, they could only continue waiting. But the number of disappointed people keeps growing. I was actually saving up to buy such a cool phone. But given the current public sentiment and news, it seems utterly unattainable. Meanwhile, Longway Corporation received lawsuits from both Fruit Company and Explosion Company. Upon receiving the lawsuit from his assistant, the Longway CEO smiled faintly. He had hoped to delay a few more days to build up inventory. It appears our competitors won't grant us any more time. Inform the marketing manager to schedule a press conference immediately. We can't let down the fans who support us. Understood. The assistant replied promptly. At that moment, he too felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. Longway will unveil the product immediately and astonish the world. Just imagining the press conference was enough to know it would create a massive sensation. After all, the promotional video didn't fully explain all the features. The big reveal was obviously saved for the launch event. Chapter 195, what the heck? Holding a launch event at this critical moment? The world's two top tech giants jointly sued Longway Corporation. Even the international court is taking this extremely seriously. They dispatched their most formidable team to investigate the evidence. The published lawsuit, demanding a staggering 1 trillion yuan in damages, has sent shockwaves through the entire industry. If Longway Corporation loses the case, it might go bankrupt outright due to the massive compensation. Goodness gracious, Longway is in serious trouble now. $1 trillion yuan in damages? That's outrageous. I bet it could break the Guinness World Record and go down in history. And it doesn't stop there. Since these two giants dared to file the lawsuit, they must have substantial grounds for confidence. Longway Company is clearly in the wrong here, making a loss highly probable. This is truly a lawsuit of the century. Not only are two tech giants taking on Longway, but they have the backing of the US and South Korea. How could Longway possibly withstand this? They've been peddling false advertising concepts, now they're getting a harsh lesson. Netizens aren't the only ones buzzing with heated discussions. Many prominent lawyers are also jumping on the bandwagon, analyzing who holds the higher odds of winning. The consensus? Longway stands little chance. After all, such cutting-edge technology is beyond the capabilities of any company. Professional engineers have already reached this conclusion. Since the product cannot be manufactured, such promotional claims have harmed other companies. Therefore, Longway's defeat in court is an inevitable outcome. Other mobile phone manufacturers were also watching the outcome closely. If Apple and Explosion Corp win their lawsuits, they'll immediately file claims seeking compensation. For a moment, it seemed as though Longway Company was on the brink of collapse. This incident even caught the attention of high-level government officials. The Prime Minister personally inquired with Longway Company about the situation, asking what exactly was going on. Would state intervention be necessary to mediate? Longway Corporation's existence was crucial to Huaxia. It absolutely could not be allowed to collapse due to a court defeat. Soon, the Premier received a response to his inquiry, a highly classified document placed on his desk. After opening it and reviewing its contents carefully, the Prime Minister was first stunned, then his expression shifted to one of immense delight. Excellent. Absolutely splendid. With such advanced technology at our disposal, it's high time we taught those foreign manufacturers a lesson. Let Longway Company proceed boldly, they have the nation's backing. Those nations have been stirring trouble behind the scenes, this is our modest response. The Prime Minister's mood suddenly lifted considerably, and he even began to anticipate the outcome of revealing the trump card. Just 3 days before the trial was set to begin, Longway Corporation unexpectedly announced a new product launch event. Longway fans wishing to attend could register online. The launch event was scheduled for the evening before the court hearing. The news sent shockwaves through the internet once more. The relentless stream of announcements left netizens feeling overwhelmed, their hearts pounding wildly. What is Longway up to? How can they even think about holding a new product launch the day before the trial? Don't tell me Longway actually built the phone from that video. Thrilling. This plot twist is absolutely electrifying. It seems Longway Company isn't without its trump cards, they're about to play their ace. Whether they can turn the tables remains to be seen. Hee, I snagged tickets to the launch event and am heading out right now. Damn it, I tried snagging tickets and they sold out instantly. You actually got tickets to the launch event? I'm green with envy. I have a feeling this press conference is going to be extraordinary. It's bound to feature an explosive product launch. I thought Longway Company was too scared to speak up, but turns out they've been as steady as an old dog, fully prepared all along. They wouldn't actually make a phone with a drone camera, would they? How much will it cost? Hope my savings can cover it. Damn. If they actually pull off that phone, I'd buy one even if it costs 30 grand. With a phone this cool, it'd be absolutely awesome. I'll pay 10 grand for a spot at the launch event. Anyone willing to sell me one? Easy 10 grand profit. Man, you're being cheap. I'll pay 20 grand. I have to witness this historic moment. I refuse to believe Longway would make false claims, but if they actually made this phone, it would be utterly revolutionary. I'll pay 30 grand. Anyone selling a ticket? I'm going to see this with my own eyes. Longway's approach instantly gave many fans unwavering confidence. But the two major manufacturers, Apple and Exploding Phone, grew increasingly uneasy. They scrambled to gather intelligence, but Longway's secrecy was impenetrable. All R&D personnel were confined to the development facility, barred from any external contact. Even if a spy infiltrated the project, there was no way to leak information. The two CEOs were pacing like ants on a hot pan. They had already filed lawsuits, a desperate, all-or-nothing gamble. If Longway won the lawsuit, it would be a complete humiliation for them. Longway Corporation would then ascend to the pinnacle of success, trampling both their companies underfoot. Damn it, this is absolutely infuriating. Longway, you're keeping me from getting a single night's rest. What exactly are they trying to pull? Could it be they're trying to use psychological tactics to force us to drop the lawsuit? No way. I refuse to believe they could actually create such an amazing product. The Fruit CEO had completely lost his composure by now. The lack of any useful information left him feeling extremely anxious and uneasy. He'd likely be unable to sleep for the next couple of days. The CEO of Exploding Phone was even more anxious. Although both Apple and Longway phones were competitors, Apple phones boasted higher technological sophistication and the advantage of their operating system. Both Explosion and Longway phones were built on modified open-source systems. Therefore, if Longway phones sell well, they would primarily target Explosion's high-end models. If Fruit phones can't compete with Longway, they'll slash prices to capture the end-user market. This would further erode Explosion's market share. Are they supposed to compete in the low-end market at high costs? In the mid to low-end market, other Chinese manufacturers have matured significantly, squeezing profits to near zero margins. If they were to do that, Explosion phones might go bankrupt outright and exit the market forever. Once they lose their flagship products, the various accessories they produce would face a catastrophic plunge in sales. The CEO of Explosion Company stayed up all night, and by the next day, his hair had noticeably turned much grayer. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with both rage and helplessness. Chapter 196, Blockbuster Launch Unrivaled. Speculation ran rampant online. Some believed Longway was waging psychological warfare to force its two rivals into a truce. Others believed Longway Corporation had likely mastered cutting-edge technology, enabling them to develop the product. To hold a new product launch at such a critical juncture must mean they were absolutely certain of success. News on this topic dominated major media outlets. Numerous experts have emerged, solemnly analyzing the winning prospects of both sides. Even now, numerous technical experts remain skeptical about Longway's prospects. They argue that such cutting-edge technology couldn't possibly be developed so quickly, let alone be used in consumer products. If deployed in military applications, wouldn't it become an unbeatable force? Regardless of the commentary, all eyes are on Longway's upcoming press conference. After all, the timing of the announcement was remarkably strategic. If Longway can actually deliver the product, they won't even need to defend themselves and court victory would be immediate. One could easily imagine the stock prices of Apple and Samsung plummeting in a straight line. Should Longway fail to deliver, it would face trillions in damages and collapse on the spot. Those who snagged tickets to the press conference were posting photos online, drawing envy from countless people. Despite the exorbitant ticket price, a staggering 5,000 yuan each, they were still in short supply. Many people commented below, willing to pay a premium to snatch them up. Yet no one was willing to relinquish such a precious opportunity. Many stock trading gamblers have already started placing bets. After all, foreign stocks allow both long and short positions choose the right direction, and overnight riches are possible. Finally, the day of the launch event arrived. At 9 p.m., the venue was lavishly decorated. Longway's product manager stepped onto the stage. At that moment, both the live audience and viewers watching the livestream held their breath in anticipation. They were desperate to know what products this launch would bring. Would the phone featured in the video actually be unveiled? The product manager was crisp and decisive. Stepping forward, he stated directly, "I believe everyone here is feeling particularly excited right now, and you've all come with the same question. You all want to know what kind of product this launch event is about, right?" "Yes," the entire audience shouted in unison. "Hurry up and tell us the results, we can't wait any longer." Many people below were shouting in unison. These past few days had truly kept them on tenterhooks. It had been incredibly tough. The product manager acted decisively, grabbing the microphone and shouting, "All right, let's not waste any more time." He pulled a phone from his pocket. Everyone's eyes were glued to it. The phone's design was identical to the one in the video. Moreover, the product manager was projected onto the large screen, allowing even the farthest audience members to see clearly. Amidst the audience's mixture of anticipation and astonishment, the manager activated the phone's camera. The lens drone shot out and hovered steadily in midair. The lens connected to the large screen, displaying both the product manager's operations and the live footage captured by the camera. After a moment of stunned silence, the entire venue erupted in thunderous applause. They had witnessed it firsthand. This phone truly possessed a lens drone. There was no longer any room for doubt. The product manager then began detailing the phone's features, with the core focus remaining on the camera drone. Gestures and voice commands could direct the lens drone to perform various actions and adjust its distance. It could also be programmed to maintain fixed poses or take photos with a blink. The camera drone's controls are highly intelligent, capable of understanding numerous commands. The phone itself can function as a controller, achieving a maximum operating range of 100 meters. One astonishing specification after another was revealed. But the most surprising revelation is that this compact drone delivers a remarkable 15-minute flight time. But that's not the most astonishing part. It supports wireless charging within a 10-meter range. As long as the drone stays within 10 meters of the phone, it can theoretically achieve infinite flight time. Such a tiny drone packs in so much cutting-edge technology. Suddenly, it seems flawless. With a phone like this to show off, you'd be unstoppable. I couldn't care less about any other features now. All I can think about now is how to get my hands on it. What's the price tag? I can already imagine how wildly popular this phone will be when it launches. Just filming videos with it during the early days could easily recoup the cost. Even if you just resell it after getting your hands on it, you could easily make thousands or tens of thousands. The product manager demonstrated every single feature. Then he gave a mysterious little smile. "I bet what everyone wants to know most right now is the price, right? We're dying to know. Hurry up and tell us, don't keep us in suspense. We really want to know the price. I can't wait any longer, just announce the price already. Cut the nonsense, announce the price immediately, right now, this instant. Or else I'll get seriously pissed." The audience is clamoring in unison, demanding the price be revealed. "Quiet. If you keep making all this noise, I won't be able to hear a thing." In an instant, the entire venue fell deathly silent. Everyone held their breath, eyes fixed intently on the product manager. The product manager waved his hand. The prices for the 3 phone configurations appeared on the large screen. The most affordable model was priced at 9,000 huaxia currency, the mid-range model at 10,000 huaxia currency, and the top-tier model at 12,000 huaxia currency. Upon hearing this news, both the live audience and those watching the live stream online couldn't believe their eyes. Some even slapped themselves in disbelief. Holy, what the hell is this? Am I dreaming? These prices are ridiculously cheap. How can a drone with such great performance be sold at such a low price? Is Longway planning to give away phones with drone purchases? This pricing is practically trying to wipe out all other manufacturers. Forget Apple phones or exploding phones, they'll all be stuck with unsold inventory. Damn, this isn't a new product launch, it's like dropping a nuclear bomb on the competition to wipe them out. I was ready to shell out 30 grand, but they say the top of the line model is only 12 grand? That's practically giving it away. The product manager relished the audience's reaction. Such a heated scene could only be experienced by the pinnacle of the fruit company. Now it's time for Longway Corporation to dominate the market. This product launch was deliberately kept brief, featuring only this single product. After the presentation, it would conclude. The product manager concluded by addressing the entire audience. To express our gratitude for your support, Longway Company has decided to present everyone with a gift. Everyone attending the launch event will receive priority access to purchase the new smartphone upon departure. And your admission ticket will cover the full price. The moment he said this, the entire venue erupted. Fans shouted at the top of their lungs. Holy crap! Longway, I love you. You're so awesome. Chapter 197, tonight's sales ignite the entire venue. Longway Company's benefit truly resonated deeply with everyone. Netizens watching the live stream on their computers were green with envy. Holy crap, getting priority purchase just for attending the launch event? They're spoiling their fans way too much. Why didn't I snag a ticket? I'm so jealous I could die. The phone's priced so low, it feels like you could make 10 grand just by flipping it. I'd kill to snag one of those first batch phones, I'd pay 30 grand for one. Anyone selling, hit me up. It's over. Totally over. With a phone this cost effective, you can imagine how fierce the initial scramble will be. Regular folks stand no chance against scalpers, will just have to buy at inflated prices. Live stream messages flooded the screen and were projected onto the big display. The product manager reassured them, don't worry about supply shortages, we've already ramped up production to full capacity. We've prepared 5 million units in advance to ensure everyone can purchase smoothly. Our country is growing increasingly powerful. Dragon Mobile now manufactures its own critical components, so there's absolutely no risk of supply chain bottlenecks. Please do not buy phones from scalpers at inflated prices. The product manager beamed with pride. Longway no longer fears sanctions from the US. Production capacity has skyrocketed, fully meeting market demand. Wow! With 5 million units in stock, everyone will definitely get one this time. No wonder Longway hasn't released any updates lately, they've been working non-stop to ramp up production. Way to go! Longway hasn't let me down. What's there to talk about? I'm already at the storefront, and there are already 50 people ahead of me in line. Once sales start, I'll definitely be in the first batch to buy. Damn, you're such a sucker. The launch event isn't even over yet and you're already lining up. I gotta get moving too, hope the line isn't too long. More and more people realize that lining up now still gave them a chance to snag the phone in the first batch. Soon, videos of people lining up overnight started popping up online. Some even started live streams, racking up massive view counts. This was the shortest product launch in Longway Company's history, featuring only one product. The event concluded immediately after the announcement. Yet not a single person voiced any complaints, instead, everyone was exceptionally satisfied. Everyone filed out in orderly lines, with phones available for purchase upon departure. The phones were already stocked and ready, available for free selection. Upon receiving their phones, everyone excitedly posted online immediately to show off to their followers. These videos and posts garnered massive views, watched by people filled with envy. Some even began testing their phones on the spot. They discovered the phone's performance was exceptionally powerful, even running large games smoothly without overheating. The drone photography was unmatched, and the gesture and voice controls were incredibly smart. Some even started live streaming directly from their new phones. Outside the flagship store, the queue swelled into a long line late into the night. Concerned for fan safety, Longway Company immediately announced an early evening sales start. Longway's flagship store was ablaze with lights and bustling with activity throughout the night. Longway's gesture earned widespread praise online, truly considerate for fans and users alike. Longway's triumph sparked nationwide celebrations, significantly boosting national confidence. In stark contrast to Longway's thriving success, Fruit Company and Explosion Company, their entire senior management and CEOs looked ashen-faced. Longway had actually succeeded in creating a smartphone with a built-in drone. This technology left them in awe, utterly out of reach. Its sheer dominance had completely sapped their will to compete. While it was night in China, it was daytime in the United States. Apple stock plummeted in a straight line, dropping another 16% in one fell swoop. Once again breaking the record for the largest single-day drop in history. Investors suffered massive losses. Some were already ranting online about storming Apple's headquarters. The Fruit Company CEO's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID, his legal team. He answered the call. President, we've seen Longway's press conference. There's no need for tomorrow's court hearing. Should we withdraw the lawsuit now? Their main claim was false advertising against Longway, but the company has already unveiled the actual products and even started sales immediately after the launch event. Their lawsuit is bound to fail. Persisting with this hardline stance will only invite more ridicule. Understood. Withdraw the lawsuit and come back. The Fruit CEO replied weakly before hanging up the phone. His mind was now a blank slate. Faced with Longway's relentless assault, he found himself utterly defenseless. Back in the day, how glorious they had been. Every supplier had to dance to their tune to make a profit. If they wanted any supplier to go under, those suppliers never had a chance to fight back. Cut their orders, and they'd be finished in an instant. Using this tactic, they forced China's suppliers into ever greater competition, relentlessly squeezing their profits. All could only survive by clinging to the fruit company. Unexpectedly, with Longwei's rise, their downfall came so swiftly. They can no longer compete with Longwei in the high-end market. At best, only a handful of die-hard fans will still buy their premium phones. But such sales volumes wouldn't even cover R&D expenses. Continuing down this path would only lead to massive losses. The Apple CEO sighed helplessly, finally resolving to cut off the arm to save the body. Lower prices to compete in the mid-range market while continuing to develop camera drone technology. They must have a phone with a camera drone. Only by doing so could they reclaim market share. But their engineers had already discussed this in meetings. Their current technology simply couldn't achieve it. To produce a phone of this caliber, they must find a supplier for camera drones. It was obvious without even thinking it must be another product from the National Defense University. They hadn't even secured diamond screens. How could they possibly sell such basic technology to them? Moreover, with Longwei phones selling so well, their components were likely in short supply. At the very least, they wouldn't be able to obtain such components anytime soon. At this moment, the Fruit CEO finally experienced firsthand the feeling President Long had endured when sanctioned by the United States years ago. It was utterly hopeless and powerless. The Fruit CEO knew he must prepare to relinquish his company's dominance in the smartphone market. The high-end smartphone market would henceforth be completely and utterly dominated by Longwei Corporation. Meanwhile, China's financial national team was rapidly manipulating their computers. Having received advance intelligence, they had already begun shorting the stocks of Fruit Incorporated and Explosion Inc. Shares of their related supporting industries also plummeted. In just one night, they had already reaped profits exceeding 200 billion. Finally, it's our turn to reap the rewards from Western high-tech companies. We've finally gotten our revenge. A trader shouted with delight. Chapter 198, The Best Gift. The head of the national team briefed senior leadership on the operation's results. After hearing the report, the leader was also deeply moved. In the past, we were no match for foreign teams in the financial markets. Their techniques were far more sophisticated. Moreover, they could collaborate with Western companies to suppress Chinese firms, achieving a perfect win rate. Compounded by the aggressive stance of the United States and its Western allies. Even if other nations suffered setbacks, they found it difficult to counter their financial institutions and could only accept their misfortune. Most developing nations and smaller countries were routinely exploited in financial markets. Now, with China leveraging Lin Hai's technology, they have successfully harvested the Western financial markets twice. It has finally reaped significant benefits. This marks a major turning point for China. It signifies that China's economy now possesses the foundation to dominate the world. Everyone has worked hard, but we must push even harder. Longwei Corporation's competitive edge has only just begun to manifest, and it will continue to seize more market share. Whether it's Fruit Company or Explosion Company, their stock prices are bound to keep falling. We must seize this opportunity and press our advantage. Rest assured, leader, even if we work through the night, we won't feel the fatigue. Finally, we've had our moment to shine. Everyone's spirits are high. Alright, keep up the great work. Keep me updated on any developments. Yes, sir. Western financial firms suffered massive losses in an instant. They were major shareholders in both Fruit Company and Explosion Company. Until now, they'd been considered top-tier assets, holding substantial stakes. No one anticipated the crash would come so swiftly. There wasn't even time to react. Except for a few shrewd veterans who sensed trouble and bailed early, countless financial firms were completely wiped out. Those that had leveraged their positions suffered even greater losses. Their entire assets vanished in an instant, leaving them deeply in debt to financing companies. Many financial company owners took their own lives by jumping off rooftops. Such incidents were not uncommon on Wall Street. They had long ceased to be surprising. Lin Hai watched the press conference at the Research Institute, a knowing smile on his face. Personally elevating Longwei Company to the pinnacle of success brought him immense satisfaction. Domestic consumers using Longwei phones would now feel immense pride and confidence. Few would likely still consider owning a Fruit phone a status symbol. Lin Hai picked up his phone and dialed Lee Moore's number. Moore, what are you up to? Have you gone to bed yet? Lee Moore was pleasantly surprised by Lin Hai's unexpected call. Work had kept him so busy lately that he rarely found time to reach out to her. Not yet. My roommates and I are watching Longwei's phone launch event. It was absolutely mind-blowing. I'm still buzzing with excitement. Every word from Moore radiated pure joy and excitement. As domestic companies grow stronger, they all feel happy for them. The event's over, why not go out on a date? The sudden joy left Lee Moore momentarily speechless. Huh? It's so late, do you even have time? Of course I do. Hurry up and get ready, I'll meet you downstairs at your dorm right now. Okay, I'll change right away. Lin Hai's invitation sent Lee Moore's heart racing with excitement. She hurried to pick out a pretty outfit. She had already prepared for bed in her dorm room, removing her makeup, but now she had to rush to apply it again. Her roommates were utterly envious when they heard Lee Moore was going on a date with Lin Hai. After all, Lee Moore was the campus beauty of the National Defense University, and Lin Hai was an idol to everyone there. Both were immensely popular on campus, and their relationship was no secret. They were the couple everyone envied. Wow, what's gotten into Lin Hai today asking you out himself? How enviable. Should we tag along too? That makes sense. I'm also super curious about what you two talk about on dates. Exactly. I totally agree. Let's witness the entire process of Moore and Lin Hai's date today. The roommates chattered excitedly among themselves. Li Moore immediately refused. No way. I finally got a chance to go on a date. I don't need you guys as third wheels. If you want to go on a date, find your own boyfriend. No peeking allowed. Li Moore was dying to know what Lin Hai wanted to talk about when he asked her out. She didn't want anyone to interrupt such a sweet moment. She really does prioritize romance over friendship. Once she gets a boyfriend, she doesn't even care about her roommates anymore. Don't worry, we won't bother you. But when you get back, you have to tell us all about your date. Yeah, I'm dying to know too. The girls were incredibly gossipy, looking determined not to give up until she agreed. Fine, as long as you don't sneak peeks, I'll tell you all about it when I get back. Li Moore reluctantly agreed. Time's running out, will help you get ready. With your beauty, a little extra effort will definitely make Lin Hai fall head over heels. You'll definitely have Lin Hai head over heels. So while we play around, when it comes to serious matters, everyone pitches in to help. Soon, they had transformed Li Moore into a goddess. Li Moore firmly refused her roommate's offer to walk her there, heading down to the dorm building alone. Lin Hai was already waiting below. Seeing Li Moore in her long dress, she appeared exceptionally tall. Her slender waist, barely a hand's width, gave her an air of delicate fragility. Any man who saw her would surely be captivated. You look absolutely stunning today, truly breathtaking. Lin Hai's eyes darted up and down her figure, filled with admiration. Li Moore's cheeks flushed slightly, yet her heart felt as sweet as honey. What's gotten into you today? You're so smooth with your words. We see each other all the time, it's not like we haven't seen each other before. I've always looked like this, haven't I? Li Moore said, feigning seriousness. Of course. You're exceptionally beautiful every day, I can never get enough. But for some reason, you look especially beautiful today. Flattered to the core, Li Moore felt her heart blossom. Yet as more classmates returned and kept glancing their way, she suddenly grew self-conscious. What brings you here today? Li Moore asked. Come on, Lin Hai said. I brought you a gift. Let's find somewhere else to look at it together. Curious, Li Moore let Lin Hai take her hand. They arrived at the school garden. Lin Hai finally pulled out the gift. Take a look. Do you like it? Li Moore unwrapped the gift and gasped in surprise upon seeing what was inside. Wow, isn't this the brand new phone model just released by Longwei? Only people who attended the launch event could get their hands on it first. Where did you even get this? Li Moore asked, her face full of disbelief. Haha, what's the big deal? I developed the camera drone myself. Getting an advance sample sent to me is perfectly normal, right? Lin Hai said with a smile. Chapter 199, the facade finally crumbles. So you really did develop it. I'd actually suspected as much all along. You've been so busy these past few days, I knew you must be working on something incredibly important. Li Moore gazed at Lin Hai with admiration. This was her boyfriend, the most brilliant person in the world. With this technology, Longwei will never fear Apple again. We can absolutely become the global mobile phone leader. Quick, take a look at this phone's features. Do you like it? Lin Hai helped Li Moore insert her SIM card and turned on the phone. I absolutely love it, this is the gift I've always dreamed of. When I bring this back to my roommates, they'll be so jealous. Li Moore's beautiful big eyes sparkled with an extraordinary brightness, like little stars. She couldn't be happier at that moment. Glad you like it. Looks like I picked the right gift. Lin Hai swapped out the memory card, turned on the phone, and transferred the original data over. Then he showed Li Moore how to control the drone. Simply activate the camera, and the drone would automatically take flight. For front-facing camera shots, the lens drone would simply rise up, functioning similarly to the previous extendable camera feature. When the rear camera was activated for photos, the lens drone would automatically fly out and hover in front of the user. Users could choose between gesture commands or voice commands to freely maneuver the camera drone through the air. Even at night, equipped with infrared capabilities, photos and videos remain exceptionally clear. You can also send the lens drone soaring high to capture breathtaking nighttime vistas. Li Moore was learning the drone's control techniques, thoroughly enjoying herself. By the time she had fully mastered its functions, night had fallen. Zhao Tianlai approached and advised, it's getting late. You should head back and get some rest. Li Moore realized how much time had passed and quickly replied, Director Zhao is right. You should go home and rest now. You work so hard, don't stay up late. Alright, I'll walk you back to your dorm. Li Moore didn't refuse. After every date, Lin Hai insisted on seeing her home safely. Li Moore knew Lin Hai was concerned for her safety, and each time, her heart felt warm and fuzzy. The two exchanged a simple farewell in front of the dormitory building. The moment Li Moore stepped into her dorm room, her roommates swarmed around her. Hurry up and tell us what you talked about on your date. Wow, he even gave you a gift. I'm so curious what kind of present Lin Hai gave you. Li Moore generously pulled out her phone to show everyone, this is the newly released Longwei phone Lin Hai's gift to me. At this, the girls squealed with excitement. Oh my gosh. It's the latest model from Longwei? That gift is unbelievable. If someone gave me a gift like this, I'd gladly marry him. Nior, we're so jealous of you having such an amazing boyfriend. I'm so jealous, my eyes are turning red, let me touch this phone. Li Moore generously handed it over for them to examine, explaining its various features as she stood nearby. They were dazzled by the phone's features, letting out gasps of amazement every now and then. Tonight definitely won't be an early night. People across China were celebrating the success of the Dragon brand phone, endlessly replaying the new phone's demonstration videos. Some international netizens were watching too, filled with envy. Their release date was a day later than China's. They were all itching with impatience, unwilling to wait even a single extra day. Even at Longwei stores and retail outlets abroad, crowds of foreigners had already formed queues. They brought small camping tents, planning to queue overnight. Some lines stretched for over 1,000 people. One can only imagine how explosive the sales will be. More importantly, the overseas price of the Longwei phone has increased by 2,000 yuan. Although the total amount in dollars and euros isn't huge. But with such massive sales volume, it will generate incredibly substantial profits. For every 10 million new phones sold, an additional 20 billion yuan in net profit is generated. And given the vast size of the overseas market, sales will certainly exceed 10 million units. After all, customers who previously bought Apple phones are now switching to Longwei, eager to purchase such an advanced device. Yet consumers remain unconcerned about the price, worrying only that they might not secure one in the first batch. Seeing such a frenzy, one could only imagine how miserable Apple and Explosion Company must feel. The president of M Nation was so furious he smashed the table again. Apple had suffered a crushing defeat. Its performance wouldn't just be halved, but likely decimated. Although Explosion Company is based in Korea, its major capital backer remains M Nation. Losing these two tech giants represents only the direct losses. Behind these giants lie countless supporting suppliers, each contributing massive GDP value. When all is said and done, the losses could easily exceed hundreds of billions of dollars, or even reach trillions. Even with M's vast financial resources, such colossal losses would be difficult to bear. This is outrageous. China's threat to us is simply too great. We absolutely cannot allow them to continue developing like this. We must intensify sanctions against them and exhaust every means to suppress China. The M Nation president roared. The think tank advisors of country M were equally helpless at this moment. The US had always relied on energy and high-tech sanctions to suppress China. Previously, this approach had been highly effective, never failing to achieve its goals. But over the past 2 years, the situation has taken a sharp turn. Every time sanctions were imposed on China, China managed to break through these technologies in a remarkably short time. In fact, the breakthrough technologies China developed completely outclassed those held by M Nation. Even when imposing energy sanctions on China, desperately raising energy prices to increase China's production costs. Yet despite importing at higher prices, China still raises prices after processing to sell to developed nations. Not only has China's economy been impacted, but the cost of goods for all Western nations has also increased. It's like cutting off your nose to spite your face. These Western nations have been suffering greatly lately. Only Australia, a major resource exporter, has profited significantly from these sanctions. Even the United States, which imports large quantities of daily necessities from China, has seen its costs rise accordingly. The presidential advisors urgently advised, Mr. President, imposing economic sanctions on China may not be as straightforward as we thought. We must approach this from other angles. The M country president glanced at him and immediately understood. You mean we should apply military pressure on China? Exactly. Last time, China unveiled new weapons that made us lose face. We've already developed next-generation radar technology. This is the perfect opportunity to re-establish our status as a military powerhouse. The strategist declared. Chapter 200, The Military Blockade Plan. You're absolutely right. To economically suppress China, we must first impose a military blockade. We are not fighting alone. Once the United States takes action, our allies will follow suit. After all, Western nations form a community of shared interests, and China is now our common adversary. After analyzing the proposal, the M Nation president immediately expressed agreement. Since economic pressure is impossible, we'll resort to military suppression. Surround China with military might, ready to strike at any moment. This way, there would be no need to fear China daring to resist them. Moreover, China is growing increasingly powerful and may well seize Motorcycle Island. Once Motorcycle Island is lost, the M Nation will have no means left to block China's unification. To achieve its objectives, Country M decided to abandon the rules altogether, openly breaking ties and resorting to military confrontation. It must be noted that Country M boasts the world's largest military budget, several times that of China. Moreover, it boasts numerous allies, all of them developed nations. The military blockade against China had been meticulously planned for years, and now they could finally act without restraint. Country M immediately contacted its allies and convened a secret meeting. Over 30 heads of state gathered in Country M. The M Nation president stated with grave expression, China's rapid rise poses a significant threat to us. They have already snatched a large number of our orders in the high-tech field. If we do not suppress China, they will take over our entire market. I have gathered you all here today to jointly launch a military operation using force to completely seal off China. But what justification can we possibly use? To deploy troops, we must find a suitable pretext. Especially since China has shown almost no military activity lately, focusing all their energy on technological development. Sending troops directly would be utterly unjustifiable. Declared the president of Kangaroo Nation. The justification has long been prepared. We need only establish a missile base in Korea, ostensibly to protect them. But China knows full well that once the missile base is operational, their capital would fall within our strike range. China will inevitably protest vehemently, and we can seize the opportunity to send troops to protect Korea. This justification is perfectly sound. Safeguarding our allies' security is our responsibility. That makes sense. This plan is brilliant. Japan and South Korea constantly complain about being threatened by China. We must adopt a firm stance to keep them firmly on our side. The leader of Geely is a staunch supporter of M-Nation, sending troops to join every war M-Nation launches abroad. Geely also senses immense threat from China's rapid rise. Launcher also immediately raised its hand in support. Their passenger aircraft sales have plummeted, posing a major threat to their national economy. Ever since China began producing its own aircraft, it has cancelled all their orders, causing their passenger jet sales to plummet by 30%. As for China, they were seething with hatred. They all realized that only by exerting full pressure on China could they maintain their status and luxurious lifestyles. Though all were allies, some nations maintained favorable relations with China. They enjoy access to China's vast market, reaping substantial profits annually. Companies from nations with favorable relations with Russia thrive in the market there. Should military action be taken against China, it could severely impact the operations of their companies there. Naturally, they would rush to take advantage of such opportunities. But China is now a global powerhouse, not some small nation to be bullied at will. Seeing some heads of state and presidents still hesitating, the US president's expression turned grave. He continued his persuasion. I know some nations have profited handsomely in China. But you must think deeply about this. Once China rises rapidly, your markets will vanish entirely. The Chinese workforce is exceptionally capable. One worker's productivity rivals that of 3 Western workers. China's production costs and development pace far surpass those of the West. Once they catch up, all developed nations will face immense threats. Our strategy must be to confine China to producing only low-end goods, ensuring a steady supply of the cheapest daily necessities for us. Only this way can we safeguard our eternal interests. After a moment's deliberation, the leaders of other nations could only agree. After all, their interests were intertwined. Even sacrificing some profits was necessary to suppress China. In the end, nearly all cast their votes in favor. These allied nations not only united for military operations but simultaneously courted Japan and South Korea. South Korea suffered even greater losses during this period, as at least half of its economic lifeline depended on Explosion Corporation. Explosion Corporation, facing competition from Huawei, saw its market value plummet by over 30%. The decline continues unabated, with the market showing no signs of recovery. Their hatred for China ran deep. The United States extended an olive branch to South Korea, proposing to establish a missile base there. South Korea immediately welcomed the proposal, recognizing this support wasn't just from the US alone but backed by over 30 of its allies. Desperate for US economic and military backing, South Korea swiftly signed the agreement. It swiftly designated a plot of land for the US. The US immediately announced to the world its plan to establish a new military base in the Korean peninsula and deploy intermediate-range missiles there. The news sent shockwaves across the globe. South Korea's proximity to China meant these missiles could directly target the Chinese capital. For China, it was like a sword hanging over its head. Its fate now lay entirely in the hands of country M. China immediately issued a statement strongly condemning the actions of both South Korea and the United States. This time, China's stance was unwavering. Should South Korea dare deploy intermediate-range missiles, China would respond with equivalent countermeasures. The US seized this opportunity, declaring that its ally, the Korean peninsula, was under threat from China. They announced plans to dispatch warships to conduct joint military exercises in the waters between South Korea and China, ostensibly to protect South Korea's security. They had prepared everything in advance. As soon as the announcement was made, a combined fleet of over 30 nations set sail for the waters between South Korea and China. China's leadership finally grasped the United States' ultimate objective, to unite its allies in imposing a military blockade against China. If successful, China would remain perpetually vulnerable to American attacks, never achieving true security. But China was no longer the nation of old. How could it possibly allow itself to be bullied? Chapter 201, Standing Firm, Never Compromising. Domestic netizens were seething with rage, flooding online forums with condemnations of M-Nation's shameless actions. Those bastards are no different from M-Nation. If they deploy medium-range missiles there, our capital will be in grave danger. We absolutely cannot let them succeed. Economically, M-Nation is no match for us anymore. Finally, they bared their fangs, seeking to impose military pressure on us. Bring it on. China won't be pushed around. If the nation calls, I'll enlist immediately to defend our homeland. Decades ago we defeated M and their coalition forces. We can do it again this time. Well said. Back when our nation was newly founded and our weapons were woefully inadequate, we still defeated those imperialists. Now that China has grown so powerful, failure is simply unthinkable. That bastard country is really asking for it. Once war breaks out, we'll wipe them off the map. A tiny speck of land dares to jump around and provoke us? If they want to die, we'll grant their wish. The overwhelming majority of netizens are united in their hatred and determination, demonstrating tremendous cohesion. Of course, in any crowd, you'll find all sorts of people. Those who worship the West have started spewing their usual snide remarks online. You guys keep shouting about war, but do you really dare to take on the US? The US is the world's most powerful military superpower, and this time they brought their strongest allies for joint exercises. Over 30 nations are participating, nearly all developed countries with formidable military capabilities. 30 against 1, how could we possibly win? I suggest surrendering to M country, accepting all their terms, and submitting to their governance. Then they won't target us. Look at Japan and South Korea. They become developed nations by aligning with M nation. That's the path to prosperity. We shouldn't possess so many weapons. We should destroy them all. Only then will M nation perceive us as non-threatening. These individuals wield considerable influence, not only posting themselves but also hiring large numbers of paid commenters. Online analyses of both sides' capabilities invariably conclude that China has absolutely no chance of victory. Once war breaks out, we'll be annihilated. Seeing these spineless cowards jumping around online, righteous netizens simply couldn't stand it. They immediately report these posts and leave scathing comments berating them. Yet these individuals couldn't care less. In their eyes, the US is forever the best. They'd gladly become their bootlickers at a moment's notice. For a single word of praise from the US, they'd willingly do anything to harm China. Get the hell out of here, you lackeys. You don't deserve to stay in China. I'm truly amazed by these people. Instead of working to build their own country, they spend all day thinking about how to smear their homeland just to be someone else's lackeys. What on earth are they thinking? Ignore them, just report them. I hope the authorities thoroughly investigate these individuals to see if they've accepted enemy bribes and become their spies. This incident has drawn intense global attention. For years, while the US has waged wars abroad, it has only bullied smaller nations. China has grown into the world's second largest economy, and this marks the first direct military confrontation in decades. Crucially, M-Nation has rallied over 30 allied nations. Their warships have already set sail and will soon arrive at China's doorstep. Having stirred up such a commotion, they certainly won't let it rest. Bolstered by this international backing, Japan and South Korea have also dispatched their most formidable warships to join the show of force. The motorcycle province has grown exceptionally brazen, loudly proclaiming that defeating China is essential to forcing China's recognition of their independence. Suddenly, it seemed as though China was under siege, surrounded by enemies on all sides. I fear China faces genuine peril this time. By antagonizing the United States economically, they've truly provoked them. For China to face a siege from over 30 nations at once, it simply cannot withstand such pressure. We'll see whether China will be the first to yield, or if it can repel these 30-plus nations. Though the vast majority hold little hope for China. Some who've suffered oppression from Western nations are voicing support for China online. May China never fall. It must withstand the pressure and crush them. The eyes of nearly the entire world are fixed on the confrontation between China and the Western nations. Nearly every national media outlet is providing real-time coverage. This clash between China and the West could reshape the entire global landscape. Should China fail, it will never regain its strength. Should China emerge victorious, it would possess sufficient strength to become the new global hegemon. Those nations rejected by the West would likely seek refuge under China's wing, becoming its vassals. The atmosphere grows increasingly tense, with no nation able to retreat. China's development over the past 2 years has been exceptionally rapid, with its high-tech capabilities breaking through all blockades. The fighter jet upgrades are complete, with significantly enhanced performance. They are now fully on par with the fighter jets of the United States. Additionally, over 20 supersonic heavy-duty armed helicopters have been produced, capable of delivering formidable combat firepower. This is China's greatest confidence. At least when fighting on its own turf, China has sufficient confidence in victory. Faced with the enemy's relentless pressure, the Chinese government chose not to retreat this time. Instead, it directly deployed an aircraft carrier strike group to conduct military exercises in international waters. The intent was to intercept the enemy on the high seas. The chosen location stunned the entire world. The entire Chinese naval battle group had positioned itself within the waters claimed by the United States for its military exercises. This was nothing short of a direct confrontation. China's overwhelming strength sent a collective gasp of shock around the world. Good heavens, could China truly be preparing to confront the Western coalition? With a tenfold disparity in naval strength alone, how could they possibly win? Could this really spark World War III? China may be powerful, but facing so many nations, it hardly seems like they stand a chance. This is outrageous. With warships already at their doorstep, China has no choice but to fight back. Otherwise, the entire nation would live in constant fear of missile strikes. No country could endure that. Japanese netizen, China is truly finished this time. Why not just invade and carve up the country? South Korean netizen, China has always been our territory since ancient times. This is our chance to take it down. Russian netizen, you two lapdogs only dare bark when your masters arrive. Normally you wouldn't dare utter a peep. Dare to lay a finger on China, and you'll be the first to be wiped out. Curry Nation netizens are also boiling over. Shouldn't we seize this chance to attack China and grab as much land as possible? Though the southern small nations remain silent, they're secretly making preparations. Once China falls, they'll bare their fangs. Chapter 202, the powerful weapon is about to enter the arena. As expected, Curry Nation isn't one to sit idly by. They've amassed 100,000 troops and marched them to China's border. Though they haven't formally declared war, their actions speak volumes. Should China engage in war with the M-Nation coalition and find itself at a disadvantage, they would undoubtedly launch an offensive. China now finds itself besieged on all sides. The military command center bustled with activity as operational plans were meticulously crafted. China still holds many trump cards yet to be played. Once unleashed, these assets would send shockwaves across the globe. The paramount objective is to defeat the M-Nation coalition forces head-on. As for the so-called Curry Nation and other restless minor states, they are utterly insignificant. Simply deploying heavy bombers and supersonic unmanned helicopters would be sufficient to defeat the enemy forces. Given the gravity of the situation, even the chairman has personally visited the command center. Chairman! All the generals stood up and saluted together. The chairman returned their salute. You've all worked hard. How are preparations? Are you confident? We've simulated the battle based on both sides' capabilities even if it escalates into a full-scale war. We have full confidence in defeating the enemy. But it will come at a tremendous cost. Of course, this is the worst-case scenario. A general spoke up. The chairman nodded with satisfaction. The enemy has already arrived at our doorstep. Naturally, we must prepare for the worst-case scenario. If we can subdue the enemy without fighting, that would be ideal. But we absolutely cannot be overly optimistic. Therefore, we must prepare for war. Yes, sir. Our forces will never fear any enemy. Very well. Now, let's discuss our situation. How do you propose to counter the enemy threat? The chairman sat down and looked at the large screen. As both the president of China and chairman of the Central Military Commission, I must have complete mastery over the state of our armed forces. Our military's weaponry has undergone significant upgrades in recent years, which has indeed bolstered our confidence in confrontations. The commander-in-chief of the Navy meticulously outlined their operational plan to the chairman. The chairman listened intently, occasionally interrupting to ask for further details at critical points. Once the presentation concluded, the chairman expressed great satisfaction, yet his expression turned stern. Our military preparations are indeed exceptionally thorough. But I must remind everyone, this time, we absolutely cannot make any concessions. Any concession will only embolden the enemy. If war does break out, we must defeat the enemy with overwhelming force. Our nation is still developing. We absolutely cannot allow the war to drag on too long. Chairman, rest assured our troops possess an iron will, and that is our greatest asset. Victory is the only option in this battle. Defeat is not an option. Lin Hai has also received intelligence. Even the National Defense University has been mobilized. Should the worst-case scenario unfold, students will undoubtedly be mobilized as reserve forces. Lin Hai and the Research Institute's technicians are racing to assemble the Constellation Dragon missiles, now in their final stages. The first batch consists of 2 Star Dragon missiles. Lin Hai intended to defeat the enemy without fighting, forcing their retreat. He believed that merely revealing the Star Dragon missiles would compel the enemy forces to withdraw immediately. If anyone dares to wage war against China, a single Star Dragon strike could annihilate their entire fleet. Such a weapon surpasses nuclear bombs in both power and deterrent effect. As a conventional weapon, the Star Dragon missile would not violate international treaties even if deployed on the battlefield. In fact, its effectiveness far surpassed that of an atomic bomb. After all, atomic bombs are restricted by international treaties, and unless there is a threat of national extinction, there is almost no opportunity to use them. The combined forces of over 30 nations are overwhelmingly formidable. Should hostilities break out, even if China were to emerge victorious, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. The entire nation's economy would plunge into a severe recession. Therefore, the only option is to demonstrate overwhelming strength, compelling the enemy to withdraw voluntarily. Additionally, 10 electromagnetic cannons have been produced and assembled. Deploying them at a critical moment would undoubtedly strike fear into the enemy. Lin Hai, when will the Chuanqing Dragon be fully assembled? Also, since our electromagnetic cannons are now fully produced, can we transport them to the front lines? The enemy warships will be at our doorstep in 3 days. Zhao Tianlai knew these technicians worked day and night without even time to check the clock. It was up to him to remind them. 3 days? Time flies that fast? Lin Hai wiped the sweat from his brow. To meet the deadline, even Lin Hai rolled up his sleeves to help with the work. Zhao Tianlai nodded solemnly. If the Constellation Dragon missiles can't be assembled in time, I think we should deliver the electromagnetic cannon to the military first. Lin Hai slapped his forehead. What was I thinking? I completely forgot the most important thing. Did we forget to submit the progress report for our new weapon development? Li Xiuchan looked completely bewildered before finally catching on. The new weapons we've manufactured haven't undergone testing, and the state has no plans to deploy them. That's why we haven't reported the completion status. We can't possibly hand it over to the state for use before it's fully completed. Look, boss, our secret weapons are sometimes the main attraction. How can we not bring them out? I guarantee you just show these weapons, and that coalition of over 30 nations will turn tail and run. The Star Dragon will be fully assembled within 2 days at most. It won't delay our mission. Hurry and report this to the chairman. Include simulation videos of both weapons in the report. I fear the chairman and military leaders won't grasp the true power of these weapons. Seeing our simulation videos will give them a much clearer picture. Lin Hai suggested. Alright, I'll report to the chairman immediately. Inform them that the Star Dragon missiles will be fully assembled by the day before the enemy warships arrive. Li Xiuchang nodded in agreement. Soon, the chairman received classified materials from the National Defense University Research Institute. There was even a USB drive. After reviewing the documents, he inserted the USB drive into his computer. The USB contained a video simulating experiments with the electromagnetic cannon and the Constellation Dragon. The electromagnetic cannon's destructive power rivaled that of missiles. Firing electromagnetic projectiles in rapid succession, its velocity far exceeded that of conventional artillery. Its firing speed was practically on par with military rocket launchers. The key advantage of electromagnetic cannons is their long range and immense destructive power. These projectiles employ a trajectory-based firing method, making them extremely difficult to defend against. Even if one attempted to defend against them, the enemy's interceptor missiles would be utterly insufficient. Even with just 10 electromagnetic cannons, they can fire over 60 projectiles per minute. This alone amounts to a saturation strike against the enemy. What's even more terrifying is that they can achieve precision strikes against the enemy using satellite positioning. Its destructive power matches that of missiles, yet its cost is a mere 1%. The Star Dragon missiles were even more devastating. Within a radius of several kilometers, countless meteors rained down from the sky like dense dragons attacking the enemy. Their speed is impossible to evade, and there is no defense against them. It was utterly devastating. A single Star Dragon could effortlessly annihilate an entire fleet. Chapter 203, let them boast a little longer. After watching the weapon simulation video, even the chairman was stunned by the sheer scale of the destructive power. After a long silence, he finally uttered, "This Lin Hai is truly a weapons genius." If such results could truly be achieved, victory for China would be a foregone conclusion. The chairman placed unwavering trust in Lin Hai, harboring no doubts about his capabilities. He immediately issued orders to transport the electromagnetic cannon to the front lines. Military exercises would commence the moment enemy forces arrived. Additionally, missile units were dispatched to the National Defense University. Once the Kungsinglong missiles were fully assembled, they too would be transported to the front lines. With these two overwhelmingly powerful weapons, the enemy forces would undoubtedly be sent into a state of shock. He couldn't wait to see the look on the enemy navy's face when the missiles were launched. Their nation has long been prepared to aid China, waiting only for China to request assistance. After all, facing a military alliance of over 30 nations alone would be an immense burden for China. And then there's M Nation, the world's strongest power, boasting the most formidable air and naval forces. Under no circumstances would Bear Nation want to see China utterly defeated at this juncture. Should China fall, the Bear Nation would undoubtedly be the next target for Western collective punishment. But after waiting and waiting, no request for support ever came from China. This doesn't add up. Could it be that China truly intends to confront the combined forces of over 30 Western nations alone? Their military strength alone is no match for Bear Nation's navy. They simply cannot withstand such an assault. Either China is preparing to surrender, or they would have reached out to us for help. Bear Nation's experts all found this utterly baffling. They couldn't fathom how China was handling its current predicament. No country in the world could single-handedly withstand the US-led coalition. Bear Nation's leadership felt profoundly perplexed, intensifying their focus on China's situation. Their navy was even prepared to deploy at a moment's notice. Should China fall into a disadvantage, they must intervene. After all, China and Bear Nation rely on each other. Should either side fall, the survivor would face dire straits. The entire world watched China's response. Yet China had only dispatched a dozen or so warships to preemptively occupy the location of the M Nation coalition's military exercises. Beyond that, there were no other significant moves. China had dispatched such a meager naval force, though it included an aircraft carrier. The vessel's capabilities were woefully inadequate. Such strength could never stand a chance against the Western coalition forces. Ha! So this is all China's got. Looks like Japan will be Asia's future dominant power. China's strength is nothing special. The so-called second largest economy is nothing but a sham. As soon as Japanese netizens made this remark, South Korean netizens immediately took offense. Japan, stop embarrassing yourselves. You've already been defeated by China. You're a defeated nation. You'll never become a military power. The future of Asia will forever belong to us, Korea. Korean netizens never concede on this point. They believe they're number one in the world, and online, they won't back down from anyone except the US. Initially, many netizens from various countries believed that since China dared to confront the US so boldly, it must possess formidable hidden capabilities. But so far, the military might displayed has left everyone deeply disappointed. Chinese netizens themselves can't fathom their country's approach. The warships deployed amount to less than 1/10 of the enemy's force. How can they possibly fight? Seeing an opportunity to gain an advantage, the Japanese and Koreans immediately began flexing their muscles. Before the M Nation coalition fleet even arrived, their combined fleet had already set out, sailing directly toward China's warships and launching brazen provocations. Chinese netizens were furious. It seems they've grown far too complacent lately, daring to openly provoke us. This time, they must be taught a severe lesson. Otherwise, they'll only grow more arrogant. Fight. Only by utterly crushing the enemy can we show them China's true strength. If the nation calls for conscription, I'll drop everything and enlist. I'll personally wipe these two puny nations off the map. Chinese netizens grew increasingly outraged, while simultaneously expressing deep frustration with the government's approach. Some, however, remain remarkably level-headed, writing numerous articles analyzing the current situation. I believe we should still support the government's decision. I trust that with the wisdom of our national leaders, we will surely overcome the current challenges. I agree with the previous comment. Our nation never provokes trouble, but we never fear any provocation either. If they dare to start a war, we possess the absolute strength to crush them. We'll see. I believe our nation will surely overcome the current crisis and utterly crush the enemy's schemes. Chinese netizens rallied with encouragement, yet a contingent of Western-obsessed sycophants persisted in their scornful mockery. You're way too full of yourselves. China stands no chance against a coalition of 30 nations. Better surrender now. You traitorous dogs, you must all be purged before the war begins. Netizens were furious. How could anyone even think of selling out their country for personal gain at a time like this? Lin Hai and the experts worked tirelessly through the night to accelerate their efforts. In less than 2 days, the Kungsinglong missile was finally assembled. For safety, they meticulously inspected it once more, confirming no issues. Only then were the two missiles handed over to the military and swiftly transported to the front lines. Time was too tight to train the troops on how to use these missiles. Li Xiaochang was appointed as the technical guidance team leader, leading the research institute personnel to the front lines to command operations. Lin Hai, as the weapons designer, accompanied them. After only a few hours rest en route, they immediately began installing the missiles. The missiles were installed in launch silos, ready for immediate deployment. The combined fleet of Country M finally arrived at the exercise zone. They now faced off against the Chinese forces across the sea, their positions dangerously close, both within each other's firing range. Yet the M-nation coalition's naval strength outnumbered China's tenfold. With Japan and South Korea joining the spectacle, their presence was overwhelming. China's naval presence appeared thinly spread, effectively forming a semi-encircling stance. Before China could even panic, the Bear Nation was already in a state of panic. This standoff served no purpose. China was already utterly crushed in terms of momentum, especially with the entire world watching this conflict unfold. If China were to be comprehensively suppressed, it would become even more difficult to gain international support. This is sheer folly. Connect me to China's leadership immediately. I must speak with them now. Our Bear Nation must dispatch warships to support them. The Bear Nation president can't wait any longer. He simply cannot comprehend why China insists on fighting alone when they could clearly seek their assistance. Yet China has turned them down. He believes it is precisely China's flawed decision-making that has led to these severe consequences. Chapter 204, Demons and Fiends begin to emerge. The call connected swiftly. A faint smile touched the corner of the Huaxia chairman's lips. He could already guess the purpose of the call. Sure enough, the Bear Nation president's tone carried a hint of urgency. Huaxia's situation has become extremely critical. Why haven't you sought our support? We appreciate your concern, the chairman replied. Huaxia possesses sufficient capability to handle the current situation. Ha! The Bear Nation president never expected such a response. Were they overreacting, or was Huaxia being overly arrogant? Are you serious? This is a coalition of over 30 nations. Many of their navies are no weaker than yours. If war truly breaks out, China absolutely cannot stand against them. The Bear Nation president still couldn't comprehend it. The disparity in strength was starkly evident. Why did China remain so unflappable? It seemed as though they didn't even acknowledge the enemy's existence. Within 2 days, the outcome will be clear. If we still cannot handle the enemy, China will certainly seek assistance from your country. At that time, we hope your country will not refuse. Nevertheless, I remain confident in my nation's strength. We shall repel the enemy's schemes without shedding a drop of blood. The chairman's words rang out with conviction and unwavering confidence. The Bear Nation's president sighed helplessly. Even if they wished to assist, without China formally requesting aid, they could not send troops. Very well, then. Good luck to you. He hung up the phone. The chairman turned to his secretary. Is everything ready on Academician Li's end? The secretary nodded and replied, just received word the electromagnetic cannon and cluster Dragon missiles are fully installed and ready for launch at any moment. Good, I understand. Tell the military commander to let them go all out. This time, we must demonstrate the might of China. Let these Western powers come here and then retreat with their tails between their legs. Yes, sir. China's disadvantage in the conflict quickly impacted the economic market. Chinese stocks began falling over the past few days, with many investors feeling pessimistic. Foreign capitalists swiftly began shorting Chinese stocks. The national team had long prepared for this, stepping in with massive capital to absorb the selling pressure. No matter how many shares foreign short-selling institutions sold, China's national team immediately bought them up. Both sides engaged in an extremely fierce battle. However, these foreign short-selling institutions remain firmly convinced that Huaxia will inevitably fail in this confrontation. At the very least, the strength they displayed was far inferior to that of the US-led coalition. Numerous experts began analyzing the situation online. They predicted Chinese stocks could plummet by more than half, with trillions of dollars in assets vanishing into thin air. This prompted many to join in shorting China. Particularly those with a blind admiration for foreign powers were jumping up and down in excitement. Patriotic citizens, unable to bear it, withdrew all their savings to prop up the Chinese market. I'm going all in, putting every last penny into stocks. I refuse to believe Huaxia will fall. Me too, I've mortgaged my house to the bank and poured everything into the stock market. If China falls, what good is a house then? I'll fight to the death. If it comes to it, I'll enlist and die on the battlefield. I'll never live like a coward. Heh, I don't have much money or a house, but I'm putting every last cent into the stock market. Doing my best to add strength to our nation. The more the enemy sneers and suppresses China, the more it ignites patriotic fervor. Even those who never traded stocks opened accounts, contributing their modest efforts to support the nation. Domestic citizens and foreign institutions engaged in fierce competition. Watching the stocks continue their gradual decline, foreign capitalists are overjoyed. China's domestic compradors, those who sold out for 500,000 yuan, began to show their true colors. We hope the government will seriously consider our advice. China should not antagonize the entire world. Instead, we must accept their terms and proactively seek reconciliation. I simply cannot fathom why we must confront the United States. They already possess cutting-edge technology. Why must we compete with them? We should focus on producing low-end products to serve them. Only then will M-Nation perceive us as non-threatening and consider us allies. Perhaps only after hitting a brick wall will we realize how powerful M-Nation truly is. Only M-Nation possesses such formidable influence, capable of rallying so many nations at once. We're truly overreaching. Confronting them will only end badly. These traitorous remarks have even reached the Prime Minister. Let them run wild for a couple more days, it'll flush all these demons and monsters out of hiding. Once we've thoroughly investigated everything, we'll trace the spies back to their source. The Prime Minister ordered. China has never feared any adversary, our greatest enemy lies within. Once these scourges are eliminated, China will stand as a solid, united nation, the most powerful country in the world. On the open sea, the distances between China's forces and the enemy's were extremely close. The enemy forces were clearly visible to the naked eye. Some enemy naval forces even made provocative gestures toward China's warships, though they claim to be supporting Korea. But everyone knows full well they're here to suppress China. They were also trying to provoke the Chinese military into firing at them. This would provide them with a pretext to use force against China. Once full-scale war erupts, they can swiftly dismantle China's economy, keeping China perpetually embroiled in war. After all, their countries are so far away. They only need to deploy their watchdog nations, Korea and Japan, to launch long-range strikes. Their own country would remain completely unaffected. Instead, they would plunge the entire Asian region into war. This is the most diabolical scheme of Western nations. And this scheme has proven effective time and again, with many nations falling into the trap. Chinese military personnel have been strictly ordered not to fire the first shot. They must bide their time, building up their fury, until the moment of war arrives, then they must annihilate them all. The President of the United States is highly satisfied with the current situation. He deliberately issued a statement online. Our 30-nation coalition is not targeting China, we are solely protecting the security of the Korean Peninsula. We urge the Chinese fleet to withdraw immediately. Otherwise, any casualties during the joint exercises will be their own responsibility. Bolivia, buoyed by such overwhelming support, grew increasingly brazen. They feel the entire world stands as their ally. Even if they were to declare war on China immediately, they are absolutely certain of victory. After defeating China, they might even seize more territory to expand their national borders. They've even made outrageous demands, suggesting this entire exercise zone be designated as the territorial waters of our 30-nation alliance, permitting only the 30-nation alliance to navigate these waters. Upon hearing this news, China's Ministry of Foreign Affairs immediately issued a strong condemnation and rebuttal of these remarks. This completely violates international treaties. It has no basis whatsoever. Chapter 205, The Dignity of a Great Power. China's foreign ministry delivered a stern rebuke to the shameless remarks from the Korean Peninsula nation. If such actions were permitted, any nation could arbitrarily establish its own military zones in international waters. The entire world would descend into chaos. The entire Chinese populace is utterly outraged. As America's lapdog, South Korea believes it can act with impunity under its master's protection. There is only one way to deal with such behavior: strike them hard with a big stick. War must be waged to teach the bastards a harsh lesson, making them understand that China is no small speck of land to be provoked. Absolutely agree. A mere round of missile barrage would obliterate those puny bastards. Why bother with all that? One nuclear bomb would suffice. Chinese netizens were boiling with rage, clamoring to join the fight. At this moment, netizens from the Curry nation also joined the fray. They began pontificating online, feeling quite the experts again. Our troops are already heading to the border. If hostilities break out there, we absolutely cannot be left behind. Seize China's highland regions, and our territory will expand once more. Curry Nation will surely become the world's leader, the most powerful entity. Overseas online platforms have even started targeting China. News unfavorable to China gets promoted easily. Comments defending China are being systematically deleted. Even many official announcements from China are deliberately restricted by these platforms. This prevents many people from learning the true situation. Consequently, people worldwide have come to believe China is bound to fail this time. They completely ignored China's protests. The US president once again announced online a 10-day military exercise would commence the following morning. China's warships must withdraw immediately, otherwise they would bear full responsibility for any collateral damage. This time, China refused to yield. The president directly declared the Chinese Navy will commence formal military exercises at 1 p.m. today. Since the coalition forces led by the United States have traveled so far, we shall extend hospitality as the host nation. There is no need for your nation's warships to withdraw. We would prefer you to remain as spectators. Come witness our exercises and please offer suggestions for improvement. The president's address demonstrated China's courtesy, confidence, and inclusiveness. Surrounded by warships from over 30 nations, yet he remained remarkably composed and magnanimous. The president's composure has won over netizens worldwide. Wow, China's leaders truly embody the bearing of a great nation. Fully aware that the US-led coalition's military exercises harbored ulterior motives toward China, yet he faced it with such composure. He even generously invited them to observe and offer guidance. This is what a qualified national leader should be. I'm utterly impressed by the Chinese leader's magnanimity. Compared to the US president's remarks, it's like night and day. A leader like this can absolutely guide China toward greatness. China is destined to become the world's most powerful nation. I want a nation like this to lead the world. China will prevail. Our nation has received immense support from China. Though we cannot assist China in this matter, we will wholeheartedly support China in the court of public opinion. China must persevere and withstand the pressure from Western powers. Given sufficient time to develop, you will undoubtedly become the strongest. Countless netizens seeking justice are rallying behind China online. Even if these foreign platforms frantically delete posts, they can't keep up with the speed at which netizens are posting. Voices supporting China are growing ever louder. A subtle shift is beginning to emerge in public opinion. It was once thought that China had enemies all over the world. Yet unexpectedly, numerous nations now stand ready to support Huaxia in its fight for justice. While many are captivated by the charisma of China's leader, an even greater number are eagerly anticipating the outcome of China's military exercises. China dares to confront over 30 Western powers as a single nation. It showed no intention of backing down. They are all deeply curious. Does China possess other hidden cards that could enable it to defeat these Western powers? Journalists from numerous countries are scrambling to cover the developments. Some even leverage their national media credentials to board warships from various nations. Round-the-clock live coverage continued without pause. The sheer magnitude of this event had the entire world watching with intense focus. News of China's confrontation with a Western coalition of 30 nations was undoubtedly the hottest topic at the moment. Countries without the means to produce their own coverage relayed live broadcasts from other nations. This confrontation gripped the hearts of people worldwide. The leaders of the 30-nation coalition dismissed China's declaration with utter contempt. Since the invitation was extended, this would be the perfect opportunity to gauge the true strength of China's naval power. The sheer number of warships alone already exceeds a 10-to-1 ratio. If China failed to deliver a stunning performance, it would only bring shame upon itself. To demonstrate Western generosity, they even deliberately withdrew their warships 20 nautical miles. This created ample space for the exercises. China's naval forces began positioning the target ships on the sea surface. Having rehearsed this countless times, they were now highly proficient. Within a short time, over 300 target vessels were deployed. They were scattered irregularly across the sea surface, with some vessels even maneuvering back and forth to increase the difficulty of hitting them. The sudden deployment of so many target vessels created a truly spectacular sight on the water. Anyone familiar with naval tactics could recognize it at a glance. The formation of these target vessels mirrored that of Western warships. It was as if they were using the Western fleet as a target for practice. This left Western leaders looking extremely displeased. That China would still dare to provoke them at this moment, showing them no respect whatsoever. I'll see just how strong the Chinese Navy really is. No matter how impressive their performance today, tomorrow we will surpass the Chinese Navy. China's naval technology can't match nations. They're just inviting humiliation. China's decision to conduct military exercises right in front of us is utterly foolish. Isn't this just laying bare their combat tactics for us to see? Once hostilities commence, we can defeat them all. This time, China will truly be humiliated. The whole world is watching the live broadcast. No matter how hard China tries, it simply cannot match our firepower. We must broadcast China's actions for all to see, showcasing the formidable strength of our 30-nation alliance. The leaders of the 30-nation alliance sneered and mocked China's actions. But they soon noticed that after deploying the target ships, China's warships swiftly retreated, pulling back over 20 miles. This move left not only the commanders and leaders of the 30-nation alliance utterly bewildered, but also left the global live stream audience utterly bewildered. This setup didn't look anything like a naval exercise. Chapter 206, The Electromagnetic Cannon makes its debut. China's actions left the entire world baffled. Whether renowned military experts or military enthusiasts were left utterly bewildered. What exactly is China trying to do? They deployed the target ship, yet ordered their warships to retreat so far back. This doesn't even look like a military exercise. Using this method for target practice is such a waste. I know China is deep-pocketed, the world's second largest economy. But this tactic is just too amateurish. It's practically child's play. More and more people voice dissatisfaction, even resorting to sarcastic remarks. China's navy seems utterly incompetent. All that hype before turns out it's useless in real combat. Even Curry Nation, which frequently self-destructs its warships, suddenly gained immense confidence. China's military didn't keep netizens waiting long. They began a live broadcast. The camera focused on dozens of massive vehicles. Camouflage tarps covered them, obscuring their contents. The camera lingered briefly before shifting to the exercise's commentator. The host, a beautiful woman in military uniform, was elegant and poised. She explained to the camera, this military exercise does not involve the Navy. It primarily focuses on coordination between the Air Force and Army. The scenario envisions striking a hypothetical maritime adversary without naval deployment. This represents a crucial future strategy for national defense. As soon as she finished speaking, countless comments flooded the screen. What the hell? Other nations deploy their navies, yet China relies on air and ground forces working together? Is there such a tactic in the world? Could it be that China's warships are utterly incapable of combat, forcing them to resort to this method? No wonder China never engages in military conflict with other nations. Their navy is utterly incompetent. Ha! China is nothing but a paper tiger. The future ruler of Asia will undoubtedly be our Japan. Get lost, little Japs. Korea is Asia's true overlord. So China's military is this weak? All that might is just for show. More and more people joined the discussion, utterly dismissive of China's naval combat capabilities. Chinese netizens were clueless about what was happening. Yet they still couldn't fathom why the military acted this way. They could only clench their fists, suppressing their anxious anticipation as they continued watching. Anyway, the military exercises were about to begin. They wanted to see what the nation's true intentions were. After the host finished his explanation, he wasted no time. I hereby declare the exercises officially open. First to make its appearance is our nation's newly developed electromagnetic cannon. This weapon combines the dual advantages of heavy artillery and missiles. Yet its cost is nearly equivalent to that of conventional artillery. Thanks to new technological enhancements, its range extends to 900 kilometers. It supports both fully automated firing and manual shell loading. In fully automatic mode, it fires one projectile every 5 seconds. It utilizes its own positioning system and can also integrate with satellite-based precision targeting. While the host explained the electromagnetic cannon's capabilities, the artillery crew had already mobilized their combat vehicles. They stopped at intervals, rolled back the canvas covers. Each vehicle carried specialized equipment. Particularly the largest combat vehicle, which surprisingly housed a massive cannon barrel. Hydraulic mechanisms slowly raised the barrel. The other 4 vehicles positioned themselves near the 4 corners of the central vehicle. The equipment atop them slowly rose, transformed, and connected together. It was like something straight out of a sci-fi movie, like the Transformers. In under 3 minutes, the 5 vehicles automatically assembled into a spectacularly massive cannon. Viewers watching the livestream were utterly stunned. Before this, they had felt that China's military capabilities were quite weak. But witnessing this sci-fi cannon left them utterly stunned. Good heavens, what caliber could this cannon possibly be? It seemed larger than the main guns on battleships. With a range of 900 kilometers, isn't that already on par with medium-range missiles? A cannon of this caliber isn't just powerful and long-range, it's incredibly accurate. It can cover the entire territory of the Korean peninsula and strike most of Japan's borders. The deterrent effect of such artillery is simply overwhelming. Missile-level destructive force? At the cost of a standard artillery shell? And most crucially, it can automatically reload a shell in just 5 seconds? This kind of firepower is simply outrageous. I must apologize to China. I actually doubted its military capabilities earlier. It turns out China's weakness isn't naval power, they simply don't need or deem it necessary to use warships against any aggressor. Land-based artillery alone is sufficient. I just reviewed the map. These cannons could easily cover most of Japan's territory and the entire Korean peninsula. They could even reach the capital of the Kuri nation. Relying solely on these artillery pieces is enough to make several neighboring enemy nations tremble in fear. It seems that antagonizing China is truly unwise. The live viewership for China's military exercises has surpassed 500 million. Without robust servers, the platform would likely have crashed. Discussions and comments grew increasingly fervent. A cannon capable of transforming and assembling itself is a world first. Western military experts immediately dismissed China's claims. Don't be fooled, no such long-range artillery exists anywhere in the world. If it were truly possible, the US would have produced it long ago. Quite right, 900 kilometers is already within the range of medium-range missiles. Relying on artillery to hit targets at such distances defies scientific logic. It's despicable that China still resorts to deception at this stage. Foreign military experts employed various data analyses to prove China's artillery is nothing but a sham, utterly useless. Just looking at the cannon's caliber over 200 millimeters, the recoil would be so immense that a vehicle simply couldn't withstand it. Firing it would completely destroy the entire vehicle. Such immense kinetic energy would overwhelm any material. And satellite-guided shells? Utter nonsense. Though the Western Fleet commander felt uneasy after expert analysis, their confidence was restored. They monitored the training range with advanced equipment. They were determined to see with their own eyes whether this new cannon lived up to China's claims of its formidable power. As the presenter delivered the data, the cannon had automatically completed loading and acquired the target. At the command, 10 cannons fired in unison, unleashing a deafening roar. One could even see the shells vanishing into the sky. The second round was rapidly loaded immediately afterward. The screen now split into 2 sections, one showing the firing range, while the other continued displaying the cannons reloading in firing sequence. Chapter 207, 900 kilometers of sea, all off limits. Before the first shell had even struck its target, the second was already on its way, followed immediately by the third. This rapid fire sequence tested the electromagnetic cannon's maximum performance limits. This was not only a show of force to the enemy nation but also a test of the new weapon's capabilities. Seeing such a large caliber cannon capable of continuous firing, it utterly stunned every spectator. This isn't a cannon anymore, it's practically a machine gun. The key point is that its caliber is astonishingly large, making it potentially the largest caliber cannon currently in active service worldwide. How could anyone defend against such a barrage of shells? The shells finally reached the sea-based target range. Guided precisely by satellite, every single shell struck the target ship with pinpoint accuracy. The sheer explosive force of the shells combined with their immense kinetic impact. A single shell could completely destroy a target vessel. Though these target vessels were merely mock-ups, they were constructed from the same steel plates used in warships. Their resistance to impact was nearly identical to that of a standard warship. Witnessing such formidable destructive power and astonishing accuracy, everyone present was utterly stunned. It proved the Chinese presenter hadn't exaggerated. The electromagnetic cannon's performance was truly formidable. This development dealt a severe blow to the credibility of Western military experts. Their earlier solemn claims mocking China's cannon as a mere showpiece. Yet the undeniable truth stood before them. A total of 300 shells were fired, each striking the target ships with pinpoint accuracy. All 300 target ships at sea were sunk. Such accuracy surpasses even that of missiles. Crucially, China had already stated that these shells were extremely inexpensive to produce. Calculations show they cost only 1% or even 1,000th of the price of a medium-range missile. This means that for every missile fired by the enemy, China could respond with hundreds or even thousands of shells. This represents sheer firepower dominance, saturation attack, and comprehensive coverage. These artillery shells pack a punch comparable to medium-range missiles while also offering precision guidance. Faced with such overwhelming firepower, what could the enemy possibly use to defend against it? Anti-aircraft missiles? How many rounds can a single warship carry? Even if an entire nation's military bases were mobilized, how many could they prepare? Though China has only deployed 10 of these cannons, each can fire 120 shells per minute. How many could they fire in an hour? Even with an ample supply of anti-aircraft missiles, the entire nation would likely go bankrupt in less than an hour. Within mere minutes, all 300 target ships were sunk. Whether it was the viewers watching on their computers, the foreign military experts, or the navies of the 30 nations, all were rendered speechless. They were utterly speechless, unable to describe their feelings. After a moment of stunned silence, Chinese netizens erupted into excited cheers. Holy crap, this cannon is ridiculously powerful. Accurate hits on targets hundreds of kilometers away, with such devastating force. Awesome. With such formidable artillery, we wouldn't even need to deploy our navy. Any major power daring to approach China's waters could be easily sunk by artillery alone. No wonder China never uses warships against enemies. It's simply not worth deploying them. So basically, any area within 900 kilometers of our coastline is now a military no-go zone. Any enemy fleet that dares to approach will be annihilated in an instant. Ha! What else could they do? Those measly anti-aircraft missiles on warships wouldn't last a second. Besides, we can mass-produce these cannons, thousands of electromagnetic cannons. I bet we could reduce Japan and South Korea to rubble within minutes. Damn, this is so thrilling. Tonight I'm taking the guys out for barbecue to celebrate China's might. Awesome. Our weapons are truly formidable. Just wait and see how the Western powers respond to this. So what if they send hundreds of warships? We could sink them all within minutes. And all China needs is 10 big cannons. The commander-in-chief of the 30-nation coalition felt a mix of emotions. The sheer power of these cannons was overwhelming. Their entire fleet lay within range. In this location, they were nothing but targets for China. If they did not retreat, the moment hostilities commenced, they would be annihilated in an instant. But retreating now would make them an international laughingstock. A naval alliance of over 30 nations, having barely reached China's doorstep, would be scared off before they even had a chance to flex their muscles. Wouldn't their international standing plummet thereafter? How could they intimidate other nations then? The United States' position as the world's dominant power would likely be lost very soon. The commander-in-chief of the 30-nation coalition hadn't fully considered the consequences. He had already received calls from naval commanders of other nations, asking whether they should urgently withdraw beyond the range of attack. As competent commanders, they were now fully exposed within China's strike range. They must withdraw immediately. Gritting his teeth, the Allied commander-in-chief replied, "Notify all fleets we absolutely cannot retreat at this moment. If we retreat, all our efforts will be in vain. We'd be ridiculed by the entire world. China is merely flexing its muscles. They wouldn't dare declare war on us. No matter what, we must reclaim our honor by tomorrow." The United States understands China very well. China has always pursued peace and avoids foreign conflicts whenever possible. They only fight back when enemies reach their doorstep and there's no other option. Therefore, as long as they show no threat and do not cross China's red lines, they are absolutely safe. Public opinion online has now completely shifted in China's favor. The sheer scale of this barrage was utterly staggering, undoubtedly the pinnacle of future military weaponry. As long as it can safeguard its own airspace, this artillery can blanket all enemies within a 900-kilometer radius with its firepower. They could even advance while firing. Facing China, enemy forces would either retreat or endure saturation strikes, a path leading only to annihilation. Countless Western military experts must have smashed their desks in frustration. Damn it! That cannon defies all scientific principles. To withstand such immense kinetic energy, the cannon itself should have been destroyed long ago. Why can their cannon fire continuously? Which weapons expert can tell me what principle the Huasha electromagnetic cannon actually uses? Why aren't they affected by recoil? China's technology has surpassed ours across the board. Even militarily, they're poised to become the world's top power. We must drastically increase our military budget and develop an even more powerful electromagnetic cannon than theirs. Otherwise, our nation's standing will be utterly eclipsed by China. Chapter 208, Stealth drones make their debut, stunning the world once more. Netizens worldwide erupted in cheers. Especially those nations with closer ties to China, countries long oppressed by Western powers. They fervently hoped China would rise swiftly to become the world's leader. That way, they would never again have to fear being bullied by the United States. They could follow China's lead, escape poverty, and march toward prosperity. They would no longer have to fear the ravages of war. They too would cheer and celebrate alongside Chinese netizens, posting congratulations online. China is truly formidable. Even facing a coalition of over 30 nations, it could defeat them with ease. China's military might is unmatched worldwide. Who could possibly dispute that? We hope China will station troops here, so we won't have to worry about being bullied by enemy nations. China is a nation that advocates for peace. They would never initiate war against another country. Watching the global public opinion shift dramatically, it has already swung in favor of China. Military experts from country M immediately offered their opinions. Don't be intimidated by appearances. In reality, these Chinese artillery pieces aren't particularly effective on the actual battlefield. Once their positions are known, a single missile can wipe out their entire artillery force. Therefore, they pose absolutely no threat to us. Our satellites are highly advanced, and artillery pieces of such massive size simply cannot evade our satellite surveillance. The M country military experts' remarks immediately drew widespread ridicule. Ha, those Chinese artillery pieces are all on their own territory. They're protected by their own anti-missile defenses. How exactly do you plan to attack their artillery with your missiles? China isn't some small country, its air force is incredibly powerful. With its own air force providing cover, do you really think your missiles could get through? If China discovers your medium-range missile launch sites, they'll be instantly obliterated by artillery fire. Here's a hilarious thought, isn't M country planning to build a missile base in South Korea? China need only deploy a few dozen artillery pieces along the border. Should conflict arise, they could obliterate the entire base. What purpose would such a missile base serve then? Ha! That's laughable. South Korea and the US are truly shooting themselves in the foot. This time they're really going to embarrass themselves. Netizens aren't easily fooled anymore. Many are highly educated and can calculate the odds based on both sides' military strength. They won't fall for the spin from US military experts. Not just US experts, even Western generals are turning green with envy. Their individual military strength is no match for China's. Every time they go to war, they follow the US, reaping the benefits from behind. But this time, facing China, they were easily crushed. This has utterly disgraced them. The entire world would likely conclude that their military alliance could only bully weaker nations. Against a powerful nation like China, they stand no chance of victory whatsoever. China unveiled its new artillery, achieving a decisive victory in its first deployment. Military commanders enthusiastically celebrated the triumph. This new weapon brought tremendous surprise to the military. But this did not mean the exercises were over. Cannons alone were insufficient to deter the enemy. Unveiling the next secret weapon once more. A supersonic stealth heavy-duty armed helicopter rapidly took off from a secret military base. At the same time, China's warships set sail once more. Ha! China is on the move again? With such formidable weapons already in hand, is there still a need for continued drills? Or is this another naval exercise? Many people began discussing it, their eyes glued to the screens. The Huaxia warships arrived at the exercise zone, once again deploying numerous target vessels. This time, the number of target vessels was greater, though they were relatively much smaller in size. These were the small vessels typically used in routine military exercises. The immense power of the electromagnetic railgun had already captivated all spectators. Anticipation for the upcoming exercises was palpable. Speculation swirled about what new weapons might be unveiled. Before long, 10 aircraft with strikingly futuristic designs appeared over the training waters. China's cameras zoomed in specifically to allow viewers a clearer view. These unprecedented aircraft instantly captured everyone's attention. What kind of aircraft is this? It doesn't look like a fighter jet, nor does it resemble a bomber. Why does it seem to resemble a helicopter? It did bear some resemblance to a helicopter, but its structure and design were utterly bizarre. Why do I get the feeling this is alien technology, or an aircraft only possible in the future? As netizens debated, the beautiful hostess appeared on screen. This is China's latest supersonic stealth heavy-duty armed helicopter. As the name suggests, this attack helicopter not only possesses stealth capabilities but can also achieve supersonic speeds. More importantly, it carries formidable firepower, flying at fighter jet speeds while packing bomber-level firepower. Its performance is exceptionally formidable. Oh my god. Another never-before-seen weapon. It's so awesome. A helicopter capable of supersonic flight? What principle makes this possible? It just doesn't seem possible to me. The mechanical structure couldn't withstand such immense forces. I get it now. That's why China could freely film M nations' warships before. Was it all thanks to this armed helicopter? Right. Why didn't I think of that? China's helicopters got so close, yet the US warship Suku didn't even detect them. It must possess exceptional stealth capabilities. Netizens suddenly realized a crucial issue. Numerous media outlets in M Nation were broadcasting live, yet none reported the armed helicopter's approach. The commander-in-chief of the M Nation Navy now wore a face as dark as water, his expression grim. They had only just detected China's helicopters on radar. And the radar reflections were extremely faint. This meant China's armed helicopters were only detectable by their radar at extremely close range. But at such close range, China's missiles could have struck long ago. Yet they had scarcely any time to prepare. Only then did they realize why China had been able to film their warship from directly overhead. It was precisely these sci-fi-looking armed helicopters. Terrifying. China's technology has advanced so rapidly. We are indeed falling behind across the board. Quickly crank the radar power to maximum. We must log every single piece of data. Our radar systems must undergo immediate upgrades, otherwise we'll be sitting ducks on the battlefield. The commander-in-chief of the M Nation coalition forces was nearing the brink of collapse. They had always been the world's dominant power, looking down on the military strength of any nation. But today's blow was too devastating. A heavy stone seemed to press down on his chest, making it hard to breathe, almost suffocating him. Chapter 209, China's overwhelming strength has them panicking. Western experts watching the footage now felt a mix of emotions. Such advanced weaponry was entirely unprecedented to them. Its performance far exceeded their wildest expectations. Especially based on radar readings, it was already an overwhelming presence to them. China's stealth helicopters could only be detected when approaching within tens of kilometers. And it's a heavy-duty armed helicopter, its firepower must be formidable. How could they possibly fight this battle? Missiles could be launched from over 100 kilometers away, sinking all their warships. Crucially, they wouldn't even have time to react, they simply couldn't detect the Chinese aircraft. At this moment, some nations were already backing down. It's not just about saving face. Their very survival is now entirely in China's hands. Under these circumstances, should hostilities break out, their naval vessels would be annihilated in an instant. The entire world was glued to their screens, watching to see just how formidable China's armed helicopters truly were. The armed helicopters reached their destination. At the command, they began launching attacks against the target vessel. Dozens of missiles launched from the helicopters, capable of hovering mid-air. This helicopter model astonishingly combined the strengths of bombers, fighters, and helicopters. This design was truly astonishing. The firepower demonstrated left everyone stunned. 10 armed helicopters instantly destroyed all target ships with 100% accuracy. Subsequently, the helicopters continuously shifted formations mid-air, demonstrating the formidable maneuverability of supersonic armed helicopters to the world. It has completely surpassed those fighter jets and bombers currently in service. After the exercise concluded, they swiftly departed, leaving behind a sea of stunned onlookers. Too powerful, such a weapon has no equal. Possessing stealth capabilities, capable of supersonic flight, carrying a formidable arsenal, and able to hover, what kind of military power is this? The US Army's Chinook armed helicopters were utterly outclassed. Compared to China's supersonic helicopters, they were practically snails. The most advanced Chinooks fly too slowly, offering only superior payload capacity. They'd likely be wiped out before even catching sight of China's stealth helicopters. Total annihilation, utter annihilation. I reckon 10 stealth helicopters could wipe out the entire fleet of the 30-nation alliance. The 30-nation coalition had intended to suppress China, but they never imagined they'd be crushed instead. This showdown was nothing short of a showcase of China's weaponry. A great man once said, "China is a sleeping lion. Once awakened, it will become the world's dominant power." Now that lion has awakened, a mere nation is no match for it. Stop embarrassing yourselves, get your warships out of here. Staying any longer will only make things worse. Netizens from nations friendly with China began cheering wildly. They too are brimming with pride. Their nations, being friendly with China, most eagerly anticipate its rise. With China's support, they no longer need to fear bullying from Western powers. The second exercise was remarkably simple, yet still profoundly awe-inspiring. First, the supersonic stealth attack helicopter's design was strikingly futuristic, showcasing formidable firepower. Despite its heavy load capacity, it could achieve supersonic flight. Such military might meant that a single armed helicopter could destroy an entire enemy fleet. A single strike effortlessly took out so many target vessels. It left an indelible impression on all spectators. Even after the aircraft departed, many people continued to discuss it with great enthusiasm. They were all analyzing how such a supersonic stealth attack helicopter could exert immense power on the battlefield. Which fighter jet in the world could possibly match it? No matter how one compared them, none could surpass it. Even the United States B-2 stealth bomber couldn't match China's supersonic armed helicopter. While the B-2 boasts stealth capabilities and blazing speed, its payload capacity is far too limited, less than 1/10 that of China's armed helicopters. Moreover, the attack helicopter boasts exceptional spaciousness, enabling it to easily transport numerous troops for fire support. Their utility far surpasses that of the B-2 bomber, with a much broader range of applications. Netizens' comments deeply wounded the pride of the country people. They immediately countered online, "You're overestimating China's military capabilities. While this aircraft can reach supersonic speeds, its speed falls significantly short of our B-2 bombers. On the battlefield, victory doesn't depend solely on who carries more ammunition. Our B-2 bombers can destroy the enemy first." Not necessarily. With such formidable armed helicopters, wouldn't China's fighter jets be even more powerful? They might have already far surpassed the B-2 bomber, but with no real adversaries, there's simply no need to deploy such advanced weaponry. I believe that China has always suffered from severe firepower anxiety. Their weapons are undoubtedly formidable, and they certainly have even more powerful ones yet to be revealed. Current online discourse suggests China has already surpassed the US in military strength. At least that's how netizens see it. The US absolutely cannot allow China to usurp its hegemonic position. Convene an emergency online meeting immediately. The meeting is chaired by the president of nation, with the heads of state and presidents of the 30 allied nations in attendance. You've all witnessed China's military exercises. Their performance this time has completely exceeded our expectations. The entire world is watching this confrontation. We absolutely cannot concede defeat. I propose each nation deploy a fighter squadron to the exercise area immediately. Tomorrow, we must demonstrate overwhelming military strength. We must make it clear to everyone that this world remains firmly in the hands of the Western nations. Those nations aligned with nation naturally express their agreement. If M's international standing declines, they too will suffer. The rise of a powerful China must not be permitted. Otherwise, their past actions would inevitably be exposed, leading to massive compensation claims. They must maintain control over the world at all costs. A consensus was reached in a remarkably short time. Each nation dispatched fully equipped fighter squadrons, accompanied by aerial refueling aircraft. Without stopping en route, they raced at maximum speed toward the exercise zone. The 30-nation coalition deployed over 1,000 fighter jets. Additionally, over 100 bombers were deployed. The formation was immense. Such a formidable fighter fleet possessed the capability to annihilate virtually any nation except M Nation, China, and Bear Nation. Chapter 210, No Honor in War? Your welcome gift awaits. The 30-nation alliance made no secret of deploying such a massive fighter fleet. They even dispatched aircraft to film the entire journey, solely to amplify their formidable presence. Witnessing such a massive fighter fleet for the first time, everyone was utterly stunned. Good heavens, over 1,000 fighters and bombers. Could they truly be planning to attack China? This is outrageous, utterly excessive. Their naval strength can't match China's, so now they're bolstering their fighter squadrons. Over 30 nations ganging up on China, utterly shameless. Many netizens were filled with righteous indignation, voicing their outrage. Anyone with a shred of justice can see these Western nations have no regard for the rules of warfare. Others feel an overwhelming sense of excitement. Such a spectacle isn't something you see every day. No matter how powerful a nation may be, it lacks the capability to deploy this many top-tier fighter jets. This is over 30 nations joining forces, deploying their most advanced fighters en masse. It's nothing more than an attempt to salvage their lost face. Discussions began. How should China respond to this situation? Even if China deployed every fighter jet in its arsenal, the numbers would still fall far short of the 30-nation coalition. Japan and South Korea were buzzing with excitement. They're waving their flags and cheering while simultaneously deploying every fighter jet they have. They prepared to merge with the 30-nation alliance to jointly confront China. China's military was furious at this turn of events. This is sheer arrogance. They're trying to force our surrender by military might. But they miscalculated. China will never compromise. The commander slammed his fist on the table and roared in fury. But with China's current capabilities, it was utterly impossible to field fighter squadrons surpassing those of the 30 nations alliance. It was utterly unbearable. They've been pushed right to our doorstep, yet we lack the strength to strike back. Lin Hai was also present in the operations command center at that moment. The cluster Dragon missiles had just been installed and were ready for launch at any moment. However, the missile's impact was far more spectacular when launched at night. Thus, they were not deployed during daylight hours. Especially since the electromagnetic cannons and supersonic stealth attack helicopters had already achieved a deterrent effect. If the 30-nation alliance withdrew at this point and agreed not to deploy missiles in the Korean peninsula, there would be no need to launch the Star Dragon missile. It could be kept hidden as a secret weapon. Lin Hai had underestimated M Nation's determination to dominate the world. They would never accept such a humiliating defeat. Dispatching such a massive fighter fleet was nothing short of an intent to annihilate the world. Although many military leaders have already lost confidence, the nation's fighter fleet was nowhere near that size, and some models were outdated. Deploying them would only be a loss of face. The upgraded fighters, though matching Western advanced fighters in performance, were simply too few in number. Lin Hai was not intimidated by the enemy nation. Instead, he felt intensely excited. The Star Dragon's very existence was designed for mass assault. The greater the enemy's numbers, the more devastating the Star Dragon's power becomes. Equipped with guidance systems, each separated missile could target a separate enemy aircraft. With only 1,000 or so enemy aircraft, a single Star Dragon could annihilate them all. Of course, this assumes the enemy had deployed all their aircraft or that their parking locations were known. Within its operational range, a single Star Dragon strike could obliterate every enemy aircraft in an instant. Lin Hai declared, since the enemy has already revealed all their cards, we see no need to hold back either. We'll launch the Star Dragon missiles tonight. Give our guests a grand surprise. The commander-in-chief questioned doubtfully, even if a missile is incredibly powerful, its destructive force can't match that of a nuclear bomb, right? Can this missile truly scare them off? Lin Hai replied with unwavering confidence, Commander, rest assured. In certain respects, our Star Dragon missile is no less powerful than a nuclear bomb. Once you see the results after launch, you'll know I'm not exaggerating. Some things simply cannot be explained. For security reasons, only technical personnel and the chairman have seen the simulation video. It's hard for others to grasp just how formidable its power truly is. Lin Hai suspected that even their simulation footage couldn't truly capture the Star Dragon's destructive force. The commander-in-chief didn't ask any unnecessary questions. Nodding, he stated, the chairman has already issued the order. All technical matters are to be handled according to your arrangements. Since you say this missile can restore China's prestige, we'll follow your recommendations. We'll launch the missile tonight. I have a suggestion. Within a few hours, the fighter squadrons of the 30-nation alliance will arrive. We'll wait until they arrive before launching this missile. Give them a grand welcome gift. Lin Hai said with a smile. Seeing Lin Hai's confident demeanor, the commander-in-chief felt his own confidence surge. Lin Hai had created too many miracles for them. Even more advanced weapons were currently under development. As commander-in-chief, he had heard rumors of these developments. He resolved to place his complete trust in Lin Hai. Since you've said it, we must play our part well. Please trust me, I will not disappoint you. Lin Hai declared solemnly. The commander-in-chief nodded firmly. He immediately issued orders to others, notify our hostess to inform all viewers. Tonight we will present a new program, a gift to welcome the air forces of 30 nations. The moment these words spread, it immediately sparked another wave of heated discussion. China is seriously impressive. Facing the combined air forces of 30 nations, they're not backing down at all. This is a head-on confrontation. It seems China is determined to fight the 30 nations alliance. This is incredibly exciting. Both weapons China showcased today were incredibly powerful. The grand finale must be even more spectacular. Not only were international netizens eagerly anticipating it, domestic netizens are also feeling incredibly vindicated. This feels so satisfying. That's exactly how you stand up to these great powers with backbone. Better to die standing than live on your knees. They've pushed their bullying right to our doorstep. It's time to show them what we're made of. Those Western powers are nothing but paper tigers. I believe our nation can handle anything. This confrontation will go down in history. Watch how China crushes the 30-nation coalition. You Korean and Japanese dogs, get down on your knees and tremble. Even if you beg for mercy, you'll only be fit to be our dogs. Chinese netizens finally got to feel proud. Throughout history, China has consistently yielded to the aggressive demands of Western powers. All to buy time for development, to make the nation as strong as possible. Every concession left a pent-up anger in the hearts of every Chinese person. Now, the moment to draw the sword has finally arrived. Everyone is incredibly excited. Chapter 211, The Most Powerful Missile, Launch. Many believed this confrontation would ultimately end with China yielding. After all, no matter how powerful a nation might be, it could never stand against a coalition of 30 countries. Though China was the world's second-largest economy, it remained a developing nation. The majority of this 30-nation coalition comprised developed nations with formidable industrial foundations. Most crucially, the leading nation, GEM, was the world's dominant power. Its strength far surpassed China's, with both GDP and annual military budgets exceeding China's by several times over. That China could hold out for so long and dare to draw its sword has already earned the profound admiration of people worldwide. Even the president of the Bear Nation watched the live broadcast in utter astonishment. He spent the entire day focused solely on monitoring China's situation. China, usually so low-key, had developed such formidable weapons utterly unexpected. It seems our intelligence work still leaves much to be desired. As a neighboring nation, we were completely unaware of such formidable strength. This is extremely dangerous. China's vast population is truly enviable. Our Bear Nation may have a vast territory, but its harsh climate and sparse population. This is the greatest constraint on our development. China has yet to seek external support, suggesting they still hold trump cards up their sleeve. I'd love to see just how many advanced weapons China still has up its sleeve. The Bear Nation's president felt a complex mix of emotions at that moment. First came surprise, then shock, and now even a tinge of envy and jealousy. For decades, China's military strength and international standing had lagged far behind Bear Nations. Under Western pressure, the two nations had coexisted in mutual dependence and rivalry. Unexpectedly, China's development accelerated rapidly. After this confrontation, China's international standing would surpass Bear Nations. It might even completely surpass the United States. For a moment, I didn't know how to approach China. Even so, the Bear Nation's president and experts remained skeptical of China. Perhaps China could prevail against any single nation in a one-on-one confrontation. But this is a coalition of 30 nations, the world's most elite military forces united. Even the Bear Nation, renowned as the warrior nation, had no choice but to temporarily avoid confrontation. Yet China had engaged in direct confrontation all along, showing not the slightest retreat. They've even unveiled new weaponry twice, gaining the upper hand. Even when confronted by a massive fleet of fighter jets, China has declared it will give them a warm welcome. This was no hospitality. It was a blatant challenge to the 30-nation coalition. No nation in the world would dare to do such a thing, yet China has done it. The situation had unfolded beyond anyone's expectations, becoming even more compelling. Everyone was waiting to see what trump card China would pull out. During these hours of waiting, military experts from various nations emerged, analyzing the current situation. Numerous television programs were also intensely focused on the developments. Numerous renowned military experts were invited to explain the strengths of both sides and assess which had a higher probability of victory. The vast majority of military experts were astonished by Huaxia's performance, yet they still did not believe Huaxia could win this time. First, Huaxia simply doesn't possess that many fighter jets. Its air force simply cannot match the combined strength of the 30 nations alliance. Although Huaxia has unveiled its electromagnetic cannons and new armed helicopters, they are easily destroyed when facing such overwhelming enemy air superiority. Without sufficient air superiority, all ground-based weapons would become sitting ducks. Especially Japan, South Korea, and even experts from the island nation have taken to the airwaves to rant. In their view, China was simply courting disaster. This confrontation is bound to end in failure. Moreover, after the confrontation, China would inevitably face joint sanctions from Western nations, suffering devastating economic blows. Once China's economy enters recession, there will be insufficient funds to continue developing the military-industrial sector. They held a pessimistic outlook on China's future prospects. Even China's own military experts now find themselves in an awkward position. The adversary's strength is simply too overwhelming. Their air force alone outnumbers China's several times over. Moreover, their fighter jets are more advanced than most of China's combat aircraft. Based on the numbers alone, China has almost no chance of winning. Military experts could only rack their brains to defend China, pointing out that at least they were facing a coalition of 30 nations, a feat few countries worldwide could match. In truth, China's demonstrated capabilities already ranked among the world's elite. Time flew by, and the fighter jets of the 30-nation coalition had already arrived. The sky was densely packed with an overwhelming spectacle. All landed on their respective warships, awaiting the next day's military exercises. They intended to crush China's confidence with overwhelming force. At this moment, China's warships finally moved, separating a vast expanse of sea. Positioned just 20 nautical miles from the Allied fleet, they announced to the world through media outlets. This area was designated as China's military exercise zone for the evening. Any vessel or warship that intruded would bear the consequences. The naval commander of the 30-nation alliance, now bolstered by reinforcements, brimmed with confidence. With a cold sneer, they declared, "Let's see what kind of weapons China can muster daring to confront our fleet of over 1,000 fighter jets. It's sheer overreach. Under these conditions, no weapon could possibly threaten us anymore. It's merely a death throw. No matter what China does, it cannot alter the fact of their defeat." The global viewership had now surpassed 2 billion. This has absolutely shattered the Guinness World Record in human history. Lin Hai, the experts, and the commanding officers all watched intently before the large screen. With the commander-in-chief's order, the missile finally entered its countdown phase. Lin Hai could no longer maintain his composure, overcome with intense emotion. Once launched, this missile would be etched into history, forever altering humanity's understanding of missile technology. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, launch. As the countdown concluded, a massive missile blasted off from the launch site. Like a colossal dragon, it soared into the sky. The Huaxia military did not conceal any data, publishing all measured readings online, allowing everyone to witness it. This sent internet users worldwide into a frenzy of excitement. They were fortunate enough to witness the test launch of China's new missile. The missile broke through the sound barrier, surpassing Mach 2, then Mach 3, transforming into a colossal fire dragon as it streaked toward its target. The final data displayed left everyone utterly stunned. 23 Mach, 24 Mach, 25 Mach, 26 Mach. Holy, it broke the world record. It had already reached Mach 30, and the speed was still climbing. The person watching the video at the computer couldn't contain their excitement and blurted out a curse. Chapter 212, Invincible, Star Dragon. The Star Dragon missile finally broke through the 33 Mach barrier, reaching its peak velocity. Reaching its designated target, it plummeted from the sky, maintaining its extreme velocity as it descended. Mid-air, it suddenly detonated. Like a meteor shower or fireworks, countless streaks of light roared toward the sea surface. Each streak of light trailed a long, serpentine tail, resembling a colossal dragon. This was the true attack method of the Star Dragon. Countless small missiles locked onto all targets at 33 Mach. The 33 allied nations aboard the warship discovered their radars had completely failed. The radar screens were densely packed with missiles. They had completely overwhelmed the radar systems. Anti-missile defenses were utterly useless. There was no way to lock onto so many targets. What the hell is this? We're locked on by missiles. Withdraw immediately. Every captain was utterly devastated. At such blistering speeds, escape was impossible. Moreover, the anti-missile systems couldn't lock onto anything, making counterattack impossible. Whether it was the sailors aboard the fleet or the fighter pilots who had just arrived, all stood on the deck, staring blankly as countless points of light in the sky descended toward them. They had completely lost the capacity to even consider resistance. What kind of weapon was this? Too powerful, too terrifying. Though dazzlingly brilliant, everyone could sense the immense destructive force contained within. Any defensive weapon would be utterly useless. As dazzling as fireworks, yet the most terrifying weapon in the world. The Star Dragon missiles blanketed an area spanning dozens of kilometers, reaching the sea surface in the blink of an eye. The fleets of the 33 nations were only 20 kilometers from the exercise site, almost as if it were right before their eyes. Witnessing such a breathtaking spectacle felt like being immersed in the vastness of the cosmos. Only then did one realize how utterly insignificant they were. So easily annihilated. The Star Dragon missiles struck the sea surface, erupting violently. The countless missile explosions created a scene of utter devastation, stirring up massive waves and winds. Even from over 20 kilometers away, the shockwaves from the explosions reached us. Some people were nearly knocked off the deck. They scrambled to grab nearby ropes, shouting frantically, "Back up immediately! Get into the ship's hold!" The fighter jets secured to the deck were blown several meters off course by the powerful blast wave. Had the blast not dissipated swiftly, those fighters might well have been hurled into the sea. The blast wave came and went in an instant. After a dozen seconds, it finally subsided. Yet the sea remained turbulent, tossing the ship violently back and forth. Nevertheless, the warship was fully capable of handling these winds and waves. This had been calculated beforehand. Staying 20 nautical miles away from the blast zone would ensure safety. Yet after China's warnings, the 30-nation coalition forces paid no heed whatsoever. Had China not insisted, they might have even attempted to approach within 10 nautical miles. Had they done so, their warships might well have been destroyed. At that point, avoiding war would be nearly impossible. From launch to detonation, the Star Dragon took only a few short minutes. Yet the impact it delivered left every spectator speechless with awe. Everyone felt utterly insignificant. What had just unfolded felt like a mere blip in the vastness of the cosmos. Faced with such a formidable missile, any defensive weaponry would prove utterly useless. A single thought now dominated every mind. Possessing such formidable weaponry, China was undoubtedly the world's foremost military power. A single missile can obliterate an entire nation's military capabilities. Such deterrence is more powerful than nuclear weapons. Especially since all warships were broadcasting live. By the time they detected the Star Dragon, their radars had already completely failed. All anti-missile systems were rendered completely useless. The strike range of a single Star Dragon missile alone was sufficient to completely cover all their warships. This meant that once hostilities commenced, despite the 30-nation coalition's vast fleet of fighters and warships, China would only need a single Star Dragon missile to annihilate them all. Too powerful, utterly unbelievable. China actually possesses such a formidable missile, I'd call it the world's strongest. No need for your acknowledgement, the test data has already shattered multiple world records. Its speed is so immense that interception is utterly impossible. Its destructive power is immense, and its strike range is vast. As long as the enemy's location is known, a single missile can annihilate them all. There's simply no defense against it. China has risen to become the world's foremost military power. Even if 30 nations united their forces, they would still be no match for China. Witnessing the Star Dragon's overwhelming power, even the military experts of the United States were left speechless with shock. He racked his brain but could not conceive of any means to defend against the Star Dragon. Once an attack missile exceeds a certain speed, all defense systems become utterly useless. Moreover, the Star Dragon is the kind of weapon where a single missile can achieve saturation strike. Within its strike range, survival was utterly impossible. What's more, they had confirmed that the Star Dragon missile was the fastest missile in the world. If it possessed sufficient range to strike M Nation, then M Nation's fate would be entirely in China's hands. Unless they all hid deep underground to live. Otherwise, should China choose to act, it could effortlessly annihilate country M. No one would doubt the range of the Dragon Star missile. With such formidable destructive power, its range must be sufficiently long to strike any nation. The nations most terrified at this moment were Japan and South Korea. They've been jumping up and down, convinced that M Nation can completely suppress China. By acting as America's enforcers, they believed they could secure greater American backing. Little did they expect China to have grown so formidable. The 30-nation coalition led by the US was being held down so hard they couldn't even lift their heads. If China so desired, it could annihilate both nations with ease. Moreover, M country absolutely dares not take action against China. At most, it could issue a few condemnations. With their capital cities destroyed, what good would condemnation do? What should be done? China is simply too powerful. M Nation can no longer be relied upon. Regret. If only we'd known it would come to this, we never should have provoked China so relentlessly. Perhaps it's not too late to curry favor with China now, they'd surely welcome us. Japan's leadership quickly devised a countermeasure. Follow whoever is strongest. What's the value of face? If groveling brings tangible benefits, we'll do it without hesitation. Besides, we're the same race, they'd accept us more readily. Clinging to China's coattails is far superior to groveling before the US. Chapter 213, Reactions from All Sides. Japan had already finalized its subsequent strategy almost immediately. Kowtowing to China is bound to become the next global hegemon. Moreover, most of their territory lies within the range of electromagnetic railguns. If they disobey, they could be hit at any moment. Moreover, being so close to China, if they became China's vassal, anyone who dared to bully them would find China's support readily available. Even Japanese netizens have undergone a complete shift in their perception of China. Truly, the fatherland, its power is overwhelming. I've always admired China's culture and knew they would rise to greatness. I never imagined this day would come so soon. We should surrender to China immediately, never become their enemy. Becoming China's enemy would surely lead to our miserable demise. Flattery alone won't suffice, we must prepare to grovel at their feet. Due to our leadership's misguided decisions, we've persistently antagonized China. Now we must strive even harder to curry favor with China, aiming to become their top subordinate. Only then will China take us seriously. I agree with the previous comment, don't forget about Korea. They will undoubtedly be our biggest competitor, and they are utterly shameless. They'll do anything without limits for profit. We absolutely cannot let them beat us to currying favor with China. Compared to Japan's unified public opinion, South Korea's top leaders are in a very complicated state of mind. For years, they've relentlessly portrayed China as a declining power, far weaker than themselves. They have clung tightly to America's coattails. To secure American backing, they have become deeply entangled with the US militarily and economically. Even if they wish to defect to China, the United States would certainly never consent. Moreover, the people of the Korean peninsula have always believed their nation's strength far surpasses China's. Suddenly discovering that China, a nation they've long looked down upon, has become the world's most powerful country, one can only imagine how utterly disheartened they must feel at this moment. Asking them to immediately throw themselves at China's mercy is simply too humiliating to contemplate. If China rejects them and they completely alienate M Nation, they'll face a joint attack from two superpowers. The tiny nation of Korea would be crushed into oblivion in an instant. They wouldn't even be able to afford kimchi anymore. The more they thought about it, the more conflicted they became. All hope now rested on M Nation, praying they could produce an even more powerful trump card. Only then could they turn defeat into victory and free the Korean nation from its current predicament. Korea Nation was also in an incredibly awkward position. Having amassed tens of thousands of troops with great fanfare, they had planned that the moment China suffered a major setback, they would immediately cross the border and seize territory. But they never dreamed China would deploy such a vast arsenal of powerful weapons. What kind of fight is this? The electromagnetic cannon alone could effortlessly annihilate their entire army. There was no need for a superweapon like the Star Dragon to even enter the fray. Moreover, according to data released by China, the electromagnetic cannon could reach their capital city. Every high-ranking official in Curry Nation felt uneasy. They must withdraw all troops immediately. Under no circumstances should they continue provoking China. They must urgently devise countermeasures against the electromagnetic cannon. If all else fails, relocate the capital and be done with it. Under China's firepower coverage, even sleeping at night felt unsafe. As for the other smaller nations, though they sometimes jump through hoops to curry favor with the United States, they at least refrain from overstepping too far. They know they're no match for China. Now they've simply chosen to lie low. As long as they maintain good relations with China, China has no interest in attacking them. Their subsequent statements have already been scripted. It's all M's fault. Their opposition to China stemmed entirely from threats made by country M. China has now completely surpassed the United States. Naturally, they no longer need to kowtow to M's whims. They plan to offer a grand gesture, nothing less than unwavering support for China's national policy of reunification. Motorcycle Island will forever remain part of China. Unify it however you see fit. They wholeheartedly endorse it. After all, it's merely verbal support, no real cost involved. They could even gain China's goodwill. Their calculations rang louder than anyone else's. The leaders of China in the imperial capital could hear it all loud and clear. Even more uncomfortable were the separatists on Motorcycle Island. They're scared out of their wits. If China, with its immense power, were to force the US to retreat, they would face certain doom. They urgently phoned the M-Nation president, pleading for them to hold firm. Tomorrow, they must demonstrate formidable strength and stage a decisive counterattack. The M-Nation president was currently in the conference room, surrounded by M-Nation's top strategists and high-ranking officials. Mr. President, the leader of Motorcycle Island wishes to speak with you. What good would a call do now? Order our warships to withdraw immediately. Staying there is far too dangerous. Mr. President is correct. The Eastern Dragon has fully awakened. We absolutely cannot provoke China now. Mr. President, the Japanese warships have already withdrawn first. I believe they've been thoroughly intimidated by China. They might even switch sides to China in the future. Damn it. I knew they were untamable wolves. Seeing China's growing strength, they immediately switched sides. But it doesn't matter. Japan's lifeline remains firmly in our hands. Our garrison remains stationed there. Should they dare disobey the United States orders, we will annihilate them. The US president was utterly enraged. After raising this dog for so many years, how could he just stand by and watch it switch masters? True, we cannot control China itself, but the nations surrounding China must remain under our sway. Our strategy must not be compromised. The M-Nation held overnight discussions on subsequent strategies. The naval fleet of the 30-nation alliance had swiftly withdrawn. They arrived with great fanfare, but departed in utter disarray. They didn't even dare to leave a parting threat. Through China's surveillance footage, the rapid retreat of the 30-nation coalition's warships was clearly visible. They even dispatched warships to escort them from behind. However, their media outlets had already cut off the live broadcast. They certainly wouldn't continue reporting on events unfavorable to them. Everyone flooded into China's live stream. The live chat was completely overloaded with comments. There were simply too many. Only by turning off the comments could one see the actual footage. Every Chinese person felt overwhelming excitement at that moment. China is mighty. Single-handedly defeating a coalition of over 30 nations. They didn't even have the guts to continue the military exercises, retreating in disarray overnight. Ha! That's not a retreat, it's a full-blown escape. The comment above is spot on. If they dared to stay and flex their muscles, a single cluster dragon missile would wipe them all out. Chapter 214, Savor this glory to the fullest. Netizens back home are absolutely boiling over, flooding the internet with passionate, proud comments. At last, we can stand tall before the world. We have become the mightiest nation. No one can bully us anymore. Netizens from nations friendly to China have also poured out their heartfelt congratulations. As China grows stronger, they too stand to benefit. Congratulations to China on becoming the world's most powerful nation. We hope China will increase its investment in our country and lead us toward prosperity. I really want to visit China. Western countries have always portrayed China as backward, but I've seen in many videos how incredibly prosperous China's development is. I want to see what the real China is like. I've been to China before. Their cities are beautifully developed, and even the countryside is incredibly clean. More importantly, the people there are exceptionally friendly and warm. I highly recommend traveling to China. Many people have already started sharing their travel and living experiences in China online, leaving countless fans utterly envious. Inside the Huaxia Command Center, the leaders were utterly stunned by the overwhelming power of the Star Dragon. After a long silence, the commander-in-chief remarked with profound emotion, "The destructive capability of this missile is simply outrageous. It's the kind of weapon that can single-handedly alter the course of a war. For smaller nations, a single missile could wipe out their entire military." Lin Hai smiled and explained, "Due to the urgent time constraints, these two Star Dragon missiles are only designed for ground attacks. With further refinement, they could target enemy fighter squadrons. If we can detect a large concentration of enemy aircraft, a single Star Dragon could easily wipe them out." If that's true, the commander-in-chief asked Lin Hai with excitement, "Wouldn't our military power be the strongest in the world?" If we disregard nuclear weapons, that appears to be the case at present. However, given M-Nation's formidable strength, we cannot be certain whether they possess more advanced, hidden weapons. Among the conventional weapons publicly disclosed, our nation's arsenal is already the strongest. Lin Hai replied. The commander-in-chief's expression turned grave. Suddenly, he roared. Everyone, stand. In an instant, everyone in the command center stood up, their gazes fixed on Lin Hai. Lin Hai was startled. What on earth was going on? Everyone, salute. With a crisp clatter, everyone saluted Lin Hai in perfect unison. Lin Hai was utterly flustered by the scene before him. What on earth are you all doing? Dismissed. The commander-in-chief lowered his hand and said solemnly, don't be nervous. This is the honor you deserve. Had it not been for your team developing so many advanced weapons, our nation would likely be completely overwhelmed today. Once the M nation establishes a missile base in the Korean peninsula, our nation's capital would fall within enemy firing range. We would no longer be able to safeguard the security of our leadership and state institutions. You are our nation's greatest hero. I am also a Chinese citizen, and I hope China becomes the most powerful nation. That is my dream too. Besides, the credit doesn't belong to me alone, it's the result of everyone's collective effort. Lin Hai quickly interjected. Li Xiaozhang patted Lin Hai on the shoulder and said with deep satisfaction, rest assured, those who serve the nation will never be treated unfairly. But you have indeed made an outstanding contribution to our nation. Accept this honor with confidence, you are our nation's pride. Every staff member at our research institute is proud of you. Lin Hai was deeply moved at that moment. He nodded solemnly and said, I will work even harder in the future to develop more advanced technologies for our nation. Excellent. We all have high hopes for you. We've won a major victory, we can report this good news to the chairman. The command center erupted in enthusiastic cheers. From the moment we began planning this military exercise against the 30-nation coalition, a heavy burden weighed on everyone's hearts. Though none feared death, they dreaded bringing shame upon their homeland. Now, with this resounding victory, China's name would be known throughout the world. The Western powers would never dare provoke China again. At last, they had truly lifted their heads high. Now everyone could cheer freely, relax, and savor the joy. The chairman has been closely monitoring the exercise's outcomes. From start to finish, it delivered tremendous surprises. Even the chairman hadn't anticipated that the true power of the Dragon of the Stars would be so formidable. Through television media, congratulations were extended to the military and the entire nation. He also praised all the officers and soldiers who participated in the operation. The exercise finally concluded. Under tight security, Lin Hai and the experts were escorted back to their accommodations. At that moment, the students of the National Defense University felt immense pride. For these advanced weapons were all developed by the National Defense University. Moreover, the lead developer was none other than Lin Hai, their fellow student. Every student felt immense pride, and their admiration for Lin Hai reached its peak. Footage of the Huaxia exercise flooded the internet across every nation, with view counts routinely surpassing millions, even reaching hundreds of millions. Comments easily surpassed hundreds of thousands. China's formidable strength made many sense that the global landscape was shifting. Even Longwei Corporation reaped the benefits. Word quickly spread that the technology behind Longwei's new smartphone was entirely developed by Lin Hai alone. Whether it was the 3-nanometer lithography machine, the diamond screen, or especially the recently extremely popular lens drone, all were created by Lin Hai. With such publicity, more people rushed to buy Longwei phones. This was the immense advantage of celebrity endorsement. By incorporating Lin Hai's technology, Longwei phones had developed such a powerful weapon. Doesn't that make it the world's most formidable phone? Overnight, Apple phones became completely overlooked. If you couldn't afford Longwei's flagship model, you could at least try to snag one of their mid-range phones. If that wasn't possible, people would scramble for Longwei's entry-level models. Within less than a day, all major retailers worldwide were completely sold out. Even scalpers were selling them at marked-up prices, yet demand remained sky-high. Longwei itself hadn't even realized it, as all inventory including prototype units had sold out. The company could only order production lines to ramp up manufacturing. They also issued an announcement urging consumers to exercise rational spending. Supply of Longwei phones is absolutely guaranteed. Please wait patiently and avoid purchasing overpriced phones from scalpers. But consumers weren't having it. They responded directly in the comments, cut the nonsense. Instead of wasting time on announcements, why not just make more phones? Many who previously had no interest in Longwei phones, longtime Apple users. After switching to Longwei phones, they discovered the device boasts numerous advantages. Their smoothness rivals Apple's, and their signal strength surpasses it. Longwei phones not only saw their ratings soar but also became the world's best-selling mobile brand. Chapter 215, Disaster Looms Over M Nation. Lin Hai returned to campus, where students lined both sides of the road to welcome him. As the vehicle entered the campus gates, thunderous applause erupted. This was the highest honor the National Defense University students could bestow upon Lin Hai. Lin Hai felt profoundly moved at that moment. He resolved to contribute more to the nation, developing advanced technologies. He aimed to ensure all citizens within the country could live prosperous lives. Once China became the world's most powerful nation, those who fawned over foreign cultures would surely quiet down. Upon arriving at the research institute, Lin Hai accelerated his work on the project. The nation's energy and mineral resources remained severely scarce, while international coal prices continued to climb relentlessly. This was done to suppress China's economic development. The only solution to resolve China's energy crisis was to develop controllable nuclear fusion. However, developing such advanced technology for the system mission would take an extremely long time. With the nation's immediate crisis resolved, he could now focus on his tasks with peace of mind. Whether sleeping in the research lab or during lectures, no one found Lin Hai's behavior unusual anymore. Instead, rumors circulated that Lin Hai possessed extraordinary talent. He could study and conduct scientific research simultaneously while asleep. Moreover, in this state, he achieved twice the results with half the effort, far surpassing others in efficiency. How else could he have produced so many groundbreaking research achievements? Over time, rather than disliking it, people found it incredibly cool. The entire high command of M Nation convened an emergency meeting that night, working through the entire night without rest. They suddenly realized they had no ability to suppress China. The more they targeted China, the faster China's development accelerated. They had already broken through lithography technology, enabling them to produce chips more advanced than TSMC's. Now the world's most advanced chips were firmly in China's hands. With its formidable production capacity, China is rapidly dominating the market. The share that the United States could command was dwindling. Exporting chips to China once generated trillions of dollars annually. The chip and semiconductor industry is highly profitable, yet this revenue stream is dwindling. It's even possible that once China expands its production capacity, it will seize market share globally. The most affected is Apple Incorporated, whose smartphone sales are steadily declining. Annual tax revenues alone could drop by hundreds of billions. These represent direct losses for the US. The indirect losses are incalculable. In the aviation sector, commercial aircraft sales are dwindling and related suppliers are teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. Moreover, the major shareholder of South Korea's exploding company is also M country. South Korean phones once dominated global sales, but now their high-end market share is rapidly declining. Whether it's Samsung phones or Apple phones, the high-end market has been almost entirely captured by Huawei phones. This has inflicted heavy losses on US investors, who stand to lose their entire capital. If this continues, their economy will face a massive recession. The economic losses could potentially be mitigated through other channels. The dollar's hegemony is the very foundation upon which M Nation survives. Yet maintaining this supremacy demands formidable military might, the capacity to swiftly strike any nation daring to defy them. Yet China's military strength has now surpassed that of the United States. Even this time, when the coalition of 30 nations mobilized together, China scared them back. In less than a single night, many smaller nations previously suppressed by the US have begun to stir restlessly. They no longer heed M Nation's commands, seeking instead to align with China. As China's strength grows ever more formidable, the Chinese currency will inevitably circulate globally. As fewer nations and people adopt the dollar, it will face complete collapse, likely experiencing rapid devaluation. At that point, the entire M Nation will face bankruptcy. It will decline from a superpower to an ordinary second-tier nation. It won't just be the nation running out of money, the people's lives will become extremely impoverished. Crucially, having dominated the world for so long, M Nation has provoked numerous countries through its wars. If M Nation's economy and military cease to be the world's strongest, the nations it has oppressed may well unite to exact revenge. Even M's allies would no longer come to its aid. After all, their past participation in M's wars was driven by profit to reap substantial financial gains. They certainly won't expend resources to help M Nation combat hostile nations. They might even kick M while it's down, aiding other nations against it. They might even carve up M directly. The high-ranking officials and elites of M Nation now face immense pressure. They even sense impending doom. Should the nation collapse, every citizen of M would face immense peril. The president of M Nation looked extremely grim. Our situation is extremely critical. We must come up with a response strategy. We must remind the entire world that M Nation remains the most powerful. We must maintain our position as the world's dominant power. Otherwise, our allies will abandon us, and enemies worldwide will bring the flames of war to our homeland. An expert spoke with a grim expression. China's strength is truly formidable, while their overall capabilities may not match ours. But the 3 new weapons they've just developed are all bane to our military. If we cannot neutralize the Star Dragon missile, we will remain at a disadvantage in any confrontation. Another military expert interjected, with our nation's current technology, we simply cannot counter the Star Dragon missile. The sheer terror of that weapon's destructive power far surpasses that of nuclear bombs. Its destructive force even surpasses that of nuclear bombs. Our military capabilities now lag behind China's, and this gap cannot be bridged in the short term. The commander of M Nation's Air Force wore an exceptionally grim expression. We possess the most advanced bombers and the most formidable fighter jets. Yet China has developed supersonic stealth-armed helicopters, heavy-duty ones at that. How on earth did they master such technology that transcends their era? It feels like all these technologies are either from the future or extraterrestrial. With our current combat strength, we are no match for them. After analysis, we even suspect China has even more formidable weapons yet to be revealed. That is the most terrifying prospect. The president of M Nation slammed his fist on the table in fury and bellowed, "This meeting isn't for complaining. We're here to strategize how to surpass China and maintain America's hegemony. What good does complaining do? If you have no solutions, resign immediately. Don't waste taxpayers' money." The M country president was furious beyond measure. After finally securing the presidency, why has China become so difficult to deal with? If M Nation gets utterly crushed by China, he'll be the nation's greatest villain and his fate won't be pretty. Chapter 216, The Mad Scientist Nikolai. After hearing the president's scolding, everyone present fell silent. They simply had no means to counter China. In the past, China's technological level was low, making it easy to manipulate. Whenever a threatening sector developed, imposing a technological blockade was enough to completely crush China's industry. Even Japan's semiconductor industry had once developed rapidly. They immediately cracked down, directly crushing Japan's semiconductor industry. Over the years, Japan's semiconductor industry has steadily declined. This is the advantage of the US dominating the pinnacle of high-tech fields. Yet now, even their most prized lithography technology has been breached by China and in many cases, surpassed. China is even imposing sanctions on them. Many high-tech products are now inaccessible to M-country companies. This has disrupted their production lines. Even immediately increasing military spending is unrealistic. Their annual R&D spending and military budgets are the highest in the world. Under these circumstances, they still cannot suppress China, which they find utterly baffling. Moreover, in the past, they could resort to printing money to fund increased technological investments. Now, with the United States' international standing plummeting, the circulation of the dollar could face significant disruption. If excessively printed currency fails to enter market circulation, it will trigger soaring prices and dollar depreciation. This was an outcome the United States absolutely could not tolerate. Just as everyone was looking gloomy, the conference room door opened. A tall, slender figure entered with remarkable elegance. Dressed in a black suit, his figure looked exceptionally sharp. He entered with a smile and remarked, "Looks like you're all in a real bind. Care to hear my perspective?" Upon seeing him, many faces paled instantly. A military expert shouted at him, "Nikolai, you lunatic. What are you doing here? This is the president's conference room. Do you know the consequences of barging in like this? A mad scientist like you has no place in this meeting. Get out immediately. If we follow your suggestions, it won't just be M-Nation, you'll destroy the entire world." Another scientist yelled. Nikolai was already an exceptionally brilliant scientist. He was nothing short of a super genius. He excelled in numerous fields and had the potential to become M-Nation's greatest scientist. But one day, Nikolai suddenly seemed to turn into a madman. The ideas he proposed shocked everyone, filling them with dread. Because Nikolai had become involved in a highly classified project, his personality underwent a profound transformation. Even the former president of M-Nation personally issued an order prohibiting him from continuing research on those dangerous projects. Many other scientists also shunned him. For years, Nikolai rarely appeared in public. No one knew what he was up to. Yet no one could have imagined he would suddenly reappear under these circumstances. And he dared to storm into the president's conference room. Many were furious at his actions. Nikolai observed their furious expressions yet maintained his captivating smile. "It doesn't matter if you dislike me, but with your current capabilities, you simply cannot suppress China. China's technology has advanced by leaps and bounds. Perhaps they've gained support from mysterious forces. If you continue to cling to your outdated ways, you will be completely overtaken by China. At that point, the United States will enter a period of rapid decline. I needn't remind you of the consequences, do I? This isn't something you should be worrying about. We trust that under the president's leadership, the United States will maintain its dominant position." Do you even believe that yourself? In both military and technological spheres, China has already surpassed you. The Chinese work with unparalleled diligence, and their pace of development will only accelerate. Meanwhile, our people spend their days demanding shorter work hours. If this continues, how will you suppress China? Nikolai's words struck like iron hammers, each blow landing squarely on everyone's chest. It left them gasping for breath. The President of the United States remained silent throughout. He kept his eyes fixed on Nikolai. After finishing his speech, Nikolai smiled and scanned the room. Finally, his gaze settled on the President. The two men stared at each other like this for 5 or 6 seconds. Only then did the President of M-Nation speak. "Nikolai, have you been researching any new technologies lately? If the nation supports your research, do you have confidence in surpassing China?" Nikolai seemed to have anticipated the president's agreement to his terms. A faint smile played at the corners of his mouth, revealing a hint of amusement. Placing his right hand over his left chest, he bowed slightly. "Esteemed Mr. President, my research has never ceased over the years, and I have already achieved many astonishing results. If I am permitted to continue these projects, I have full confidence we could surpass China entirely. Not only would this ensure M-Nation's enduring position as the world's dominant power, but it would also propel us beyond Earth's orbit into the realm of space exploration." At these words, everyone's expressions changed dramatically. A scientist immediately stood up and exclaimed, "Mr. President, you must not believe him. His research has long proven to be extremely dangerous to humanity. He will destroy our world. My research is sacred, don't suppress me out of prejudice. I have placed the research materials specifically on this USB drive. You may review it yourselves before deciding whether to continue collaborating with me." Nikolai didn't get angry at others' objections. His temperament always seemed to be this elegant and gentle. A stranger meeting him would instantly feel a strong sense of goodwill toward him. But the theories he had previously proposed were simply too outrageous, even inhumane in nature. Thus, the scientists despised him intensely. But now, with M-Nation facing its most critical moment, the president, having exhausted all other options, was prepared to take the risk. In his view, as long as Nikolai could be controlled, the situation would never spiral out of control. "Alright, load the USB drive onto the projector. We'll review the data before making a decision. If the majority agrees, we'll support Nikolai's research." The president didn't deliberate long before making the decision on the spot. The president's secretary took the USB drive and projected its contents onto the large screen. Everyone watched. These technologies were completely unknown to them. Their eyes widened in astonishment. Nikolai stepped forward and meticulously explained his research to them. For nearly the entire night, Nikolai became the focal point of the meeting. His research concepts left everyone utterly stunned. Chapter 217, Mysterious Technology. Nikolai spoke non-stop for several hours before finally pausing. The conference room was now utterly silent. You could hear everyone's breath. They were utterly stunned by his research proposals. Have you truly succeeded in all these research projects? The president of M Nation was clearly intrigued. If M Nation's technology truly reached this level, there would indeed be hope to completely crush China and maintain its position as the world's dominant power. Indeed, some projects have achieved major breakthroughs, but the data I currently possess is far from complete. I must be allowed to continue researching these matters. Of course, this requires the president to grant me the necessary authorization. I am confident that with our capabilities, we can master these cutting-edge technologies. Nikolai's expression turned serious. The president of M Nation did not immediately agree to his request. His hand rested on the table, his index finger tapping the surface rhythmically. Clearly, he was wrestling with a fierce internal conflict. Step outside for now. We need to deliberate on such a significant matter together. Regardless of the outcome, you will receive a response, the president stated. Nikolai showed no surprise. He bowed slightly once more. Understood, Mr. President. I await your response. With that, he departed with an elegant stride. After Nikolai departed, everyone in the conference room visibly relaxed. The Air Force commander frowned and said, the president wouldn't actually support Nikolai, would he? Do you have any other options? At this critical juncture, only the technology Nikolai proposed can help us turn the tide. Besides, we can keep him under control. If he oversteps, we can immediately arrest him and halt the research. No matter how capable he is, he cannot resist our military forces. We can also assign scientists to serve as his assistants. That way we can monitor his progress at any time. The president of M Nation voiced his thoughts. No one else raised any objections. They had no better solution, and rejecting the president's proposal would only invite trouble. President M looked around the room and said, if there are no objections, let's discuss how we can support Nikolai. This man remains a potential threat. We must maintain strict oversight of all his activities. We must avoid any risks and focus solely on researching technologies beneficial to us. Our military will conduct rigorous surveillance. Our research institute will also dispatch several researchers to his facility, enabling us to monitor his findings in real time. His research facility must be under 24-hour surveillance. Everyone voiced their opinions and ideas. No one dared oppose Nikolai's research anymore. After all, the research results Nikolai had just presented were truly astonishing. If realized, it would propel M Nation's capabilities to unprecedented heights. Following the deliberations, the president of country M immediately issued an executive order. It was decided to reinstate Nikolai, with the M government pledging full support. Not only were ample funds allocated, but numerous top-tier scientific talents were also assigned to his team. Soon, Nikolai received another presidential decree. He burst into laughter. Ha! I've finally waited for this day. The future of this world will belong to us. The speed of country M was remarkable. Within a short time, a research team of over 200 people was assembled and set off together toward that mysterious region. In the most enigmatic region of country M, the military had maintained strict lockdown for years. No one was permitted to enter, and the airspace above was strictly off limits. Yet on this day, an army arrived, escorting over 200 experts into the restricted zone. Everyone traveled in military Humvees. The area was surrounded by mountains adjacent to the desert. Only the most rugged off-road vehicles could traverse it. The long convoy stretched out like a dragon, slowly advancing into the desert. Nikolai sat in the lead Humvee, a map in hand. He constantly compared it with the terrain, guiding the driver along the route. We're heading in the right direction. We should reach our destination soon. Signals are completely blocked in this area, so we can't rely on GPS guidance. We have to depend solely on memory and maps. The convoy finally came to a halt before a massive mountain with no road ahead. Nicholas stepped out of the vehicle. After surveying the surrounding terrain, an expression of immense excitement spread across his face. He spread his arms wide, as if embracing everything around him. I'm finally back in this place. I've longed for. This feeling is absolutely incredible. The general standing beside him frowned, observing Nicholas's unusual behavior. He grew wary inside. His primary duty, alongside safeguarding all the scientists, was to keep a close watch on Nikolai to prevent him from doing anything out of line. Yet upon arriving at their destination, the usually elegant Nikolai had become so uncharacteristically strange. Yet he held no authority to make decisions. He could only report everything he witnessed to his superiors. Nikolai led the group further up the mountain, climbing to a spot halfway up the slope. He stepped forward and felt along the stone wall for a moment. He soon located the mechanism and turned the switch. The stone door slowly rose, revealing a cave entrance. Nikolai led the group inside. They made their way through the dark tunnel with flashlights. Suddenly, the path ahead opened up. Seeing what lay before them, Nikolai's expression grew even more frenzied. Finally seeing the technology I've always dreamed of. The scientists behind me stared at the incredibly sci-fi contraption before them, their expressions filled with utter astonishment. Since the swift withdrawal of the 30-nation alliance, Many nations have announced the development of strategic relationships with China. Deep cooperation was established in both economic and military spheres. Countless nations invited China to invest, and some even directly requested to purchase Chinese weaponry and equipment. As for cutting-edge weapons like electromagnetic cannons, supersonic stealth helicopters, and the Star Dragon, no amount of money would persuade China to sell them. However, other weapons like warships, missiles, and fighter jets remain highly advanced even for smaller nations. They are more than sufficient for safeguarding national security. For a time, China seemed to become the world's center stage. Countries are flocking to China in droves. They dispatch their most elite diplomatic delegations, hoping to establish deep cooperation and mutual development with China. This development instantly made many Americans intensely envious. Their global standing plummeted to an all-time low, as the glory that once belonged to them now belonged entirely to the Chinese. More and more people are criticizing M's hegemony and crimes online. China has grown so powerful that it treats every nation with equality and goodwill. It's far superior to dealing with M nation. China's reputation had reached its zenith worldwide. Chapter 218, Intercepted. Japan is deeply terrified by the strength China has demonstrated. If China were to take action against them, it could annihilate them with ease. Even without direct action, nearly threatening to impose an economic blockade on Japan, Japan would suffer immense losses. After all, China was Japan's largest market. Japan's high-level officials convened an emergency meeting. They debated whether to fully pivot toward China and become a vassal state of China. After all, Japan was simply too close to China and had done too much to oppose China in the past. Now they were filled with regret. They could only hope to earn China's forgiveness through exemplary conduct. I believe China is a remarkably magnanimous nation. We should immediately take the initiative to show goodwill. We should share all our technology with China. If they can sense Japan's sincerity, they will surely accept us. I propose China dispatch a military contingent to garrison Japan. Under their protection, no nation would dare provoke us. Another official immediately chimed in. This official had always held a deep admiration for Chinese culture. Having personally visited China several times as a tourist, he knew China's strength far surpassed Japan's. However, before this, he held a low-ranking position in Japan, and his previous proposals for friendly cooperation with China had all been rejected by other officials. Following these events, Japan swiftly promoted him. After all, this official had always maintained friendly relations with China. Having him facilitate the connection would undoubtedly yield twice the result with half the effort. That makes sense. Since we can't resist, we might as well align ourselves directly with China. Continuing to build our military strength will only provoke China's displeasure. China's cannons could reduce Wa to ruins in an instant. Better to have China protect us. China will become the world's dominant power. By becoming a vassal state, we'll reap significant benefits. Japan has always been eager to align with powerful nations. Many secretly rejoiced at the prospect. Though Japan once groveled before the United States, which appeared courteous and supportive. Yet it was painfully obvious that this was merely a facade. Numerous details revealed that American politicians and citizens fundamentally looked down on them. They treated Japan like a mere lapdog. Their closeness to Japan was merely a means to use it as a check against China. Once China is utterly defeated, Japan will lose its utility, and who knows what fate awaits it then. Many people would rather align with China. Since we share the same yellow race, there's no need to worry about racial issues, making integration much easier. Of course, some still hold deep admiration for the United States. They have grown accustomed to being controlled by the United States. Suddenly switching allegiance to China feels utterly foreign. Such a proposal is nothing short of an insult. For so many years, the US has been the world's dominant power. We must not make hasty decisions. Perhaps the US still has other trump cards up its sleeve. If we make the wrong choice, it could lead to the nation's destruction. An extremist retorted indignantly. An official beside him sneered coldly. If M truly had any trump cards left, they would have been deployed during the military exercises. The 30-nation coalition fled in terror the moment they saw China's new weapon. Do you really think M nation alone stands a chance against China? China's prowess extends far beyond military might. Its economy is also surging. Its chips lead the world. Even Apple has to use their top-tier processors. South Korea's exploding phones can't get chips, so they're stuck making mid to low-end devices. The stock prices of these two top-tier companies have already plummeted by half. It's said China even has dedicated teams manipulating the market, profiting trillions by short-selling their stocks. China would never have dared to do such a thing before. To openly short the stocks of the US and South Korea like this shows China fundamentally no longer cares about their threats. Some calmly analyze the power gap between China and the US. They observed a dramatic shift in China's stance toward the US. From previous politeness and tolerance to now taking the offensive. Recent events all demonstrate China's growing strength. I agree with this perspective. For years, our Japan has followed the US in confronting China. Yet China still provides us with abundant resources. In contrast, despite our rapid semiconductor industry growth, we face suppression from the US. It would be better to follow China's lead. The future undoubtedly belongs to China. The Japanese Prime Minister also voiced his opinion. Let's put it to a vote: minority follows majority. Those who choose to follow China, raise your hands. In an instant, at least 4/5 of the attendees raised their hands. Except for the staunch supporters of the United States, all other officials chose to follow China. Suddenly, chaotic clamor erupted from outside. The Japanese Prime Minister's face darkened. Who was making such a racket outside during such an important meeting? The door kicked open and several men in M-Nation military uniforms strode in. The officials in the conference room paled at the sight of them. The newcomers were commanders of M-Nation's garrison forces in Japan. Their abrupt intrusion clearly signaled hostile intent. The Japanese Prime Minister hurriedly stood up, forcing a faint smile. How did General Blin come to be here? This is the Japanese government building. Unauthorized entry is strictly prohibited. A sly grin spread across General Buren's face. If I hadn't barged in, I fear you might have betrayed us, M-Nation, and sided with China instead? The Japanese Prime Minister felt exposed, his confidence wavering. Having been controlled by M-Nation for so many years, he felt utterly uneasy facing its high-ranking officials. General Buren, what nonsense are you talking about? We Japanese are merely adjusting our strategy toward China. How could we possibly side with them? Japan will always remain a steadfast ally of the United States. Oomph. You've sorely underestimated the capabilities of our M-Nation's intelligence. We had already uncovered all your plans before the meeting even began. Do not forget that your economic lifeline rests in our nation's hands. Dare to betray us, and sanctions will be imposed immediately. Your automotive industry will be hit especially hard. Western nations will reject your vehicles. You'd better know what state Japan's economy will be in then. Do you really expect China to come to your rescue? Brin showed them no mercy. It was a blatant threat. His eyes held nothing but utter contempt. While the United States had been defeated by China in their confrontation, dealing with a mere Japan would be a breeze. Chapter 219, Japan's hawkish faction. Japan's semiconductor industry had long since declined, leaving its automotive sector as the backbone of its economy, especially with its strong global sales performance. This success was inseparable from M-Nation support, which allowed their products to enter Western markets with ease. Should M-Nation impose restrictions, the automotive sector would face devastating blows. Domestic supporting industries would inevitably collapse en masse. Especially since M's financial titans are ruthless, they'd seize the opportunity to attack their stock market. Within mere days, the entire Japanese economy would collapse. At this thought, the Japanese Prime Minister broke out in a cold sweat. Back when their industries were booming, they had faced suppression from country M on multiple occasions. Each time, they were immediately brought to their knees. Since then, Japan had become exceedingly compliant, carefully avoiding technological advancements that might surpass the United States. As long as they posed no threat to M-Nation would not strike against them. Especially since M-Nation somehow knew about their meeting today. This demonstrates that M-Nation's intelligence capabilities are formidable, having already infiltrated Japan's high-level circles. Numerous high-ranking officials had even fully aligned themselves with M-Nation, unwilling to see Japan lean toward China. The Japanese Prime Minister grew increasingly fearful the more he thought about it. He hastily denied the implication. General Brin, you're overthinking this. We would never betray country M. General Brin finally let a faint smile touch his lips. Good to know who's your real boss. We in M-Nation will initiate a series of plans. The 30-nation alliance will unite to block China. Don't think that just because China has gained a slight military advantage, it can stand against us Western nations. The stronger China appears, the harder we must strike. Continue to follow our M-Nation, and you too will reap benefits. The Japanese Prime Minister immediately adopted an obsequious demeanor. We will fully support the M-Nation. General Brin stated firmly, you'd better be telling the truth. If you dare play any tricks, we won't hesitate to reduce your Japan to ruins once more. The Japanese Prime Minister wiped cold sweat from his brow and hastily flattered, General Brin, you overthink things. Japan's lifeline rests entirely in the hands of the United States. How could we possibly betray M-Nation? Very well. Then I shall announce the order issued by our president. Mr. Yamamoto must be promoted to a crucial position. As for the other names on the list, I've already obtained them. Arrange their positions immediately according to the list. General Buren handed a sheet of paper to the Japanese Prime Minister. The Japanese Prime Minister took it, unfolded the paper, and his expression changed drastically upon glancing at it. The individuals on the list were all staunch supporters of M-Nation. Moreover, these individuals held an extremely hardline stance toward China. Even now, they continued to clamor for the occupation of Chinese territory. If these individuals seized power, Japan would become China's foremost enemy. This was tantamount to roasting Japan over a fire. How could that be acceptable? The Japanese Prime Minister grew visibly anxious. He had originally planned to stall for time, letting Brin depart before gradually shifting strategy. He intended to secure China's full support first, then shake off the control of the United States. But he never imagined the United States would directly intervene in their domestic affairs. If his position were undermined, Japan would fall completely under M's control. General Buren's expression turned grim. This isn't a negotiation, it's an order. Do you understand? At this juncture, you are either our ally or our adversary. You'd better decide which path to take sooner rather than later. Additionally, to ensure your safety, we will continue to station 10,000 troops here. They will arrive in 2 days. General Buren finished speaking and immediately turned to leave with his men. With their forces stationed here, there's no need to worry about the Wugwa pulling any tricks. Moreover, there are loyalists within the Japanese High Command. Whatever happens, they will remain fully informed at all times. After General Brin departed, the Japanese Prime Minister's back was drenched in sweat. He had believed that aligning with China would allow Japan to sever ties with the United States once and for all. Yet facing M Nation's high-ranking commander, he still felt utterly terrified. The United States' strength hadn't diminished, it was just that China's development had accelerated slightly. Neither nation was one they could afford to provoke. Yet both nations were locked in hostile conflict, their enmity reaching a life or death level. Japan, caught in the middle, was merely cannon fodder. Yamamoto, however, wore a smug expression. His backing came from the entire M Nation, plus the forces commanded by General Brin supporting him. Even if the Japanese Prime Minister disliked him intensely, he couldn't touch Yamamoto. Yamamoto declared triumphantly, "Prime Minister, you heard General Brin's words. I advise you to comply with his arrangements. Our nation's lifeline rests entirely in the hands of M Nation. China cannot replace it. To align with M Nation's strategic objectives, I intend to serve as Japan's Minister of Commerce. I trust none of you present would object?" As he spoke, his eyes swept over the room with a sinister glare. As a hawkish politician, he relished following M Nation in punishing other countries. The Japanese Prime Minister erupted in fury, "You'll destroy our nation. We're just a small country. Getting involved in the conflict between China and M Nation will only make us sacrificial lambs. You're far too weak-willed and utterly clueless about the reality of the situation. It is precisely because of your character. Japan has been unable to truly integrate into the West. We must demonstrate greater strength and adopt a tougher stance externally. Only then can we become the most powerful nation. Moreover, I've just learned that M Nation is implementing a super plan that will soon defeat China." To make them believe his words, Yamamoto projected the data onto the large screen. All the high-ranking officials of Japan were stunned into silence upon seeing it. How could this be possible? This technology is far beyond anything humanity could master. Yamamoto relished their expressions, declaring triumphantly, "This data is absolutely genuine. I've told you before, M Nation still has many hidden cards up its sleeve. Don't think China's temporary advantage means anything, they've only boxed themselves into a corner. In the future, Country M will surely defeat them." After seeing this information, everyone was shaken to the core. They reassessed the true strength of Country M. The information delivered a profound shock to the Japanese Prime Minister. His expression shifted between anger and worry as he pondered for a long time. Finally, he made up his mind. "Very well, we will continue to follow Country M. Let's hope this gamble pays off." Ha! Rest assured. China is a resource-importing nation utterly defenseless against M Nation. If we execute this flawlessly, Country M will absolutely reward us handsomely. Yamamoto's face lit up with unbridled fervor. Chapter 220, Underhanded Tactics. Country M swiftly implemented hostile policies against China, targeting the Chinese automotive industry first. All technologies and patents were barred from use by Chinese manufacturers. Especially targeting China's rapidly growing electric vehicle sector, they aimed to sever it at its very roots. Western nations monopolized most lithium resources, hoarding them and refusing to sell to China. Overnight, global lithium prices skyrocketed. This left lithium battery manufacturers and new energy vehicle producers facing immediate losses. Even at premium prices, sufficient lithium remains unattainable. This has left many automakers without lithium, making vehicle batteries the most in-demand commodity. Even vehicle delivery schedules had to be delayed, forcing factories to halt production. China immediately lodged protests against this hegemonic behavior. However, the vast majority of voting power lies in the hands of Western nations. Leveraging their power and influence, they directly ruled China's lawsuit as unsuccessful. They claimed it was normal market behavior, arguing that price increases were entirely expected due to the scarcity of lithium mines. As a result, electric vehicles not only failed to materialize, but their prices skyrocketed. Whether it's Japan, South Korea, or Western Europe and America, their traditional automotive technologies have consistently outpaced China's. Coupled with patent and technological barriers, they hold immense competitive advantages. By monopolizing lithium mines, they secured substantial profits even without raising EV prices. This has plunged China's nascent new energy vehicle manufacturers into a deep slump. No one in the world could have imagined that the US would resort to such underhanded tactics so shameless. To restrict China, they've completely abandoned all sense of reason. The automotive industry is labor-intensive. Any disruption could lead to millions of job losses with severe consequences. Conversely, traditional automakers in Europe, America, Japan, and South Korea were all delighted. China's new energy vehicle sector had been advancing rapidly, nearly seizing the initiative. It has forced the traditional automotive industry into a relentless retreat. Suddenly choked off, without lithium mines, they can't even produce batteries. This allows them to sell more gasoline-powered vehicles and even raise prices. China's lithium reserves can only last 2 to 3 months at most, and they face skyrocketing prices. Even if electric vehicle production continues normally, manufacturers will incur losses. If prices were raised significantly, consumers simply couldn't afford them. Suddenly, a flood of voices erupted online. See? Don't think you're invincible just because you have 1 or 2 advanced weapons. China's industrial foundation pales in comparison to Western nations. They could wipe out an entire Chinese industry with a single move. The encirclement of China's auto industry would directly result in millions of job losses. Confronting the US will lead to no good outcome. Moreover, China's gasoline-powered vehicles hold no competitive edge against these nations. The entire market would collapse instantly. And this is just the beginning. Other industries are likely to face collapse soon. If foreign nations simply stop importing our products, it would trigger an even greater economic crisis. The US isn't backing down, it's avoiding war. This demonstrates the United States' magnanimity as a major power, refusing to stoop to China's level. They need only snap their fingers to bring China to its knees. I suggest China should quickly approach M Nation, proactively admit fault, destroy all advanced weaponry, and transfer the technology to M Nation. Only then can it regain M's trust and resume trade with China. Otherwise, China will truly face utter ruin. Numerous articles advocating this stance have flooded major media outlets. They all condemn China for being too confrontational toward the US, arguing that Lin Hai's development of these weapons of mass destruction will only provoke hostility from Western nations. If China becomes the West's outright enemy, its economy will collapse entirely. The nation is mobilizing all resources, prioritizing accelerated domestic lithium mining to meet automotive industry demands. Additionally, it is exploring new lithium deposits in friendly foreign nations, hoping to discover and mine them as soon as possible. However, the majority of lithium reserves remained firmly in the hands of Western nations. Even the lithium deposits China had purchased were forcibly reclaimed. They simply find every possible excuse to prevent China from obtaining any lithium deposits. They are utterly convinced China will never go to war with Western nations over this issue. After all, once hostilities commence, it would escalate into a global-scale war. Whoever fires first loses all justification. National leaders were practically tearing their hair out over this. New energy vehicles were a national strategic priority, poised to overtake the traditional automotive sector. The underhanded tactics keep coming utterly unreasonable, nothing short of thuggish behavior. China never imagined Western nations would act with such utter disregard for boundaries. Moreover, coal prices continue to climb relentlessly. China relies heavily on coal for nearly all its power generation. To protect the environment, China has had to import high-quality coal from abroad, which helps reduce pollution. However, as coal prices continued to climb, power plants began suffering losses across the board. China has shut down too many coal mines, plunging the nation into an energy crisis once again. Lin Hai has spent most of his time sleeping lately to complete his nuclear fusion mission. Since China has already surpassed the United States militarily and its economy is booming, it seems unlikely any major problems will arise. He hadn't even paid much attention to the news. That day, after waking up from a nap, he noticed his colleagues were all in a particularly low mood during breakfast. Each wore a worried frown, lacking any spark of energy. "What's wrong with you all? Why do you look like you're carrying heavy burdens?" Lin Hai asked curiously. They had worked together for years, forging deep bonds of friendship. Seeing them like this, Lin Hai naturally wanted to help. "This is something you probably couldn't help with anyway, so I didn't tell you," Li Xiaochang sighed helplessly. No matter how capable Lin Hai was, he couldn't conjure lithium ore out of thin air. Besides, he knew Lin Hai was currently immersed in nuclear fusion research and needed ample time to focus. Hearing this only piqued Lin Hai's curiosity further. What could possibly be beyond his help? "Tell me what it is, I might just be able to solve it," Lin Hai declared. M Nation has imposed a comprehensive blockade on our nation, China, especially in the resource sector. Western nations have virtually monopolized lithium deposits, refusing to sell to us regardless of price. Coal prices keep climbing, pushing our power plants into massive losses. If this situation doesn't improve, our nation's development could face major problems. Li Xiaochang sighed deeply, utterly helpless. Chapter 221, Wolfish Ambitions. Upon hearing Li Xiaochang's words, Lin Hai paused briefly. He mused thoughtfully, the United States truly never learns from its mistakes. They still harbor ambitions to completely block us off. Isn't that just wishful thinking? Lin Hai stroked his chin, his expression deep with meaning. Western nations have indeed united as one against China's rise, but they fail to consider that many developing countries maintain strong ties with China. China possesses the full capability to deeply penetrate the markets of these developing nations. Of course, Western nations simply cannot do without the diverse products China provides. Especially the everyday goods produced by China, which are both high quality and affordable. If production were shifted elsewhere, costs would skyrocket rapidly. Moreover, the quality would be far inferior to that of China. Even developed nations couldn't withstand a complete surge in the prices of all daily necessities. China's status as the world's factory isn't just empty talk. From birth to death, every foreigner relies on products made in China. China's manufacturing capacity is simply too formidable, and its efficiency is exceptionally high. The production cycle for any new product is exceptionally short, giving companies a competitive edge. Without China, their R&D and manufacturing speeds would slow, quality would decline, and without cost advantages, they would quickly be eliminated by the market. Their plan to wage an economic war against China, attempting to completely isolate it, is utterly unrealistic. No matter how severe the damage inflicted upon China, these Western nations would inevitably share the burden. Of course, Lin Hai wouldn't stand idly by while China kept taking losses. To be honest, the officials of M Nation are quite formidable. They've struck right at the heart of China's vulnerabilities. China's traditional automotive technology has always lagged behind developed nations. Now, we finally have a chance to turn the tables with new energy vehicles. Yet they've directly choked off all lithium mines, leaving our automakers without batteries. China's entire automotive manufacturing sector, along with its supporting suppliers, likely sustains employment for millions. And these are high-quality jobs. If these industries suffer a blow, China's economy could face significant setbacks. Lin Hai stated solemnly. That's why I say this is extremely serious. The automotive sector is just one aspect. Coal prices have skyrocketed, putting immense pressure on power plants. If they continue to operate at such massive losses, electricity prices will inevitably rise. Production costs would skyrocket across the board, eroding our export competitiveness. I suspect Western nations aim to inflate our production costs, then relocate all manufacturing to other countries. This approach aims to undermine China's economy. Without economic support, development in the military-industrial sector will naturally stagnate. Li Xiaochang explained. Academician Li is absolutely right. Their nation's weapons and military have always ranked among the world's best. But in recent years, they've been subjected to Western economic sanctions, forced to rely solely on selling mineral resources to survive. Their economy is in dire straits, and their weapons systems can't keep pace with modern developments. They're deteriorating by the day. Another expert remarked. Everyone was deeply concerned, unsure how to break the deadlock. What's more alarming is that this is only the first round of sanctions. If Western nations taste success here, further sanctions and blockades across numerous other sectors, our nation would face even greater hardship. Experts are deeply concerned about the future, as China is currently in a phase of rapid development. Should the economy face major setbacks, it could plunge into decline. Forget about other blockades for now. Our most urgent shortages are energy and lithium ore. We must focus on resolving these two issues first. Lin Hai declared. It's not that simple. Global lithium reserves are limited, and all major deposits are currently controlled by Western nations. While our country does possess some lithium deposits, the extraction volume is nowhere near sufficient. China's new energy vehicle sector is growing too rapidly, creating enormous demand. Li Xiaochang stated with a grave expression. Lin Hai scrolled through news on his phone while chatting. He then discovered that a significant number of people were attacking him online. They were pinning all the blame on him. China was developing smoothly until it developed so many weapons that the US felt threatened. That's why Western nations have joined forces to suppress China. Not only were there countless netizens, but even some influential online personalities were criticizing him. Lin Hai nearly burst out laughing upon seeing these articles. What kind of moron would think that? Surrendering to the US would make them spare China? Any nation that ever posed a threat to the US, they'd love to find ways to dismember it. Only by being reduced to a primitive society would they feel completely at ease. Especially for a nation like China with its ancient history and once formidable power, nation could never feel secure. To avoid being bullied, there's only one path: become the strongest in the world. Will never agree to a groveling plea for mercy. Of course, many patriotic citizens have harshly criticized these posts in the comments. Damn it, how much have these guys been paid off? They're sticking their heads out again. I'm reporting them right now. America's livestock industry is indeed thriving, especially its pack of sycophants, who are exceptionally active and utterly loyal. We could clearly become a powerful nation, yet they spend all day thinking about surrender. Do these people even have knees? Were they born calcium deficient? I fully support General Lin. Without the advanced weapons he developed, our fate would be unimaginably grim. With a coalition of over 30 nations already at our doorstep, a forceful counterattack is imperative. I stand behind the nation's decisions. Difficulties are just reality. As long as we stand united with one heart and mind, no blockade can defeat us. The vast majority of netizens hold sound values, and Lin Hai is completely at ease. No matter how many spies nation deploys to deceive its citizens, the vast majority of Chinese people simply ignored it and refused to believe these articles. Especially the younger generation of China, who cherish their country even more. They possess their own critical thinking skills and are no longer easily swayed by such reactionary propaganda. Lin Hai casually browsed the system store. To his surprise, automobile manufacturing technology was surprisingly affordable. Just a few dozen points could redeem it. It turned out that the more established the technology, the cheaper it was in the system store. For the Sleep God system, automotive manufacturing technology was remarkably straightforward. He also checked battery technology. Besides lithium batteries, sodium battery technology was quite advanced. It was in no way inferior to existing lithium-ion battery technology. In fact, it might even be superior. This would solve the immediate problem. Sodium materials are abundantly available worldwide and extremely low cost. Their commercial application not only enhances safety but also reduces costs. Chapter 222, Super Battery Technology. This technology means sodium batteries cost less than 1/5 of lithium batteries, and mass production could reduce costs further. Batteries account for over half the cost of electric vehicles. Reducing this to 1/5 could lower the price of a $20,000 car by $7,000 to $8,000. For consumers, this represents a significant benefit. If electric vehicles become sufficiently affordable, few people would opt for gasoline-powered cars. Of course, long-distance travel remains a challenge for EVs, but this can be addressed through infrastructure development. Many automakers are addressing limited range through hybrid technology. Moreover, sodium batteries offer superior low-temperature performance, enhanced safety, and faster charging speeds, significant advantages. The sodium battery technology provided by the Sleep God system boasts higher energy density than current lithium batteries. Replacing lithium batteries with sodium battery technology not only reduces costs but also improves performance. Let the foreign countries sleep on their lithium mines. Lin Hai browsed the system store with growing excitement. He discovered an even more impressive technology: super graphene capacitors. While ordinary capacitor batteries exist today, they charge quickly but cannot store power long term. They automatically discharge their charge within minutes. But this capacitor technology could store power for a relatively long time. It can maintain over 90% of its charge for more than 3 days. Within a week, it can retain 50% of its charge. Lin Hai immediately recognized the immense potential of this technology. It could serve as a complementary technology for electric vehicles. Capacitor batteries produced using this capacitor technology are not only compact and lightweight. Moreover, regardless of the capacitor battery size, it can be charged almost instantly. If you combine a sodium battery with a 500 km range and a capacitor battery with another 500 km of range, even if you run out of power during a long distance trip, you can instantly recharge enough for 500 km and keep going. Moreover, super graphene capacitors are completely unaffected by temperature, delivering genuine, reliable range. This battery technology is incredibly impressive. It can be used to manage power grids and serve as energy storage equipment. Since nighttime electricity demand is low, vast amounts of energy are wasted. Building super graphene capacitor storage stations could capture all this surplus electricity. This would save massive amounts of electricity daily. Saved electricity equals saved money, indirectly conserving coal resources. Especially with the instability of wind power generation, it can be stored in capacitor charging stations first, then delivered to the grid with stable power output. It was an absolutely perfect energy storage solution. When Lin Hai saw this technology, he nearly jumped out of his skin. His mind made an instant decision. Li Xiaozhang, seeing Lin Hai staring blankly, wondered if he had any good ideas. Don't worry yourself too much. With the nation's capabilities, I'm sure they'll find a solution to the current problems. Let's just eat first and focus on our research, Li Xiaochang advised. Lin Hai didn't say much in response, merely nodding before returning to his meal. The National Defense University already had numerous industrial ventures. It couldn't possibly handle everything on its own. Moreover, if the National Defense University were to produce sodium batteries, it would crush other battery factories. Therefore, it's best to hand this technology over to the state, which can then authorize domestic battery factories to produce automotive power batteries. This would allow those factories to continue operating while earning higher profits than before. Lower battery costs would give automakers stronger competitiveness, while consumers would also benefit greatly. If all the wasted electricity generated at night could be collected, it would greatly alleviate the problem of insufficient power supply. Lin Hai planned to personally research super graphene capacitor technology. After dinner, Lin Hai wrote down all the sodium battery technology on his computer. He then sent it to the National Battery Research Institute. Although many manufacturers were researching sodium battery technology, the pace of development was extremely slow. Compared to lithium batteries, their capacity is simply too low, which is why they haven't been commercially available to date. Lin Hai, however, utilized technology from the system store, which was already highly mature and ready for direct commercial production. The technology itself was not complex, essentially involving only formulation and production process issues. After writing it up, he immediately sent it to the National Research Institute. Leaders at all levels of the Ministry of Commerce have been grappling with significant challenges in recent days, as both the coal supply and automotive industries have suffered severe setbacks. Electricity is vital to everyone nationwide, and prices cannot be raised arbitrarily. However, maintaining the current price has resulted in power plants operating at a loss across the board. Even so, coal supply remains insufficient. Many factories have adopted staggered production schedules, significantly impacting orders. Coal prices have remained volatile over the past 2 years, compounded by various sanctions imposed by Western nations against China. The government has worked hard to allocate resources, even reopening previously shut down coal mines. However, production capacity cannot be increased overnight. Particularly in China, coal deposits lie deep underground. Large-scale mining not only impacts the environment but also risks safety hazards like ground subsidence. Therefore, China has consistently worked to import large quantities of coal, making considerable efforts to protect its domestic environment. Yet those coal-exporting nations show no sense of fair play, all aligning with the United States. With the US leading the charge, they profit handsomely by selling at inflated prices. Why wouldn't they? They dare to act so brazenly precisely because they know China's massive energy demand. The coal issue can still be managed. At worst, the government can subsidize power plant losses. Calling on the public to conserve electricity can buy some time. We believe this situation won't persist for long. However, the disruption in lithium ore supply poses a massive threat to China. If new energy vehicle production halts for an extended period, domestic manufacturers risk being overtaken by foreign competitors in this sector. By the time most patents are claimed by Western automakers, China will lag behind in the new energy vehicle sector. All the hard work and dedication invested over the years would be wasted. During the earlier years of high lithium demand, the Huaxia government had already made multiple preparations. Not only has it been researching hydrogen energy technology, but it has also been exploring sodium battery technology. However, the pace of development has been too slow, and energy density has remained stubbornly low. The Research Institute director, fresh from a central government meeting, summoned all battery experts. His expression was extremely grave. Today I met with the premier. Our current situation is extremely dire. We cannot bow to country just because we've encountered a setback. We have no other path forward. Only by breaking through the technological blockade imposed by Western nations can we achieve true strength. The premier has placed great expectations on our institute. We must accelerate the development of sodium batteries to break through the lithium ore blockade. Even if we can only slightly increase the energy density of sodium batteries for use in small electric vehicles, it would reduce our dependence on lithium mines. Chapter 223. Indeed, it's Lin Hai. At these words, every expert wore an expression of profound difficulty. Director, this is scientific research. It must proceed step by step. Current research findings are still a long way from commercialization. Commercialization in the short term is unrealistic. Quite right. Scientific research must be grounded in science. Commercialization would require at least 3 to 5 years. The current capacity of sodium-ion batteries is simply unsuitable for electric vehicles. We can't ignore the natural progression of things and leap so far ahead it would backfire. All the experts began to voice their concerns. Director Wang Chuanxiang cleared his throat twice, glanced at the group, and stated, "This is now a matter of national stability. We must accelerate our research no matter what. From now on, we will work overtime every day. The future of China's automotive industry rests on our shoulders. If we can't even handle this pressure, how can we justify the nation's investment in our training and compensation? Sir, we have no complaints about working late nights. You are an expert in the field yourself. You must understand the severe consequences if sodium-ion battery technology is commercialized prematurely without meeting standards. This is no laughing matter. Should a major incident occur, it would amount to a crime against the nation." Wang Chuanxiang sighed helplessly upon hearing their words. "I understand every point you've made perfectly well. We're doing everything we can. Let's accelerate our research efforts. Everyone will need to push through this period, working extra hours to accelerate development. We must strive to deliver a qualified product as soon as possible." After hearing the director's words, all the experts finally breathed a sigh of relief. After outlining the R&D progress, he urged them to get back to work immediately. Wang Chuanxiang sighed deeply. The weight on his shoulders was overwhelming. The nation's lithium reserves were limited, sufficient for only another 2 months at most. If the situation didn't improve within 2 months, or if better battery technology couldn't be developed, the new energy vehicle sector would face total collapse. But overcoming the challenges of alternative materials was incredibly difficult. If it were truly that easy to develop, other countries would have already done so long ago. Wang Chuanxiang sat down at his desk, utterly exhausted. He powered on his computer and began working overtime. The entire research institute was prepared for a tough battle. They had to produce results as quickly as possible, no matter what. The moment he turned on his computer, a new email notification popped up. He had to handle numerous tasks daily, a significant portion of which were communicated via email. He usually checked for any urgent emails that needed immediate attention before diving into his work. Suddenly, he spotted an email with the subject line, "Sodium Battery Technology." Who sent me this email? My email address is confidential. How did an outsider find out about it? Wang Chuanxiang was utterly perplexed. How could an outsider dare submit sodium battery technology to him? Wasn't that like waving a knife in front of Guangdong? Their research institute had been developing that battery for years, and their sodium battery technology was at the forefront globally. For someone to send him a sodium battery technology proposal was nothing short of a blatant provocation. He opened the email with utter disdain. He wondered who was bold enough to challenge his authority. As soon as he opened the email, he was met with complex diagrams and mathematical formulas. As an expert in the field, Wang Chuanxiang immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of the email's contents. He was so stunned he couldn't speak. His eyes widened as he hurriedly scanned the rest. Moments later, he was trembling with excitement. "So that's why we've been unable to break through the battery's capacity density all this time. It turns out our formula ratios were flawed. Even the calculation method for the formula was wrong, completely failing to unlock the potential of sodium-ion batteries." Wang Chuanxiang couldn't help but swallow hard, his throat parched. His trembling hand reached for a pen, scribbling the formulas and recipes onto paper. This document was extremely detailed, covering everything from production processes to material ratios. Everything was laid out clearly. Wang Chuanxiang ran his own calculations and discovered that sodium batteries produced using this process could even surpass ternary lithium batteries in capacity. Moreover, they exhibited superior low-temperature performance, faster charging speeds, and unparalleled safety. Even when subjected to impact or puncture, they wouldn't ignite or explode. Good heavens, who on earth developed this research? And how did he even know my email address? With such advanced battery technology, he could easily start his own company and become the world's richest person. With such outstanding performance, the cost is less than 1/5 of lithium batteries. This is simply unbeatable. Only then did Wang Chuanxiang remember to scroll to the bottom of the email. Sure enough, he found the author's signature. National Defense University Research Institute, Lin Hai. A special note was added at the end, "May this material contribute to the advancement of national battery technology." Lin Hai? It was him? Wang Chuanxiang gasped in astonishment. Lin Hai's name was practically legendary in China, having broken through numerous cutting-edge technologies. China's rapid rise, even its ability to stand toe-to-toe with the United States, was closely tied to the breakthroughs achieved by Lin Hai. Who would have thought that at such a critical juncture, he'd also develop that battery technology? Wang Chuanxiang harbored no doubts whatsoever now. It was incredibly easy for Lin Hai to access his email. Likely, Lin Hai was the only person in the world capable of achieving such a breakthrough in sodium-ion battery technology in such a short time. Excellent. Now China will never again have to worry about lithium resource blockades. The US is about to shoot itself in the foot. Lithium battery technology will become obsolete. Few automakers will likely continue using it. Lithium ore prices will plummet soon. After confirming the details, Wang Chuanxiang immediately headed to the laboratory. Experts were all intensely busy conducting experiments. Due to sodium ions' inherent limitations, carrying fewer charges, the resulting battery capacity falls far short of lithium batteries. Therefore, they must incorporate additional materials and proceed with their research step by step. This kind of technological research simply couldn't advance too quickly. They could only proceed step by step, methodically. Wang Chuanxiang entered, clapped his hands, and announced, "Everyone, please pause your current work. I have an important announcement to make." Ugh, looks like the higher-ups are pushing us again. The real worry is when non-technical leaders micromanage technical teams. They have no idea how challenging research is. How could success possibly happen overnight? No matter how much pressure they pile on, you can't just conjure up technology out of thin air. The researchers sighed one after another. The pressure placed on them was simply too great. They assumed Wang Chuanxiang was just calling another meeting to pile more deadlines on them. Every face wore a sour expression. Chapter 224, Superior Performance. The experts and technicians at the Research Institute all stood before him, each looking utterly dejected. They could already anticipate what Wang Chuanxiang was about to say. It would inevitably revolve around how the nation needed them, how senior leadership placed great importance on this project. The situation was already extremely critical. We must accelerate our research and achieve a technological breakthrough as soon as possible. Director, didn't we just finish the meeting? We will definitely work harder to accelerate our research. Even if we have to stay in the lab around the clock, it's no problem. Everyone is prepared for a tough battle. An elderly expert with graying hair couldn't help but voice his frustration. Director, rest assured. Serving our nation, everyone in this institute will give their absolute all. No one will let us down. We all understand how urgent the situation is. No need to elaborate further. Wang Chuanxiang found their complaints somewhat amusing. It seemed he had placed too much pressure on them. But there was no other way. The higher-ups were pressing hard, and it even concerned the fate of the nation. He had no choice but to share that pressure with every member of the Research Institute. Now that they had secured the advanced battery technology, it felt like a timely blessing. With the pressure lifted, his mood lightened considerably. Wang Chuanxiang decided to tease them a little longer, deliberately holding off on announcing the news. Ahem. Everyone, quiet down. I haven't even spoken yet, and you're already complaining. Is what I'm about to say really so unwelcome? Seeing Wang Chuanxiang seemed in a foul mood, everyone immediately clamped their mouths shut, waiting for his next words. Just now, I realized our entire research direction is completely wrong. Whether it's the material ratios we've been using or the formulas we've been applying, everything needs to be completely overhauled. If we continue down the original path, we'll never develop a commercially viable sodium-ion battery. The moment he said this, everyone felt utterly stunned. We've been working on this technology for years, and now everything is being overturned with a single sentence? How could that be? On what grounds could he claim our research direction was wrong? Dean, you were involved in the research too. You should understand how arduous the process has been. That's exactly it. To dismiss all our research findings at once. Where should we even begin now? The pressure was already immense, and to be told it was all wrong was simply unacceptable to everyone. Wang Chuanxiang clapped his hands again to quiet the room. He picked up a pen and wrote down a material ratio on the whiteboard, then drew the formula. See? This formula and material ratio are correct. By following this approach, sodium-ion batteries can surpass existing ternary lithium batteries in capacity. Moreover, they will have a longer service life and significantly outperform ternary lithium batteries in all aspects. This technology absolutely has the potential to become the mainstream for future electric vehicle technology. Wang Chuanxiang deliberately withheld the facts, putting on an impressive show in front of everyone. Every expert present was top tier. Merely glancing at the formula felt like a revelation. Combining the material ratios, they had already calculated the results in their minds. They've been immersed in studying that matter for so many years that they've long since mastered every characteristic of these materials. They could calculate it with their eyes closed. Good heavens, Director, how on earth did you come up with this formula and recipe? You've never suggested this research direction before. I feel this plan is absolutely feasible, truly a blessing from heaven for our nation. If we can develop such high-performance sodium batteries, our nation will soar to new heights. You're truly the director, so awesome. You're my idol. Wang Chuanxiang beamed with pride as he said, "Don't idolize me too much, I'm just a legend. This formula and the material composition weren't developed by me, someone else did the work. But regardless of who developed the technology, as long as it's a fellow Chinese person, that's enough for us." Wang Chuanxiang's words left everyone utterly perplexed. What does the director mean? This solution wasn't developed by you? They exchanged puzzled glances, each face a mask of confusion. The National Battery Research Institute leads the field in this technological research. Besides them, who else could possess such formidable capabilities? Wang Chuanxiang wasted no time, speaking with gravity. I just received an email containing this very technology. The sender was Lin Hai from the National Defense University Research Institute. If I'm not mistaken, the developer of this technology is undoubtedly Lin Hai. Ha? Lin Hai? Could the director be referring to our national treasure, Lin Hai? I remember now, it must be him. He once said that no breakthrough in existing technology would take more than 3 months. No one but Lin Hai could accomplish such complex research in such a short time. A genius, truly a prodigy of the highest order. I'm utterly in awe of him. Wang Chuanxiang nodded with a smile. It's definitely him. I'll inquire about the specifics later. Distribute all the materials immediately. You all need to start research and experiments right away. We must swiftly produce sodium-ion batteries based on these materials and test their performance at the fastest possible pace. Even if this technology proves viable, it will still take time to transition into production. Everyone, work as fast as possible. Try not to disrupt the automakers' production schedules. Understood. Everyone responded in unison, their voices booming with renewed vigor. With immense hope, they threw themselves into the work with renewed vigor. Wang Chuanxian printed out the detailed specifications and, together with the experts, began assembling the brand new sodium-ion battery. They worked through the entire night without sleep, yet not a single person felt the slightest bit tired. Their spirits soared with excitement. Following the meticulously detailed steps in the documentation required no excessive thought. All necessary materials were readily available in the laboratory. The entire process proceeded smoothly. The first prototype sodium-ion battery was manufactured and charging commenced. Specialized instruments tested the battery's performance and capacity. Using full power charging, the 100 kilowatt battery was fully charged in under 20 minutes. The charging speed astonished everyone. This battery is impressive. Its full power charging speed far exceeds that of ternary lithium batteries. I felt we had already succeeded, and subsequent tests would surely proceed smoothly. All the experts watched the various data with excitement. It completely exceeded their expectations. With such formidable performance, it can completely replace lithium batteries. Chapter 225, Step by Step. The capacity of the sodium-ion battery has already far exceeded expectations. The next step was to conduct charge-discharge cycle tests to ensure the battery's durability. Laboratory techniques allowed for multiple discharges within just a few days, significantly shortening the testing cycle. The calculated production cost left everyone speechless. If mass production began immediately, the cost would be only about 1/7 that of ternary lithium batteries. Moreover, since sodium is used, both battery production and future recycling of spent batteries cause minimal environmental pollution. As long as recycling is conducted scientifically, environmental pollution can be completely avoided. It's practically the perfect power battery. Upon reaching this conclusion, the entire laboratory erupted in cheers and excitement. The pressure they had been under was immense. Finally, this major challenge was overcome, paving the way for the national economy to achieve accelerated growth through this new battery technology. Domestic automobiles and batteries could now compete globally. With its exceptional cost-performance ratio, it could easily outcompete other brands. Even with electric vehicles priced 1/3 lower, substantial profits would still be achievable. This will create formidable global market competitiveness. Should China monopolize sodium-ion battery technology, all other automakers could face bankruptcy. With sodium-ion batteries, nearly all the drawbacks of electric vehicles are completely eliminated. First, charging technology is already extremely fast, requiring less than 20 minutes to fully charge a 100 kilowatt-hour battery. A typical car with a 70 kilowatt-hour battery can be fully charged in under 15 minutes. This charging speed is entirely manageable. Manufacturers could even design dual charging ports to enable simultaneous charging. This allows the battery to be fully charged in under 10 minutes. Sodium batteries exhibit exceptional low temperature tolerance, maintaining excellent storage performance even at temperatures below freezing. Even in extremely cold climates, there's no need to worry about rapid battery capacity decline. The primary safety concern for consumers is battery spontaneous combustion, but sodium-ion batteries do not spontaneously combust. They remain exceptionally safe even under severe impact. Crucially, their extremely low cost enables electric vehicles to be priced comparably to gasoline-powered cars. With such low ownership costs, gasoline vehicles lose nearly all their advantages. The Research Institute will conduct comprehensive experimental testing on sodium-ion batteries in the coming period. Once the test data confirms the complete reliability of sodium-ion batteries, they can be immediately submitted to the national authorities for large-scale production. During this period, global public opinion was divided. Whether it's Japan, South Korea, or some major Western automotive nations, their related industry stocks skyrocketed. They were climbing almost daily. Moreover, their automobile sales had indeed begun to increase. They have completely shut down China's automotive industry technologically, refusing to supply related components even at the cost of market share. They have even revoked all technology licenses, prohibiting Chinese automakers from continuing to use their innovations. This has severely impacted many Chinese automotive production lines, making it impossible to deliver vehicles on schedule as per contracts. Consequently, consumers have no choice but to purchase foreign joint venture brands or imported vehicles. Surprisingly, Japan has reaped the greatest benefits. Being geographically closer to China and having cultivated the Chinese market for years, Japanese car sales surged rapidly, with prices even being marked up. This allowed Japan to rake in massive profits overnight. Yamamoto basked in triumph within the Japanese government. During meetings, he held his head high with arrogance, looking down on everyone. Did you all see that? Just how powerful the United States is. It can effortlessly destroy an entire major industry in China. Our gasoline-powered vehicles will soon dominate most of China's market. Electric vehicles from M nation and other countries hold a price advantage. Japan and Western nations are perfectly complementary. No competition will arise. Yamamoto declared triumphantly. Even the Japanese Prime Minister now had to defer to his judgment. You're absolutely right. Thankfully, we didn't align with China prematurely. Otherwise, Japan's economy would have suffered a massive blow too. The Japanese Prime Minister looked visibly shaken. You understand now. From this point forward, follow M nation closely and harbor no other ambitions. The United States will dominate cutting-edge technologies China simply cannot compete. Lord Yamamoto is absolutely correct. In my opinion, the leadership of Japan should rightfully be yours. Another official added with a fawning expression. The Japanese Prime Minister's expression turned distinctly awkward. Under intense pressure from Country M, they were forced to agree to promote the individuals on the list. But in doing so, the Japanese government had been completely sidelined. Everyone now follows Yamamoto's orders, and he has become little more than a puppet. Although Japan had avoided a blow, the Japanese Prime Minister could no longer make important decisions. There's no need. I have no interest in the Prime Minister's position. I took this role as Minister of Commerce solely to revitalize our nation's economy. Next, I must announce a matter of utmost importance. I hope everyone will agree. Yamamoto scanned the room before continuing. Per the latest directives from the United States, our automobile factories must sever all ties with China and repatriate all production facilities. This will utterly destroy China's automotive industry. At these words, the Japanese Prime Minister was utterly shocked. This is absolutely unthinkable. China's supporting industries are exceptionally comprehensive. Only by manufacturing in China can we reduce costs. If we relocate the automotive industry back here, our human resources simply won't be sufficient. Rest assured we've already anticipated this scenario. To continue undermining China, we'll relocate factories to neighboring countries. As long as they obey the orders of the United States, we can help these countries develop rapidly. Moreover, labor costs in those nations are far cheaper, significantly reducing our production expenses. The Japanese Prime Minister was deeply anxious. The automotive industry isn't something you can just relocate on a whim. Otherwise, they would have established factories worldwide long ago. Many countries have severely underdeveloped infrastructure and workers of varying skill levels. Relocating factories there would make it impossible to guarantee the quality of the cars produced, and supporting facilities are also insufficient. While labor costs might be low, other expenses would skyrocket. It could very well ruin their automotive brand. Yamamoto waved his hand to stop him from further persuasion. No need to say more. This is M Nation's strategy, and other nations will follow suit. I doubt you'd want to antagonize M Nation and the 30-nation alliance, would you? Chapter 226, Nikolai's Plan. The Japanese Prime Minister suddenly realized all officials had sided with Yamamoto. No matter how much he protested, it was futile. He could only nod in agreement. Yet his heart grew increasingly uneasy. Though he too was inclined to align with M Nation, sharing in its prosperity and privileges. China had now risen to prominence, and continuing hostilities with them was hardly a wise choice. Yet the decision was no longer his to make. All officials now followed Yamamoto's orders. He could only follow the majority's advice. At the same time, Korea had made the same decision. Compared to Japan, however, Korea has always been a staunch executor of M Nation's orders. In recent years, Korean car sales in China have steadily declined, accounting for only a small fraction of the market. This presented a perfect opportunity to relocate all automobile factories under the pretext of addressing market conditions, while simultaneously currying favor with the United States. As soon as this news broke, it sparked another intense debate across China's internet. See? This is the price of offending the US. Every country in the world stands with them. Relocating the entire automotive industry, how many people in China will lose their jobs? We're completely finished. Offending the US truly brings no good outcome. What follows is predictable. China will face a severe unemployment crisis. It's not too late to beg M for mercy now. I hope they'll listen to the people's voices and prioritize livelihoods. Reports of capitulation to the US are mounting. These reports have sparked intense outrage among patriotic citizens. These posts keep buzzing online. Block 1 and 10 more appear, as if orchestrated by a dedicated organization. They've practically taken over the entire internet. Negative narratives are spreading like wildfire, as if China would collapse overnight without these corporations. Especially the younger generation, well-educated and clear-sighted. They'd love to slap these traitorous sycophants hard across the face. I hope the government will step in and address this soon. So many traitors have already surfaced. If left unchecked, the consequences will only grow worse. They eat from the nation's table yet work to undermine it. To curry favor with their foreign masters, they'll stoop to anything. The government hasn't even intervened yet. Who wins and who loses remains to be seen. Our nation's semiconductor industry has risen to become the world's strongest. The automotive industry will experience another boom. It won't take long. I hope Lin the Great will step in and develop even more powerful engines for our automotive industry. Then our gasoline-powered vehicles can surpass those foreign brands. Exactly. We still have the Great Lin. Our domestic cars are already quite impressive, but the biggest issue is that our engine and chassis technology still lags behind foreign brands. Once we address these two shortcomings, our vehicles will undoubtedly match foreign standards. Many netizens are once again mentioning Lin Hai. Whenever China faces foreign challenges, mentioning Lin Hai's name always brings a sense of reassurance. There's simply no problem Lin Hai can't solve. Lin Hai's fans have become increasingly active, analyzing how he would handle such situations. But this quickly drew scornful mockery from those who worship foreign brands. Does China have no one else but Lin Hai? Even the most brilliant person can't conjure up lithium mines out of thin air, can they? He's human, not a god. Can he really excel in every field? I simply don't believe he possesses such capabilities. Besides, the internal combustion engine sector has reached its peak. Where could new technology possibly emerge? Most patents are held by foreign manufacturers. Without licensing them to Chinese companies, they can't use the technology. The two sides quickly engaged in a heated argument, with Lin Hai's supporters brimming with confidence. If he could even crack the chip lithography machine, then car manufacturing tech? Piece of cake. In their eyes, Lin Hai was nothing short of a god. Chinese government agencies refrained from intervening in the online debate, instead using this opportunity to track down accounts actively smearing China. They intended to follow the trail to uncover the masterminds behind the scenes. As China's strength continued to grow, these spies cultivated by foreign powers must be hunted down one by one. Once action is taken, they must be eradicated completely. Otherwise, arresting only a few would risk alerting the others, causing them to go into hiding and making complete eradication far more difficult. At this moment, in a secretive region of the United States, all the experts gathered in a laboratory for a meeting. Nikolai presided over the meeting. Behind him, a blackboard displayed intricate formulas, the culmination of recent research. Nikolai's face wore an expression of intense fervor. He declared loudly, based on our recent research, humanity is nothing but a cancerous tumor and a virus on this planet. The vast majority of humanity must be eradicated, leaving only us, the elite, to survive. Only then can humanity find hope. We must unite to implement this plan. Now is our finest opportunity and era. The experts who had come to monitor Nikolai now wore expressions of unbridled fervor. After this period of research, they had fully embraced Nikolai's theory. They decided to stand with Nikolai and execute an astonishing plan. Then let's implement the plan immediately and find more like-minded individuals to join our efforts. We must realize the new humanity project as soon as possible. One expert immediately declared. Our greatest threat remains the governments of various nations in China. With China's rise, we must leverage the power of M Nation to defeat them completely. Therefore, we must first support M Nation in certain Western countries by providing them with technological capabilities. With this technological edge, I believe we can dominate the entire blue planet. And the entire solar system, even the Milky Way, will be ours. Nikolai's remarks immediately drew enthusiastic applause and support from all the experts. They began developing new weapons for Country M using the technology obtained from the caves. Their influence is still too small to control the entire government of Country M. However, as long as they can produce technological weapons beneficial to M Nation, they are certain to gain more support. Gradually expanding their reach, they can attract more followers. Then, Nikolai's vision could be fully realized. The M Nation government soon received Nikolai's proposal. Upon reviewing it, the M Nation president immediately applauded with enthusiasm. Brilliant! Reinstating Nikolai was absolutely the right decision. With such advanced weaponry, defeating China would be a piece of cake. Once the new weapon is developed, we'll use China as our test subject. The president's gaze grew increasingly ruthless. Chapter 227, The Concept of Weather Weapons. Even the president of M Nation couldn't make such a monumental decision alone. He immediately summoned all government executives and generals for consultation. Nikolai's proposal was circulated for their review. The Army Chief of Staff of M Nation showed great interest in the proposal. He expressed genuine astonishment. Nikolai is known as a scientific madman, some even call him a lunatic. I must say, he truly lives up to that reputation. However, if a weather weapon could truly be developed, it would indeed be an unrivaled force. Though the Air Force commander still harbored doubts after reviewing it, the sheer power described in the plan was undeniably tempting. I'm just concerned whether Nikolai is genuinely working for the M Nation government. Scientists like him have little sense of national loyalty. They might even do something utterly reckless. We must ensure we maintain absolute control over him. Rest assured, we have military personnel and professional spies embedded within his inner circle. Every move he makes is under our surveillance. No matter how ambitious he is, he won't be able to stir up any trouble. You're right. Every expert working with him is someone we've placed there. All his research is under our control. There won't be any security issues. Many have expressed willingness to activate Nikolai. Seeing the majority support, the president of M Nation stated, since most agree with Nikolai's plan, we'll provide him with sufficient backing. Whether weapons are simply too powerful. Even if we attack China, they won't have any evidence. China prides itself on being a construction powerhouse, right? Well, let's use weather weapons to destroy all their infrastructure. Let's see if the speed of destruction outpaces their speed of reconstruction. You're absolutely right. China's technological advancement is too rapid, it poses a significant threat to us. But if we locate their military factories, we can use weather weapons to obliterate them entirely. By harnessing nature's power to utterly defeat China, our nation can maintain global dominance. The M Nation president continued, we cannot relax our sanctions and encirclement of China just because we have new weapons. Let all our allies unite their efforts to completely block their mineral resources. Even if it causes temporary price spikes, it will be worth it. Other officials unanimously agreed. Armed with new weapons against China, they began discussing their retaliation plans. China remained completely unaware of these developments. At this moment, it was already overwhelmed by resource issues. Nearly all foreign lithium mines had been blocked off, while coal and iron ore prices kept climbing. If this continued, exports would become a major problem. Especially the newly emerging electric vehicles, which had already gained a significant advantage. Yet without sufficient lithium, even battery production would grind to a halt. While intensifying efforts to mine domestic lithium deposits, we are also engaging in serious negotiations with foreign countries. Domestic researchers are also developing sodium batteries as potential alternatives. Yet these measures are insufficient to address the immediate crisis. Government officials are grappling with this headache and are making every effort to address it. Every possible measure is being taken to ensure the normal production of new energy vehicle manufacturers. Even the nation's stockpiled lithium reserves have been fully deployed. Even so, it remains insufficient to meet the massive market demand. Everyone understands that Western nations, led by the United States, are using this tactic to undermine China's automotive industry. After all, the automotive industry generates immense economic output, provides employment for a large workforce. It also generates substantial tax revenues. The blow to China's economy is indeed severe. The lithium shortage issue remains unresolved, and now news emerges that numerous countries plan to dissolve joint ventures with automobile factories. They plan to relocate all their manufacturing facilities to Southeast Asian countries. Upon hearing this news, the Prime Minister's expression darkened further. They are truly determined to strike at China, willing to face massive losses themselves. They're determined to halt our economic progress. The Minister of Commerce spoke up. Shouldn't we try to persuade them? Our domestic production support system is highly developed. Relocating such large factories overseas is simply unrealistic. Neither the quality of their workforce nor their supporting infrastructure can possibly meet our standards. The Premier pondered briefly, then shook his head slightly. They're determined to suppress our economy. The more we try to stop or persuade them, the more convinced they become that this is the right course of action. Since they wish to leave, we should not stand in their way. Our domestic Chinese automobiles have caught up in recent years. Even without joint venture brands, the people won't be significantly affected. Instead, since they're breaching the contract, let them pay compensation according to the terms. Every official present understands this is another battle between China and Western nations. China absolutely must not proactively bow its head in defeat. The slightest display of weakness will only provoke more aggressive attacks from the enemy. China must either grow stronger to become a global leader or remain perpetually oppressed by Western nations, forever stifling its development. Even if it means some economic losses for the nation, begging for mercy is absolutely out of the question. I believe everyone understands the current situation. The economy will undoubtedly face significant impacts moving forward. Our government must lead by example and minimize routine expenditures, the Premier stated. The Minister of Commerce looked extremely serious as he pulled out a document. We've calculated the potential losses. Annual GDP could drop by 2 trillion yuan. Tax revenues will drop by no less than 300 billion yuan. Of course, these losses are manageable, but they will hinder the development pace of our new energy vehicles. We risk falling behind other nations in future competition. We've considered this scenario. Even if we cannot continue producing new energy vehicles, we must persist in technological R&D. The government will subsidize these losses, replied the Premier. Understood. We'll arrange this immediately. This will give our domestic automakers some reassurance. The nation will provide full support. This situation won't persist for long. Alas, lithium deposits in our country are truly scarce. Developing lithium batteries may not be the optimal choice for us. We must strive to make breakthroughs in other directions. For instance, hydrogen-powered vehicles or accelerating the development of sodium batteries as alternatives. At least we won't be held hostage by foreign resources. The Premier sighed as he spoke. The Prime Minister has been under immense pressure lately, striving to minimize domestic economic losses. Even the chairman was actively seeking diplomatic support. Unfortunately, few lithium deposits had been discovered in countries friendly to China, making the situation far from optimistic. Chapter 228, The Breakthrough, the Most Powerful Battery. Hydrogen-powered vehicles also lack technological breakthroughs. Not only are they costly, but crucially, their safety cannot be guaranteed. Mass adoption is not advisable at this stage. The head of the Hydrogen Energy Technology Department wore a grave expression. The nation has developed multiple strategies precisely to prevent being held hostage by technological or resource constraints. Yet the pace of these alternative technologies' development remains far too slow to enable large-scale commercial deployment. We must increase investment at all costs to develop technologies suited to China's unique national conditions. The Minister of Commerce also spoke with grave seriousness. At present, the only viable solution to address this issue promptly is to accelerate the development of sodium-ion batteries. This technology is the most reliable. Even if it cannot be used in high-end vehicles, it can be applied to small or micro-electric vehicles first. At the very least, it would reduce our dependence on lithium mines, the Premier stated with gravity. We've already accelerated the pace, and Director Wang's team is intensifying their research efforts. However, he estimates that achieving a breakthrough in this technology will likely require at least 2 to 3 years. It's simply too little, too late. The Prime Minister's expression grew grave, the weight of immense pressure palpable. Sooner or later, China must compete with the West for supremacy. Only this day has come far too soon. China simply lacks sufficient preparation. Yet the Premier understood all too well that even decades from now, China would still face the same predicament. The West's technological blockade was tightening relentlessly. Breaking ties early to achieve complete technological self-reliance and independent R&D was an inevitable step in China's rise. Western nations would never stand idly by and watch China become the world's most powerful country. The conference room door burst open. The Prime Minister's secretary rushed in, panting heavily from exertion. "What's gotten into you, running so fast?" the Prime Minister asked, puzzled. "Don't you know what kind of meeting this is? Barge in without knocking during such an important session? This is simply unacceptable." My apologies, Prime Minister, and to all the leaders present. I was simply overwhelmed with excitement upon receiving this news. I'm sure you'll all be delighted too. The Prime Minister's secretary gasped as he hurriedly replied. What's so important? Speak up. The secretary handed over a file folder. He explained, this is the documentation Director Wang sent over. He sent word that sodium battery technology has achieved a comprehensive breakthrough. Commercialization is imminent, and all tested performance metrics have surpassed lithium batteries. Mass production costs are only 1/10 to 1/7 of ternary lithium batteries. What? The premier was utterly stunned. He could scarcely believe what he was hearing. He snatched the file folder, swiftly tore it open, and began scrutinizing its contents. All the leaders' eyes turned to the documents in the premier's hands. The Minister of Commerce urgently asked, Secretary Shui, is this true? How come Director Wang didn't come for such an important matter? It's definitely true. These documents were specially delivered by someone sent from the Research Institute. Director Wang and the experts are conducting the final round of testing. There are virtually no issues left. The remaining tests only examine battery performance under extremely harsh conditions. Once testing is complete, Director Wang will personally report this matter to the Premier. To ease our concerns sooner, the materials were sent ahead. The Prime Minister's secretary explained to everyone. Excellent. Absolutely splendid. The Prime Minister slammed his fist on the table in excitement after reviewing the documents. The teacups on the table were jolted to the point of jumping. The Prime Minister could no longer contain his emotions, overcome with excitement. Everyone, please take a look at these documents. The team led by Academician Wang has truly rendered great service to the nation. This year's highest national honor should be bestowed upon them. The Prime Minister passed the documents to those beside him, allowing them to review them in turn. After reviewing the documents, the Minister of Commerce stared in disbelief, eyes wide with shock. Good heavens, this feels almost too good to be true. The energy density of sodium-ion batteries is a full 30% higher than ternary lithium batteries. Moreover, it retains 80% of its capacity even at 30 C. Safety concerns are minimal, they're far less prone to fire or explosion than carbon-based batteries. All other performance metrics are outstanding, it's practically the ideal power battery for the future. The other leaders listening to the minister's remarks were equally stunned. These figures simply shouldn't be achievable with sodium-ion batteries. Forget matching ternary lithium batteries' capacity, even reaching 70-80% would be more than sufficient. This seems a bit unrealistic. Could there be an error in the data? Someone couldn't help but ask. I doubt it, another replied. I've studied sodium-ion batteries extensively. Their chemical properties are inherently far inferior to lithium batteries. How could the battery capacity possibly reach such a high level? This concerns national interests, there can be no margin for error. I suggest having Academician Wang, the institute director, come personally to explain. We absolutely cannot afford any blunders. That would cause us immense embarrassment on the international stage. Hearing the discussions, the Prime Minister suddenly felt uneasy. Sodium batteries had seen no breakthroughs for years, how could progress suddenly accelerate so rapidly, with performance improvements multiplying several-fold? Especially since he had just discussed this very topic with Wang Chuanxiang a few days prior, and Wang had expressed considerable difficulty. The development process had proven unexpectedly difficult, making it impossible to achieve a breakthrough in sodium battery capacity in such a short time. Alright, then. Call Academician Wang Chuanxiang and have him come over to explain the specifics. The Prime Minister had regained his composure and instructed his secretary. No need to call me, I'm already here. Wang Chuanxiang arrived breathless from running. But his face was beaming with joy. As soon as he entered, he said happily, the last experiment took a little longer than expected. I knew you might not believe the data in the report. That's why I came to explain it in person to all the leaders. Please take a seat, Academician Wang. This is an extraordinary contribution to the nation. You have done the nation a great service. The Premier said with a smile. The atmosphere in the conference room had become remarkably relaxed. If this major challenge can truly be overcome, China's economy will rapidly soar. It could even lead the world in the field of new energy vehicles. Such low-cost sodium-ion batteries could be applied not only in automobiles but also in numerous fields like energy storage. Annual output value could potentially reach trillions in the future, presenting exceptionally broad prospects. All officials were eagerly awaiting Academician Wang's next remarks. Chapter 229, It's Lin Hai again. Wang Chuanxiang sat down and downed more than half a bottle of purified water from the table in one gulp. He'd been rushing so urgently on the way that he practically jogged here after getting off the car, terrified of missing the meeting. He was completely exhausted. Academician Wang, please hurry up and speak. This news has truly shocked us all, we can't wait any longer, urged the Minister of Commerce. I can assure you all that this technology is absolutely genuine. We've already produced prototype batteries and subjected them to rigorous testing. A 100 kilowatt-hour sodium-ion battery is ready for mass production and market release at any time. We can even guarantee that the battery's volume and weight will be identical to a 70 kilowatt-hours ternary lithium battery. Wang Chuanxiang said with a smile. The moment he spoke, the crowd's recently settled emotions surged with excitement once more. Though they had reviewed the documentation, doubts lingered until Wang Chuanxiang provided the answers. Now, all their worries vanished. Your technological breakthroughs are happening far too quickly. It seems we need to apply more pressure to you. After all these years of research, we haven't made much progress. Could it be that our work has been too lax? The Minister of Commerce remarked with a smile. Wang Chuanxiang waved his hand and said, Sir, your words are really unfair to our research institute staff. We've been working diligently all these years, absolutely no slacking off. This breakthrough was primarily achieved by discovering a new formula and material ratio. This actually proves that our previous research direction was flawed, which is why progress has been so slow. The Prime Minister grew even more curious. Logically, sodium-ion battery research worldwide should follow similar paths. The primary materials have largely been standardized. Wang Chuanxiang had dared to drastically alter the material ratios, a move requiring immense boldness. Moreover, such an approach had never been heard of before in this field. How could the material ratios be changed so abruptly? Academician Wang, please explain in detail how you discovered this new material ratio, the Premier inquired. Academician Wang, you've truly made a tremendous contribution this time, the Minister of Commerce added with a smile. Wang Chuanxiang hastily waved his hands. This achievement doesn't belong solely to our Battery Research Institute. Someone provided us with entirely new calculation formulas and material ratios. Our institute staff merely followed the steps to produce the battery samples. This statement left everyone utterly baffled. Who else could possibly be more advanced in sodium battery research than your institute? Although many manufacturers are also researching this project, aren't you the ones leading the field? The Premier was even more perplexed. A breakthrough in sodium battery technology would certainly be a positive development, but the Research Institute has invested significant manpower and resources only to fall behind other manufacturers. This is quite embarrassing. A look of shame flashed across Wang Chuanxiang's face. To be honest, I've been leading the national team tasked with tackling this project. Yet we haven't produced any tangible results. We've truly failed the nation's trust. This person is Lin Hai. He sent me the materials via email. What? You mean our national treasure, Lin Hai? When did he start researching battery technology? An official exclaimed in disbelief, utterly astonished by the answer. Not just him, everyone present found it hard to believe. During the military standoff with the 30-Nation Alliance, Lin Hai led the Weapons Research Institute in developing new weaponry. The Star Dragon missiles were only assembled at the very last moment. How could he possibly have developed sodium-ion battery technology in just over 10 days after the confrontation ended? That pace was simply absurd. Seeing the utterly stunned expressions around him, Wang Chuanxiang couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Why would I lie to you about something like this? The materials were indeed sent by Lin Hai via email. Moreover, the materials and production processes were detailed step by step in the documentation. We can start production immediately without needing any further experiments. Wang Chuanxiang paused before continuing. The performance of sodium batteries has completely surpassed our expectations. Our lab has already conducted 3,000 rapid cycles, and the battery still maintains over 90% of its capacity density. This means that for a family car, the battery will retain significant capacity even at the end of its service life. These batteries can be dismantled and repurposed for energy storage. Recycling protocols are thoroughly detailed, ensuring absolutely no pollution. The biggest drawbacks of lithium batteries are their tendency to spontaneously combust and their slow charging speeds. However, sodium batteries eliminate these concerns entirely. We have conducted numerous collision and puncture tests, and they simply do not ignite. Charging speeds can reach as fast as 7 minutes to fully replenish all power. Such charging speeds are entirely acceptable to consumers. Wang Chuanxiang reiterated the battery specifications. Everyone listened with excitement surging through their veins. Lin Hai is truly our national treasure, and that's no exaggeration. I believe we should add the prefix superior before national treasure. With such advanced battery technology, there will be no more obstacles to our electric vehicle exports. The Minister of Commerce declared with immense excitement. Wang Chuanxiang smiled faintly. Limiting its use to just the automotive sector would be far too narrow. With such low costs and outstanding performance, these batteries can be widely used for energy storage. Our electricity consumption is currently uneven. Daytime usage is too high while nighttime demand is too low. This results in a significant amount of electricity being wasted at night. By mass-producing energy storage batteries, we can store all the nighttime electricity in them. Then during the day, we could feed it back into the grid. This way, we completely eliminate electricity waste. The resulting benefits would amount to at least hundreds of billions annually. Additionally, these batteries can be utilized in construction machinery, even large trucks, and short-range vessels. They can be widely utilized. Our nation possesses exceptionally abundant sodium resources, virtually inexhaustible. They can fully replace a significant portion of fossil fuels, potentially eliminating the need for oil imports altogether in the future. This is tremendous news for our nation's energy security. You're absolutely right. Previously, batteries weren't used in trucks mainly because lithium batteries were simply too expensive. Powering a truck with lithium batteries would cost over $1,000,000. With sodium batteries, the cost of trucks becomes comparable to that of fuel-powered vehicles. This technology is indeed scalable for widespread adoption. This would drastically reduce our nation's logistics costs, leading to lower prices for all daily necessities. The Premier's eyes lit up with excitement, already envisioning how sodium battery technology would soon transform the lives of all citizens. Chapter 230, Enormous Commercial Potential. Subsequent discussions explored sodium-ion battery applications, revealing their immense national utility. Their use in various vehicles goes without saying. With sufficiently low costs and high safety, they could completely replace most fuel engines. Furthermore, they could be widely deployed in energy storage power stations, storing all surplus electricity without waste. Every kilowatt-hour stored equates to pure profit, a one-time investment yielding lifelong benefits. This aligns perfectly with the nation's new energy strategy, particularly the rapid expansion of wind power infrastructure. However, wind power generation is unstable and places significant strain on the grid. Some wind power generation may be directly wasted. With sodium-ion battery storage stations, all generated electricity can be stored in batteries and then steadily fed back into the grid. This causes no impact on the grid. The electricity saved can reduce coal consumption significantly each year. This approach also reduces dependence on foreign coal and is more environmentally friendly. Electric vehicles equipped with sodium batteries see their costs plummet, gaining a much stronger competitive edge. It may even be possible to bring the cost of electric vehicles down to match that of gasoline-powered vehicles. In this scenario, few people would likely choose to purchase gasoline-powered vehicles. China's automotive sector would rapidly rise to prominence, potentially even overtaking other global automotive brands. Furthermore, China maintains close trade ties with many neighboring countries, with most goods transported by ship. Sodium-ion batteries can be installed on these cargo ships, eliminating the need for fuel-powered propulsion. Once widely adopted, this would save vast amounts of fuel. Given the low cost of electricity, reduced transportation expenses would allow shipping companies to earn greater profits. Lower transportation costs would also mean lower prices for goods. This would enhance the competitiveness of goods, benefiting all citizens. By monopolizing sodium-ion battery technology, China could achieve a complete monopoly over shipping services to neighboring countries. No one would choose a more expensive shipping company. If fuel-powered cargo ships also slash their prices, they would never turn a profit and would remain perpetually in the red, making sustained price wars impossible. This would also stimulate China's shipbuilding industry. A simple calculation shows that just breaking through sodium battery technology could drive economic growth. It could boost the nation's GDP by at least 5%. Crucially, the quality of GDP would improve. The same output would yield higher profits. Immediately license these technologies to reliable factories, urging them to accelerate sodium battery production to supply our battery manufacturers. After speaking, the premier recalled another critical matter. Minimize publicity about sodium batteries and maintain confidentiality for as long as possible. It would be best to keep it hidden forever. Let foreign sanctions become utterly ineffective. The premier is absolutely right. This approach will certainly deal a significant blow to them. Foreign countries restricted lithium ore supplies to us, assuming our stockpiles would soon be depleted. But they haven't restricted our vehicle exports. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for us. The Minister of Commerce is thrilled and has already mapped out all the plans. Employing a low-cost strategy to reduce prices, we will rapidly capture a larger share of the international automotive market. Electric vehicles have advanced to this stage, with Huaxia brands now recognized worldwide and gaining widespread consumer acceptance. If there's one drawback, it's that electric vehicles remain prohibitively expensive for many consumers. If prices could be lowered, it would undoubtedly attract more buyers to Huaxia's electric vehicles. The key lies in the superior performance of sodium batteries, which easily surpass those of other brands. Once international consumers discover Huaxia's electric vehicles are more reliable through actual use, they will undoubtedly earn an even better reputation. Domestic power battery manufacturers, having secured technology licenses, were thrilled beyond measure. They immediately switched their production lines. They began producing sodium-ion batteries at the fastest possible pace. These batteries were prioritized for installation in domestically produced vehicles. The Ministry of Commerce has publicly announced plans to increase subsidies for new energy vehicles, significantly lowering their prices. The goal is to expand export capacity to fill the production gap left by other automakers relocating their factories. This news naturally delighted domestic consumers, who could now purchase electric vehicles at rock-bottom prices. Moreover, many have noticed that the price reduction for domestic electric vehicles has reached as much as 1/3, making them nearly on par with gasoline-powered vehicles. Crucially, electric vehicles boast extremely low operating costs. Coupled with many automakers announcing faster charging technologies, a full charge can be achieved in under 7 minutes. This speed is astonishing. With all the drawbacks of electric vehicles addressed, sales have skyrocketed. Even export sales have multiplied several times over, with orders flooding in faster than they can be fulfilled. In any country, low prices remain the most effective sales strategy. Many consumers, fearing the policy might not last, rush to place orders. Such low prices had reached a point of loss for other manufacturers. Many struggle to comprehend China's strategy of selling vehicles at a loss, losing tens of thousands per electric vehicle if millions or even tens of millions are sold annually. Can the national treasury sustain such massive losses? Western governments scoffed at the news. This is truly a foolish strategy. Despite their dwindling lithium reserves, they're still using subsidies to boost exports. It won't take a month before they run out of batteries. It seems they plan to clear their inventory and then completely abandon the electric vehicle sector, rushing to exhaust all stockpiles. We'll see how long you can keep this up. A wave of unemployment is likely imminent. So many workers. Let's see how China handles this. Countries are mocking them relentlessly. They're not taking China's price cuts seriously at all. Some are even calculating how long it will take for China's automotive sector to collapse entirely. Linhai has been conducting experiments these past few days, researching supergraphene capacitors. This capacitor technology is perfect for temporarily storing electrical energy. Not only is it significantly cheaper, but it can also be recharged hundreds of thousands of times with minimal performance degradation. When paired with sodium-ion batteries, it becomes an unbeatable combination. It could even be deployed in missiles and aircraft, drastically reducing costs. With these two technologies in the future, China's economy will rapidly develop, capable of breaking through all blockades imposed by the 30-nation alliance. Chapter 231, Underestimating China? Although graphene super battery technology is highly advanced, featuring low-cost, compact size, and lightweight design, and boasts extremely fast charging and discharging speeds. However, manufacturing it in the laboratory proved exceptionally difficult. Lin Hai must personally craft prototypes and refine the manufacturing process. Because this technology is quite advanced, even though the system provided very detailed manufacturing processes, it remains somewhat challenging to produce using current scientific and technological capabilities. Lin Hai had to rely on his own knowledge to refine the production process. After over 10 days of effort, he finally produced a super graphene battery capable of storing 10 kilowatt-hours of electricity. Using a charger, the battery was fully charged in under 2 seconds. He set it aside to observe the rate of power loss. If it could achieve the specifications provided by the system store, this battery could be used in automobiles and for energy storage. It could even be used in fighter jets and missiles. After all, this material is extremely cost-effective to mass produce, can be stored long-term, and charges in seconds. Powering missiles with electricity is not only more environmentally friendly but also drastically reduces missile costs. Missiles produced with this technology can be stored indefinitely without concerns about expiration. Whether in fighter jets or passenger aircraft, super graphene batteries would drastically reduce operational costs. Each flight would incur only 1/10 of the fuel costs, or even less. This means that with the same military budget, the size of an Air Force's fighter fleet could be expanded tenfold. A single battery charge enables fighter jets to fly distances equivalent to a full fuel tank. They can perfectly replace fuel-powered fighters. Moreover, due to the lighter weight of super graphene batteries, these fighters could carry more missiles. For passenger and cargo aircraft, transportation costs become significantly cheaper. Domestic flights would pose no issues whatsoever, requiring only minor infrastructure modifications. Lin Hai compiled the data on this new battery type into a report. Once the super graphene battery testing was complete, he would submit both the prototype and the report. Lin Hai knew this technology would inevitably reshape the global energy landscape. The next step would be to focus entirely on developing controllable nuclear fusion technology. It would provide China with abundant energy, eliminating the need to import oil and coal from abroad. China's electricity costs would plummet, allowing it to maintain its position as the world's manufacturing powerhouse. By then, no matter how the United States and Western nations attempt to encircle and suppress China's manufacturing sector, they would fail utterly. With China's manufacturing costs drastically reduced, no nation could possibly keep pace. Lin Hai had spent a considerable amount of points to acquire these technologies. He must quickly continue with his missions. Many nations have begun constructing new automobile manufacturing plants in Southeast Asia. They plan to relocate all of China's automotive manufacturing operations there. This strategy aims to suppress China's economy. Despite conflicting external reports, China's new energy vehicles saw substantial price reductions. This move instantly attracted a global rush of consumers eager to purchase them. Nearly every factory has seen orders surge beyond capacity, accumulating several months' worth of production backlogs. Foreign countries paid no attention to this situation. Instead, the more orders Huaxia received, the more they sneered and mocked. They had already investigated through various channels that China's lithium reserves were running low. Delivering such a massive volume of orders on time was simply impossible. Although China possessed a small amount of lithium mines, their output was far too low to meet the demand. Governments worldwide are waiting to see the show unfold. Should China fail to deliver orders on time, they would certainly step in directly and penalize all Chinese automakers. Failing to deliver on confirmed orders constitutes false advertising and consumer fraud, requiring not only full compensation for consumer losses but also penalties against the manufacturers. They've even calculated the exact fines they can impose. If one manufacturer faces penalties of tens of billions, then the combined penalties for all manufacturers in China could reach hundreds of billions, a substantial sum. The most critical factor is that so many countries are joining forces to issue fines. This could easily bankrupt every single automobile manufacturer in China. Regarding the surge in orders for China, governments worldwide not only refrained from interfering but actively encouraged it. Chinese manufacturers' executives are thrilled beyond measure. They've accelerated factory expansions and added production lines. They also recruited more workers, working overtime every day. They are racing to produce electric vehicles and ship them overseas. Meanwhile, sales of foreign brands have naturally plummeted. Huaxia electric vehicles offered unbeatable value for money. After years of technological accumulation and development, both the exterior design and technological sophistication of these vehicles rival foreign brands. With such affordable pricing, many consumers are choosing Huaxia's automotive brand. Huaxia's lithium battery inventory has been almost entirely cleared out, with all units sold overseas. Domestic vehicles have now been retrofitted with sodium batteries. Sodium is virtually inexhaustible, with extremely low extraction costs, making large-scale production entirely unhindered. Regarding the booming sales of domestic vehicles, Huaxia citizens feel both delighted and deeply concerned. They've been sharing their opinions online. Finally snagged one a third cheaper than before. The value for money is off the charts. I bought one too. I'd been planning to replace my car and caught this big price drop. Domestic cars are truly impressive. Not only are they affordable, but their quality and performance are on par with foreign brands. For the same price, they offer far better specs than gasoline-powered cars. But something just doesn't feel right. Our lithium mines have been blocked by foreign countries, making imports impossible. Domestic automakers aren't just holding steady, they're slashing prices and selling at a loss. What's going on? I'm really worried. Could it be that the government and domestic automakers are just throwing caution to the wind? Even if that's the case, there's no need to operate at a loss. Electric vehicles are in high demand right now. Whatever supply is available sells out immediately. There's absolutely no worry about sales volume. Why are they slashing prices to grab market share? Those who've always looked down on their own country are suddenly hyped up like they've been injected with adrenaline. Ha! I reckon China's car brands are about to go belly up. The leaders keep coming up with these crazy ideas like slashing prices even though they clearly can't produce EVs anymore. I suspect they're trying to seize market share this way, forcing Western nations to back down and lift their sanctions. But this tactic is far too naive. Foreign governments won't fall for it. I hear overseas backlogs have already surpassed 1 million vehicles and China's batteries simply can't keep up with demand. Just wait and see how they'll handle the fallout when they can't deliver the cars. Chapter 232, Rumors run rampant. Domestic netizens are speaking out against those deliberately bashing the country. Don't think China will be crushed. Our leaders have devised this countermeasure for a reason. In the end, it might be your foreign masters who suffer. When China's car brands become world-leading, you'll find a corner to cry in. While I don't know the government's reasoning, I firmly believe we absolutely cannot fail. Perhaps China has discovered a massive lithium deposit sufficient to power all domestic electric vehicles. When that happens, all Western blockades will crumble completely. Those Western-leaning netizens weren't about to back down either, only growing more sarcastic in their responses. You're overthinking it. If China had such a massive lithium deposit, it would have been mined long ago. There's no way we'd still be waiting. It's not just lithium resources being blocked, even the manufacturers of joint venture brands have all relocated. Just wait for the unemployment wave to hit. You probably won't even earn enough to pay your internet bills. If you don't like our country, get lost. You don't deserve to be Chinese. The nation will eventually purge you traitorous lackeys. In this confrontation, the Western nations led by the US will undoubtedly emerge victorious. After China's defeat, I'll definitely emigrate abroad. That's where I truly belong. Patriotic netizens at home are utterly speechless at these shameless foreign flattering traitors. They're like dead pigs fearing no boiling water, utterly shameless. If domestic products have the slightest flaw, they exaggerate and mock them. When foreign brands face quality issues, they cover it up, even lying through their teeth, refusing to admit product defects. Many haven't even left the country and know nothing about the real situation abroad. They merely listen to rumors and become utterly enamored with foreign countries. They derive a sense of accomplishment from constantly disparaging China. Every patriotic Chinese citizen eagerly awaits the nation's effective countermeasures against foreign blockades. They hope China can overcome this crisis. As for those Western-obsessed sycophants, they're simply not worth engaging with. A peculiar phenomenon has emerged across the global market. Chinese automobiles are selling in ever-increasing numbers, with orders surging continuously. Meanwhile, sales of foreign electric vehicles and even gasoline-powered cars are declining. After all, the market is only so big. Every additional vehicle sold by China means one less sold by foreign brands. China holds a leading position in the electric vehicle sector. Apart from Tesla from the US, it faces virtually no competition. Whether in technology, features, design, or pricing, Huaxia vehicles hold significant advantages. Despite this, Chinese automakers' stocks continue to fall. Foreign automakers' stocks are actually rising. They all believe China will soon run out of batteries, making it impossible to continue producing electric vehicles. Once all Huaxia automakers go bankrupt, their sales will inevitably surge, reclaiming the entire Huaxia market. With such a positive outlook for the future, foreign automakers' stocks are rising across the board. They have already coordinated plans. Once China can no longer independently produce electric vehicles, they will collectively raise prices in China to boost profits, treating China's customers like easy targets. Online rumors even swirled that Huaxia couldn't fulfill its overseas electric vehicle orders on time. Not only will they face hefty compensation claims, but also massive penalties. Now, simply placing an order guarantees substantial compensation in the future. As this news spreads like wildfire, more and more foreigners are rushing to place orders. At this price point, buying the car is essentially a guaranteed profit. Even if you can't get the car, you'll still receive compensation. Why not take advantage of it? Major Chinese automakers have accumulated over 2 million overseas orders, with numbers rapidly climbing. This has left the American automaker, M Country's Meters Auto Company, deeply frustrated. As the world's largest electric vehicle manufacturer, its sales are gradually declining, yet its stock price keeps climbing. While many hope China will run out of cars to sell, making M's the top choice for electric vehicles, yet their sales are falling at an alarming rate, leaving even their CEO feeling uncertain. The policies implemented by the Chinese government felt utterly baffling to him. What possible purpose could China's suicidal promotional tactics serve? They conducted thorough investigations but still found no answers. The only information they had was that China's power battery factories were working overtime every day. Orders had never been this overwhelming. Moreover, the battery factory was accelerating the expansion of its production lines in an attempt to boost output. This only deepened the confusion for the president of Meters. What exactly is Huaxia doing? Without lithium mines, how could they possibly produce lithium batteries? Could they have made a new breakthrough? Has Huaxia really discovered large-scale lithium deposits, as rumored? The thought sent a chill down the president's spine, breaking out in a cold sweat. If Huaxia could secure sufficient lithium deposits, they could dominate the market through aggressive price-cutting promotions. Mitsubishi Motors may face complete decline. Even electric vehicles produced by traditional automakers would face stagnant sales, because they simply cannot afford such low prices. Each electric vehicle sold incurs a loss of tens of thousands of dollars. The more they sell, the greater their losses become. It likely won't take more than a few months before their capital chain breaks. Huaxia's electric vehicles are priced almost the same as their gasoline-powered cars. More and more people are choosing electric vehicles to save costs. This is hardly good news for traditional automakers. The president of Mates immediately reported his suspicions to the M-country government, outlining his concerns. Upon receiving this intelligence, the M-country president immediately consulted his intelligence agencies. It was confirmed that China had not discovered any new lithium deposits. All lithium mines worldwide remained firmly under M-nation's control. They had even dispatched spies to China to monitor domestic lithium mining operations. Daily production remained unchanged from previous levels, showing little increase. Moreover, according to their intelligence, even China's government-held lithium reserves had been fully deployed for battery production. The president of country M gave CEO Meister a reassurance. Rest assured, we will never allow China to obtain any lithium resources. They will soon exhaust all their lithium resources. Their massive subsidies for electric vehicles are nothing more than an attempt to intimidate us with sheer scale, in order to lift the blockade and sanctions against them. If the intelligence is accurate, China's electric vehicle production will halt soon. Just wait another month or two. The president of Meters Auto felt slightly more at ease. Chapter 233, The Mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the sparrow behind. The Huaxia government took this commercial confrontation extremely seriously, with the Minister of Commerce personally serving as commander-in-chief, directing operations firsthand. Specialized teams were tasked with gathering external intelligence on China's automotive sector. Posts predicting the demise of Huaxia's auto industry were not addressed. Instead, they amplified their reach, ensuring such narratives remained dominant. This created the illusion that China's auto industry was on the brink of total collapse. Simultaneously, the state-backed investment teams are stepping in. They are investing and reaping profits in global stock markets, a prime opportunity for massive gains. While it appears Western capital is reaping profits from China, in reality, China's teams are earning even more. Because China holds the true reins of control. The Ministry of Commerce must coordinate with domestic automakers to capture overseas markets. Every extra day gained translates to tens of thousands more vehicles sold. This translates to real money. With battery costs drastically reduced, both the state and automakers are raking in massive profits. Minister, we've discovered some information online suggesting that certain individuals have guessed our government's plans. Though these aren't mainstream, we're concerned they might impact our plans. A technical specialist tasked with intelligence gathering handed over a sheet of paper. The Minister of Commerce took it and examined it carefully. It seems there are visionary individuals both within our nation and abroad. To ensure the plan's smooth implementation, our government must redouble its efforts to protect our enterprises as they expand. The Minister of Commerce remarked with a relaxed smile. Do you have any suggestions, Minister? That's obvious. The more anxious our government appears, the more reassured foreign governments and enterprises will be. We've been too complacent lately, failing to raise further protests. That's why some have begun suspecting we're holding back our true intentions. The minister replied. Soon after, China's Ministry of Commerce lodged strong protests with M country and several Western nations. Led by country M, Western nations should not monopolize global lithium resources through hegemonic practices. Instead, they should adhere to market rules and allow Chinese enterprises to purchase lithium ore. If the monopoly persists, China will consider imposing counter-sanctions against Western nations. Western nations completely ignored China's Ministry of Commerce's statement in protest, offering no response whatsoever. Yet privately, they were overjoyed. The urgent language used in China's Ministry of Commerce statement clearly indicates that lithium reserves are running critically low. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so anxious. The Ministry of Commerce issued stern protests against Western nations for 2 consecutive days. They even took the dispute directly to the United Nations. But the UN, long dominated by Western nations, refused to mediate, citing it as a purely commercial dispute. They even avoided meeting with Chinese officials, making it clear the UN would not get involved. After 2 days of protests, China dispatched numerous officials to Western nations for negotiations. They expressed willingness to purchase their lithium mines at premium prices. Price was no issue as long as they were willing to sell. Yet not a single Western nation agreed to continue cooperation. They either outright refused or remained silent. China's growing desperation only made them inwardly jubilant. They were delighted to see China's automotive industry suffer setbacks. Each of them gloated over China's misfortune. They even publicly leaked the negotiation details online, using global public opinion to undermine China's economy. As soon as these reports surfaced, shares of Chinese automakers plummeted once more. Foreign capital dumped their holdings and began short selling. Meanwhile, foreign automakers' stocks continued to climb. China's state-backed funds seized this golden opportunity, snapping up all the automotive stocks dumped by foreign institutions. They poured massive funds into purchasing domestic auto stocks to prevent excessive declines. They were determined not to let foreign short sellers gain an advantage. Simultaneously, the foreign auto stocks they acquired surged dramatically, yielding substantial profits. It was truly a case of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the sparrow behind. Western capitalists believed they had China completely in their grasp. They never dreamed they were merely the mantis. The Chinese government sees every move they make with crystal clarity. On the surface, China appeared to suffer heavy losses. Yet despite their prolonged short-selling campaign, the decline in China's stock prices remained within manageable limits. Their short-selling capital keeps piling up, now reaching hundreds of billions of dollars. Yet they still haven't managed to completely crush Chinese companies' stocks. Yet they showed no signs of panic, while the Huaxia government's efforts were clearly faltering. No matter how much capital the Huaxia government injects to prop up the stock market, once lithium battery production halts and electric vehicle deliveries stall, stocks in China's automotive sector will inevitably crash. They might even face outright bankruptcy. After all, Western governments would align with their capital institutions, imposing massive fines on China's automakers. Failure to pay these fines would spell bankruptcy for the companies. The calculations are being made with such precision that even the Chinese capital can hear them clearly. The Chinese government's recent actions have plunged public sentiment nationwide to an all-time low. Even its own people feel utterly hopeless. Could it be that domestic car brands are truly about to be crushed? Unwillingness, utter unwillingness. Even if electric vehicles disappear, I'll never buy a foreign brand. I'll still drive domestic gas-powered cars. You're right, domestic gas-powered cars aren't bad either. They offer high specs at lower prices. There's absolutely no need to buy joint venture or imported foreign brands just for the sake of appearances. When our country faces its toughest challenges, we must stand even stronger behind domestic enterprises. Only when our nation is strong can we enjoy peaceful and stable lives. After enduring intense suppression, the Chinese people not only remained unbroken but saw many patriots grow even more united, igniting a stronger sense of national pride. A wave of patriotic fervor swept across China. People spontaneously began supporting domestic products. It wasn't just about buying domestic cars, even everyday items like clothing and smartphones were all purchased from domestic brands. Even so, some Western-obsessed individuals still sneered and mocked online. Particularly on foreign networks, many who harbor hostility toward China actively disparage the nation. Chinese brands are all junk, I'd never buy a domestic car. Mitsubishi is the ultimate electric vehicle, I only buy Mitsubishi. Ha, I reckon those who constantly shout about patriotism are just broke losers. They can't afford foreign luxury cars at all. They just make excuses to buy domestic cars to satisfy their vanity. Didn't they claim China was so powerful and had backup plans? So why are they suddenly begging for mercy from us Western countries? Too bad, no matter how high your price, we'll never sell you our lithium mines. Victory in the economic war has made many Westerners forget their earlier military defeats. They've regained their confidence, convinced China's strength is nothing special and no match for them. Chapter 234, The West is stunned. Over a month later, Huaxia Automobile had already delivered over 2 million export orders. Moreover, new orders had piled up to 5 million units. Overseas consumers discovered that China's exported electric vehicles not only boasted sleek designs and beautifully crafted interiors but also featured exceptionally high specifications. Most crucially, their range didn't shrink like other manufacturers' claims. The advertised range was almost always accurate. Remarkably, despite selling such vast numbers, not a single vehicle had experienced spontaneous combustion. This has made overseas consumers increasingly fond of Huaxia's electric vehicles. Numerous media outlets have conducted evaluations, confirming that Huaxia's electric vehicles have completely surpassed their own brands. Combined with an absolute price advantage, many consumers have already switched to Huaxia. The operating costs of electric vehicles are remarkably low, amounting to only about 1/5 of those for gasoline-powered cars. This translates to significant monthly savings. Huaxia's automakers are not only selling vehicles in large quantities but are also working together to build standardized charging infrastructure overseas. This ensures customers purchasing pure electric vehicles can charge their cars with great convenience. With such high-quality service, Huaxia's vehicles are selling increasingly well. Sales of foreign brands have begun to decline significantly. As Huaxia's delivery volumes increase, newly constructed production lines have also commenced normal operations. Delivery speeds have accelerated considerably. This has caused considerable unease among foreign automakers. According to their calculations, Huaxia's lithium reserves should have been depleted long ago, making it impossible to smoothly produce power batteries. Where are all these batteries coming from to power such massive vehicle sales? Foreign automakers have collectively lodged protests with the US government, demanding Western governments immediately investigate this matter. They demanded to know if any country had secretly sold lithium mines to China, insisting on a thorough investigation and sanctions against that nation. This was tantamount to defying all Western nations. The US president received the report and was so furious he nearly flipped the table. He immediately summoned the heads of the FBI and CIA, berating them loudly. What the hell have you two agencies been doing? China must have obtained lithium or through secret channels, otherwise they couldn't possibly have produced so many electric vehicles. You two agencies haven't even gathered a single piece of intelligence, rendering all our efforts futile. The CIA chief looked aggrieved. Mr. President, you misunderstand. We've been monitoring lithium mines worldwide. We've been rigorously tracking every aspect from extraction to final destination. None has ever flowed into China. The FBI chief stated firmly. We've maintained rigorous surveillance as well. Not only has China's domestic lithium output not increased, it's actually declining. And no foreign lithium has been diverted to China. I believe the vehicles delivered to China are still using lithium from previous stockpiles. How could that be possible? They delivered millions of vehicles in a single month, exported over 2 million units, and sold more than 3 million domestically. Now consumers worldwide are increasingly favoring Chinese electric vehicles. If they continue selling at this pace, not only will all our blockades be in vain, but car sales in the US and other countries will plummet. The US president declared angrily. Previous investigations confirmed that even if China depleted all its lithium reserves, it could only produce batteries for 1 to 2 million vehicles at most. But the actual battery output far exceeded previous estimates, catching Western nations completely off guard. They had been waiting to see China's downfall, even preparing penalty notices in advance. Yet China's electric vehicle deliveries are surging rapidly, gaining widespread consumer acceptance. At this rate, China's automotive brands may soon dominate the bestseller charts entirely. Perhaps other nations are smuggling lithium to China, and one of them is among our allies. Otherwise, China simply couldn't have obtained lithium mines. The FBI chief stated with absolute certainty. The US president frowned. What evidence do you have to support that? While we haven't uncovered concrete evidence yet, there are simply no other feasible channels for smuggling lithium or into Huaxia. Therefore, we request authorization to investigate our allies. That makes sense. We're already monitoring all other nations, but our surveillance of allies is too weak. The strongest fortresses are breached from within. It's highly likely the problem lies internally. Seeing the FBI and CIA directors in complete agreement, the president of M Nation found their reasoning compelling. Alright, convene the alliance meeting immediately. All nations must cooperate with the investigation. We must find the mole. The M country president's expression darkened considerably. The chip blockade against China had utterly failed. China had not only caught up but surpassed them. China's chip industry was growing ever larger, squeezing their market share smaller and smaller. If they couldn't suppress China in the automotive sector, their future economy would suffer a severe blow. Soon, the online conference commenced. This time, not only were all nations of the 30-nation alliance present, but even Japan and South Korea participated. The M country president's face was grim as he coldly stated, "Our intelligence indicates that lithium ore is being smuggled into China in significant quantities. It is precisely because of these internal traders that our blockade against China has nearly failed. Some among you have committed such acts for short-term gain. You had better confess immediately and cooperate with the alliance to continue the blockade against China. Otherwise, you are enemies of our alliance." At these words, all the presidents and prime ministers exchanged stunned glances. No wonder China's car sales keep surging. Their battery production hasn't been affected at all. Someone has been secretly smuggling lithium ore to China. This must be severely punished. Japan was absolutely furious. Huaxia's car sales keep soaring, with Japan and South Korea bearing the brunt of the impact. Both nations are major automotive exporters, specializing in mid to low-end products. Their markets heavily overlap with Huaxia's post-price cut offerings, causing massive disruption. South Korea is especially furious. A thorough investigation and doubled penalties are essential. All the heads of state were furious, yet equally perplexed. They are all tied together as allies. If they cannot sanction China, they will all suffer. Who dared to betray their own side and engage in such a thankless endeavor? It can only be described as incredibly short-sighted, utterly reckless. Wasn't this openly declaring war on the 30-nation alliance? Which nation is smuggling lithium ore to China? Speak up now. They must face trial and punishment. As another major automotive exporter, Han's nation, we are utterly outraged by such treacherous betrayal. Chapter 235, Strategic Preparation. I can guarantee we have absolutely not exported lithium ore to China, let alone smuggled it secretly. This concerns the interests of our 30 nations alliance. Why would we do something so thankless? A prime minister hastily defended. Their country produces lithium ore domestically and also controls several sizable lithium mines abroad. After hearing the remarks from the president of country M, they were terrified. If misunderstood, that would spell trouble. Even a slight imposition of sanctions could potentially plunge their entire national economy into collapse. We have maintained strict control over lithium mines, even sealing away all refined lithium. All production volumes can be inspected. Not a single ounce will flow into China. I stake my personal integrity on this. Nearly every prime minister swore solemnly that their country had absolutely no issues. Seeing that not a single one dared admit to any issues, the US president's expression darkened further. He believed some of these nations intended to resist to the end. Given the scale of China's automobile production, the volume of smuggled lithium ore involved was no small matter. A thorough investigation would surely uncover the truth. As M Nation's loyal vassal, Korea immediately rushed to pledge its loyalty. I suggest M Nation immediately organize an investigation team to conduct thorough inquiries in every country and implement strict monitoring. We, the Republic of Korea, are willing to undergo any investigation to prove our innocence. Many presidents present turned pale upon hearing this. All nations are sovereign states. Even if they align with the US, they cannot casually accept M's investigations. What sovereignty would they have left? Wouldn't that be a blow to their pride? Moreover, as politicians who maintain close ties with the US, they must also answer to their own citizens. They had united for mutual benefit. If M were to arbitrarily investigate them, even if they consent, their own citizens will fiercely oppose it. Who would vote for them in the next election? Though M nation holds the greatest power, their cooperative status remains nominally equal. All nations are allies and partners. If they could be investigated at will, wouldn't that reduce them from partners to subordinates or even servants? People are furious at the bootlicking behavior toward the Korean regime, yet dare not speak out directly. At such times, whoever refuses first will inevitably become the target of suspicion. Japan and Hans, major automotive producers, possess very few domestic resources. They responded directly and decisively, "We support the investigation, but we do not control any lithium resources. All lithium is purchased on the international market, and every use of these resources is traceable. Smuggling to China is simply impossible." The prime ministers and presidents of other nations all stated that there were no issues on their ends. All of them subtly refused the request for investigation. The president of country M was so furious he nearly choked on his own blood. With matters escalating to such critical levels, each of them was still clinging to appearances and principles. If China were to dominate the automotive market, its economy would grow even stronger. Once China completely surpassed M nation, they would be the first to suffer. However, if M nation stubbornly insisted on sending investigators, it would inevitably provoke fierce resistance from its allies. No matter how powerful or assertive M nation might be, it couldn't afford to alienate so many allies simultaneously. Forcing them into China's camp would only be shooting themselves in the foot. Left with no choice, they could only devise a compromise solution. The M country president stated, "Since you all remain so resolute in refusing to supply China with lithium mines, yet China's electric vehicles continue production as usual, there must be a loophole somewhere. I propose that every nation form an investigative team. We will jointly examine this matter. We must plug every single loophole. Not even M nation should be exempt. We must accept unconditional scrutiny." With the matter stated so plainly, the presidents of other nations naturally found no grounds to refuse. After a moment's consideration, they agreed. After all, they are all part of the same interest group, viewing China as their common enemy. Western nations share a common origin. They cannot bear the thought of accepting leadership from Eastern China. The meeting swiftly reached consensus. Each nation would dispatch personnel to form a massive investigative task force. They would conduct detailed investigations in every nation to uncover any smuggling of lithium ore to China. Meanwhile, the Chinese government was thriving. Although joint venture automakers were relocating a significant portion of their production lines, domestic electric vehicle sales were exceptionally strong, yielding even greater profits than traditional fuel-powered cars. With increased profits, automakers could invest heavily in R&D and build more factories. With overseas car sales booming, current production lines can no longer meet demand. The entire automotive industry is working overtime, recruiting everywhere, and offering increasingly competitive compensation packages. This year's GDP figures for China will undoubtedly be exceptionally strong. Joint venture brands are deeply frustrated that Huaxia has shown no concern about their relocation. They had hoped to retain some production capacity to negotiate better policies and treatment from the Chinese government. But they miscalculated. The Chinese government simply ignored them. They can relocate freely as long as they pay sufficient breach of contract penalties according to the agreement. Domestic automakers have even begun recruiting directly outside their factory gates. As soon as laid-off workers received their severance packages, other manufacturers snapped them up. These were skilled workers who required almost no training at the new factories and could jump straight into production. They had feared unemployment, but after receiving their severance pay, they were promptly hired. This came as a pleasant surprise to the workers. Moreover, their compensation packages not only remained unchanged but actually increased. This was a strong demand from Lin Hai. Contributing battery technology to the nation necessitates improving workers' compensation. Only when workers' compensation improves and their lives become more prosperous, only then would they cease to envy foreign living conditions, which greatly boosted their confidence and cohesion. The 30 Nations alliance grew increasingly anxious. China quickly learned of their dispatch of an investigation team. They knew this matter could no longer be concealed. The national team began accelerating its strategic deployment. When the cards are finally laid on the table, Chinese automakers' stocks will undoubtedly surge across the board. Foreign automotive brands, however, would face steep declines. The steeper their prior gains, the sharper their fall. Particularly hard hit would be M nation's Meters Automotive, the global leader in electric vehicle production. Once China's sodium battery technology is revealed, M-Tech will bear the brunt of the impact. With its current market capitalization exceeding $1 trillion, its stock price will inevitably be halved. The national team has already deployed massive funds to short the market, raking in profits hand over fist. Chapter 236, Financial Warfare. The Minister of Commerce watched as message after message streamed in, mobilizing nearly the entire nation's resources to help them win this financial war. The automotive sector worldwide commands exceptionally high market valuations. If the intelligence is accurate and this opportunity is seized, trillions could be made. After all, as a labor-intensive industry, a single automobile factory could drive numerous parts suppliers. When one prospers, all prosper. When one suffers, all suffer. Shorting these companies would undoubtedly yield massive profits. Moreover, foreign capital has nearly sold off all holdings in domestic auto companies. Foreign institutions have allocated all their capital to short positions. Chinese capital has taken over all positions, waiting for the market value to surge before crushing the short sellers. They stand to earn substantial profits. A rough calculation revealed figures that would unsettle even the Minister of Commerce. Profits could reach at least 3 trillion yuan, an astonishing figure. This is still a very conservative operation. After all, China's global rise requires a favorable reputation, so such actions must not be excessive. Otherwise, by increasing capital further, even greater profits can be made. But a country profiting by shorting other nations' companies doesn't exactly make for a good reputation. Therefore, these short-selling funds operate under the names of numerous institutions, leaving no evidence for anyone to pinpoint blame. The decisive moment is approaching. Everyone, push through one more tough stretch. This time we must achieve total victory. The Commerce Minister personally rallied the operators. Rest assured, Minister. Everyone's spirits are high. This truly is a major victory. Reaping foreign capital, how could such exhilarating work ever feel tiring? I'm bursting with energy right now. I can't even sleep when I try to rest. With such overwhelming advantages, failing to defeat foreign capital would be a disgrace to Lin Hai. Everyone laughed in agreement. Nearly all the groundwork was complete, leaving only the final maneuvers. Everyone felt remarkably relaxed. The Minister of Commerce remarked with deep emotion, "Indeed, Lin Hai is a true genius. The sodium-ion batteries he developed can even utilize our existing power battery production lines. With just a few simple modifications, they can be put into production. This has indeed bought us valuable time. Seamless switching between sodium and lithium batteries is precisely what we need to deliver a decisive blow to foreign new energy vehicles. Lin Hai's battery technology not only resolves China's current predicament, but also enables China's new energy vehicles to dominate the international market. This is an extraordinary achievement. The Minister of Commerce can't even recall how many first-class merits the state has awarded Lin Hai. However, to protect his safety, these awards have not been publicly disclosed. Once China becomes sufficiently powerful, these honors will undoubtedly be bestowed upon Lin Hai. Foreign nations never anticipated China's breakthrough in sodium battery technology. They will inevitably dissect China's automotive batteries to uncover the cause. At that point, the truth would be laid bare. Lin Hai finally completed testing the super graphene battery, with its performance fully meeting expectations. This is excellent news. The super graphene battery occupies minimal space and is significantly lighter. They occupy only 1/10 the space and weight of lithium batteries. They can be utilized in numerous fields. With such advanced technology, we must accelerate production immediately. It can be applied in aviation, automotive, and energy storage sectors. Especially now that power plants are operating at a loss, collecting surplus electricity will be highly effective in addressing power shortages. Lin Hai called Zhao Tianlai over. "Director Zhao, I need your assistance with something. Just say what you need, no need for formalities. My duty is to protect your safety and assist you with all matters." Zhao Tianlai replied solemnly. "This is my newly developed capacitor battery, along with its application manual. Please deliver these to the National Battery Research Institute and expedite the commercialization of this technology." Lin Hai instructed him. Zhao Tianlai understood the national strategy very clearly. With sodium-ion batteries already invented, the new energy vehicle sector will gain a significant competitive edge. What exactly is this capacitor battery? Moreover, capacitor batteries have long been invented, but they cannot store electricity for extended periods. Their application remains extremely limited. For instance, some buses utilize capacitor batteries, traveling short distances every few minutes before immediately recharging at stops. While energy efficiency is quite impressive, the scope of application is far too limited. He couldn't fathom why Lin Hai was researching this product again. But that wasn't his place to question. He agreed promptly, "I'll deliver it right away." He called over a few people to help load the capacitor batteries onto the truck. He drove the delivery himself. Lin Hai stretched lazily. The system tasks had been going well lately, yielding some highly useful data on controlled nuclear fusion. With this information, he could begin preliminary preparations. After all, constructing a controlled nuclear fusion power plant required building numerous structures. All the blueprints were now accessible through the system. Lin Hai had already input the data into his computer. They were sent directly to the National Nuclear Fusion Research Institute. Li Xiuchang noticed Lin Hai was unusually awake and felt quite curious. He came over to chat with Lin Hai. "What's gotten into you today? You're not sleeping?" "Hee, after sleeping for so long, I need to move around a bit. I happen to be feeling wide awake today," Lin Hai said with a smile. "Well then, we've been pretty idle at the Weapons Research Institute lately. We're all working on improving the armed helicopters, but your design is just too perfect. We're still at a loss on how to proceed. Why don't you offer some suggestions or point us in a new direction?" Li Xiuchang said. Lin Hai pondered briefly. "There's no need to modify these weapons. They won't become obsolete for at least 20 years. Due to their structural design, there's very little room for improvement. I do have a new concept, however, and our institute could help me bring it to life." Li Xiuchang immediately perked up with keen interest and pressed. "What is it? Tell me now." "I pledge the institute's full support. I want to build a mech, though it has almost no military utility. But it will be extremely useful for enhancing our nation's global influence," Lin Hai replied. "What? A mech?" Li Xiuchang was taken aback. "This thing requires advanced technology and has little practical use. But the investment required is substantial. We've already discussed the mech project before. It's simply unsuitable for the battlefield." Li Xiuchang had thought it was some new idea, but upon hearing Lin Hai's words, he felt deeply disappointed. Chapter 237, The Mecha Project. Lin Hai had anticipated Li Xiuchang's reaction long ago. He patiently explained, "I've said it before, the mechs aren't meant for the battlefield. They're intended for promotional purposes. I just did a quick online search on our domestic auto industry. The high-end market remains entirely dominated by imported vehicles. To turn the tables, we need compelling publicity and truly impressive technology. The Mecha is our first step in establishing premium domestic automobiles, Lin Hai explained. What does this have to do with domestic cars? Li Xiaozhang looked utterly perplexed. Haha, let me ask you first, what's the most crucial part of a gasoline-powered car? The three major components, of course the engine, transmission, and chassis. These have always been the weak points of our domestic vehicles. Besides our late start in industrial development, many technologies have been patented by foreign countries. Our options are already extremely limited. Many people are well aware of this, and as an engineer, Li Xiaochang certainly understood it even better. That's right, the technology behind these three core components isn't inherently difficult. With the will to develop them, we could reach the top international level. But even if we produce quality products, we still need effective marketing. Especially since many Chinese people lack confidence, preconceived notions about domestic cars being low quality. To be fair, the quality of domestic cars was indeed subpar in their early stages, which left a lasting negative impression on consumers. Even if we develop superior technology, it remains difficult to capture consumer attention. This is where a compelling hook is needed, something that makes people believe our domestic gasoline vehicles have surpassed the top international brands. Lin Hai explained earnestly. I still don't quite understand, what does this have to do with building mechs? Li Xiaozhang remained thoroughly perplexed. The Mecha I designed is intended to use 13 engines. 5 of them are diesel engines, while the other 8 are gasoline engines. It will also incorporate a hybrid system. The engines themselves can be used as a marketing hook, instantly capturing global attention. This would allow us to leverage these engines to produce top-tier supercars, as well as luxury sedans and SUVs. Lin Hai explained. So that's how it is. If we could actually build the Mecha, it would truly be an event that shocks the entire world. Even without deliberate promotion, media outlets worldwide would compete to cover it. This would be far more compelling than any paid advertisement. However, the technology required to produce Mecha is extremely complex. If the Mecha are made too lightweight, they won't be very useful. It could backfire. Li Xiaozhang pondered carefully, still voicing his concerns. It's not entirely useless, it could still serve as specialized construction machinery. Additionally, they could be used for exhibitions. Building on this foundation, we can continue development to unlock more applications in the future. Lin Hai replied. Alright then. Since you believe this plan is feasible, our institute fully supports you. If it genuinely boosts sales and brand value for domestic fuel-powered vehicles, investing some funds would be worthwhile. I'll need approximately 5 billion yuan in funding, plus our institute's manufacturing capabilities. That shouldn't be too much of a problem. The main challenge lies in the high-specification materials required for Mecha manufacturing, which come at a premium cost. But I'm confident that once we build the Mecha, it will be well worth it. Lin Hai said earnestly. No problem. We can secure the 5 billion yuan RD funding through the university. The enterprises run by our university generate profits of around 300 billion annually. This RD funding is nothing. Li Xiaochang breathed a sigh of relief. He had assumed researching such mechs would require hundreds of billions in investment, which is why he'd been so hesitant. Unexpectedly, it only requires 50 billion. That's incredibly cost-effective. What's more, Lin Hai claimed he could develop a significantly more powerful engine. The value of that engine technology alone far exceeded 50 billion. If Lin Hai could also design superior chassis and transmission systems, the returns would be enormous. Consider that some automakers spend tens or even hundreds of billions annually on RD alone, yet still can't catch up to joint venture brands. 50 billion in RD funding pales in comparison. Li Xiaochang had complete faith in Lin Hai's capabilities. If he can independently develop various fighter jets and lithography machines, designing engines for conventional gasoline-powered vehicles should be a piece of cake. After reporting this upward, he immediately gained the support of President Wang Kailan. Approval for the 50 billion yuan RD funding was expedited. Upon hearing about the Mecha development project, everyone at the research institute was thrilled. They were all eager to know what kind of Mecha Lin Hai intended to create. During his free time, Lin Hai had browsed the system store and seen Mecha blueprints. The most advanced mechs were currently beyond production, the technology simply wasn't there. It would likely only be needed when space combat became a reality. In space, the near-zero gravity environment would allow mechs to unleash their true potential. On Earth, however, the mecha's weight consumed the vast majority of its power, making it far less useful than tanks and artillery. Therefore, only basic, ordinary mechs are manufactured for promotional purposes. Not only do the blueprints require minimal credits, the required materials and manufacturing technology are also fully available now. Lin Hai retrieved the blueprints and began outlining the production processes for each component. The first batch would consist of 3 mechs. The tallest would reach 20 meters in height, the second 15 meters, and the third also 15 meters, though not humanoid in form, but rather an alien configuration. Each mech had its own specific purpose. Lifting heavy objects? No problem at all. They would prove effective in specialized fields. Simply building these mechs, even if they can move flexibly, would astonish the entire world. Initially, it was estimated that producing just one mech would require 50 billion in RD funding. But unexpectedly, they ended up producing 3 at once. Li Xiaozhang felt this venture was truly a huge win. Not only did they mobilize the entire Weapons Research Institute of the National Defense University, but they also partnered with domestic automobile manufacturers. By involving them in component manufacturing, development time could be drastically reduced. The engine technology developed would also be shared with domestic automobile manufacturers. Moreover, Lin Hai promised to develop various types of vehicle chassis and transmissions for them. He guaranteed their performance would surpass that of foreign luxury cars. Lin Hai's name was renowned throughout the industry. Upon hearing of Lin Hai's requirements, all automotive companies rushed to participate in the collaboration. Lin Hai's capabilities were undeniable, having pioneered so many cutting-edge technologies. Every automaker was filled with anticipation. Mobilize all equipment, assemble the finest engineers, ensure every component is produced flawlessly. The Mecha project commenced in full swing. Chapter 238, The Nuclear Fusion Formula. The National Battery Research Institute received the battery and accompanying documentation delivered by Zhao Tianlai. Director Wang Chuanxian looked perplexed. Super graphene capacitors? What possible use could this have? It doesn't seem practical for cars, does it? I'm not sure about that. Lin Hai asked me to deliver them to you. He said that using this battery in the automotive field would definitely enhance both power and range. He's also included a detailed description of the battery. As for how to use it specifically, you'll have to figure that out yourselves. I need to hurry back to ensure Lin Hai's safety. Zhao Tianlai showed no interest in the technology and returned to the research institute immediately after delivering the items. Wang Chuanxiang opened the manual and studied it carefully. The contents made his eyes widen in astonishment, leaving him completely dumbfounded. It could maintain its charge for so many days? This was incredible. Mass production at such low costs. This was the most perfect energy storage device the future could offer. He had thought sodium-ion batteries alone could dominate the world market. But if combined with super graphene capacitor batteries, what rival could possibly stand against China's electric vehicles? Aircraft, energy storage systems, charging station storage equipment all could utilize this technology. Wang Chuanxiang sucked in a sharp breath, his heart pounding wildly. He took several deep breaths. He tried his best to steady his heartbeat. What kind of advanced technology was this utilizing? It was simply too incredible. This technology alone could likely generate over 10 trillion yuan in annual revenue. Wang Chuanxian could no longer even begin to calculate the value of this technology. He immediately called someone over to move the battery into the lab. Conduct another test experiment. If the super graphene capacitor battery proves to have the incredible performance Lin Hai described, it can be immediately deployed for building energy storage facilities and powering electric vehicles. This is the true new energy vehicle. Especially with the capacitor's characteristics, as long as the charging current is sufficiently high, it could be fully charged almost instantly. This charging speed surpasses refueling. Many people complain that electric vehicles suffer from poor range on highways, with battery levels dropping rapidly. Moreover, during holidays, charging stations become insufficient, forcing each vehicle to wait 20-30 minutes or even over half an hour for a charge. Many electric vehicles must endure long queues at service areas just to charge. With this technology, a range of 500-600 kilometers can be charged in just seconds. There's absolutely no need to waste any time. This completely solves the range issue. Combined with sodium-ion batteries, it can easily extend an electric vehicle's range to 1,000 kilometers or more. Range anxiety becomes a thing of the past. At nearly the same time, China's National Fusion Research Institute was conducting urgent experiments. They conducted a nuclear fusion experiment, hoping this time the power output would remain stable for a longer duration. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 8 seconds. Suddenly, the fusion process became unstable. Stop the experiment immediately. The fusion experiment was halted immediately. Every expert's face showed immense excitement. It was no small feat. Our nuclear fusion experiment actually sustained 8 seconds of electrical output. Once again, we've set a new world record. Even the results published by the United States only reached a mere 5 seconds. One expert exclaimed with overwhelming emotion. Everyone felt immense pride in this achievement. Yet Shangguan Luoyun, the director of the Research Institute, still sighed helplessly. Although we lead the world in this technology's research, our nation's situation grows increasingly dire. The energy crisis remains unsolved, and the nation pins its hopes on controlled nuclear fusion research. Yet we cannot achieve a breakthrough in this technology anytime soon. I still feel I've failed the nation's trust. Shangguan Luoyun said helplessly. Director Shangguan, as the saying goes, science progresses step by step. We have already exerted our utmost effort. The nation should understand our position. Shangguan Luoyun shook his head. Given the current international situation, we simply don't have much time left. If we cannot resolve the power supply issue, the nation will find itself in a very passive position diplomatically. Then let's get back to work immediately and strive to extend the duration of nuclear fusion. Everyone, get back to work. Shangguan Luoyun returned to his office, utterly exhausted. Ever since coal prices skyrocketed, the burden on Shangguan Luoyun's shoulders had grown heavier by the day. Although the leadership had only inquired about the progress of nuclear fusion research without pressing them, Shangguan Luoyun could still sense the urgency in their tone. The harsh embargo imposed by Western nations on China made securing energy increasingly difficult. Most domestic coal mines were buried deep underground or located too far away for convenient transportation. Mining underground coal not only incurs high costs but also poses greater environmental risks and disrupts people's livelihoods. The demand for imported coal remained enormous. Only by achieving controlled nuclear fusion technology could China truly become a powerful nation. Shangguan Luoyun opened her computer and saw an email had been sent to her. The subject line read, Controlled Nuclear Fusion Technology. Shangguan Luoyun was thoroughly puzzled. Who on earth sent me this email? This is ridiculous. She casually opened the email. The diagrams and formulas depicted immediately struck her as extraordinary. As a nuclear fusion expert, these diagrams were all too familiar to him. The contents instantly captivated him. Especially upon seeing the intricate formulas, Shangguan Luoyun grew increasingly excited. Good heavens! Someone has actually achieved a breakthrough in this technology. These equations are exactly what we've been dreaming of. With these computational methods, the breakthrough in controlled nuclear fusion is within reach. Shangguan Luoyun abruptly stood up to call for help, nearly stumbling to the ground. But he didn't care. He dashed out of the office and shouted to all the experts, everyone to my office immediately. We're having a meeting. Everyone at the institute felt utterly bewildered. What had gotten into the director to suddenly become so agitated? Had he discovered some technological breakthrough? In a flash, everyone gathered in the director's office. Quickly examine these formulas, they differ from our previous research. Perhaps this formula is the correct one. Shangguan Luoyun pointed at the computer screen as she spoke. The experts pulled out notebooks from their pockets and began copying down the formulas. Good heavens, the dean is simply brilliant. No wonder our technological breakthroughs have been so slow. It turns out our calculation formula had flaws. The dean is truly brilliant, he actually completed the nuclear fusion formula. Everyone became energized. After calculating with their notebooks, they discovered these formulas were indeed accurate. Some couldn't contain their excitement and cheered with joy. Chapter 239, Nuclear Fusion Experiment Succeeds. Shangguan Luoyun clapped her hands. Everyone, quiet down. Does anyone have any questions about this formula? Feel free to speak up if you have any. If everyone agrees, we'll conduct another experiment using this formula. No objections. I just verified the formula, it's absolutely sound. We all agree. Let's conduct another experiment promptly. Perhaps we can truly achieve breakthroughs in controlled nuclear fusion technology. Shangguan Luoyun suppressed his excitement. Since there's no opposition, let's get ready immediately and proceed with another experiment. All previous issues have been resolved effortlessly. With the complete formula in hand, it felt as though a weight had been lifted. Shangguan Luoyun was filled with anticipation for this experiment. Over an hour later, preparations were complete and the nuclear fusion experiment apparatus was activated once more. Every heart pounded with tension as they held their breath, eyes fixed intently on the test data. Nuclear fusion countdown initiated. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Everyone watched the counter, silently counting along in their minds. 5 minutes passed, an agonizingly long period. Yet the fusion remained remarkably stable, steadily outputting energy. This nearly confirmed the experiment's success, and everyone erupted in cheers. The laboratory was filled with an atmosphere of immense joy. Alright, it seems our experiment was a resounding success. Technicians will continue monitoring. Report any issues immediately. The other experts are to convene in the conference room. Everyone gathered in the conference room. Shangguan Luoyun finally managed to control her emotions. If she'd remained this excited, her heart might truly have given out. The dean is truly remarkable, he actually calculated the complete formula. It looks like our controlled nuclear fusion project is finally going to succeed. Did the dean secretly work overtime? How else could he have researched such a complex formula so quickly? I wonder what honors the nation will bestow upon us. When the bonuses come through, we absolutely must celebrate properly. With the pressure of development finally lifted, everyone's mood lightened considerably. Shangguan Luoyun said with a wry smile, you all think too highly of me. These materials were sent to me by someone else. I don't possess the expertise to calculate such intricate formulas. At this revelation, every technician was utterly stunned. Their faces were filled with disbelief. We're the only ones researching this technology in China. Which other department is developing it? How come we've never heard of it? Exactly. Our research institute has assembled the nation's top nuclear technology experts. If there really were such a formidable expert, they would certainly have been assigned here. Shangguan Luoyun listened to everyone's words and spoke with a bitter smile. Truthfully, I hadn't expected this either. But aside from him, I doubt anyone else could have figured it out. That person is Lin Hai from the National Defense University. Not only has he sent me some materials, but he's even forwarded the blueprints for the controlled nuclear fusion power station. Though the technology isn't yet comprehensive, the most critical components have been successfully calculated. We can proceed directly to production. The moment these words left her mouth, the conference room filled with audible gasps. It was him? No wonder a two-time Nobel laureate truly is extraordinary. Who would have thought he possessed such profound expertise in physics? The dean was absolutely right, there's probably no one else who could achieve a breakthrough in controlled nuclear fusion technology in such a short time. I think we should invite Lin Hai over immediately and have him guide us in building a controlled nuclear fusion power plant. Shangguan Luoyun spoke up, I completely understand how everyone feels. Lin Hai already mentioned in his email. Once we complete testing this technology and confirm no further issues, we can begin constructing the power plant according to his blueprints. He will send subsequent blueprints periodically. Impressive, he's incredibly confident in himself. He's having us start construction before the design is even fully finalized. Seems he's got full confidence in his abilities. Should we wait a bit longer until Lin Hai has finalized all the blueprints before starting construction? After all, this is a major undertaking and some feel starting construction now is risky. Even if the formula is sound, the slightest error in equipment or construction could lead to catastrophic consequences. Shangguan Luoyun pondered briefly before speaking. I don't think we need to wait. We can start with the foundational construction first. The subsequent technical blueprints won't have a major impact. If Lin Hai's designs prove flawed, the world may not achieve controlled nuclear fusion technology anytime soon. Our nation's situation is extremely dire. Achieving controlled nuclear fusion power generation one day sooner could alleviate our national energy crisis. After deliberation, everyone concluded the risks remained manageable. After all, constructing the infrastructure alone would take considerable time, at least several months. By that time, all technical designs might already be completed. Following dedicated testing, they could then proceed with full-scale production. I agree. I agree too. A show of hands was taken, and the motion passed unanimously. Excellent. I'll draft the report immediately for submission to leadership and commence construction of the controlled nuclear fusion power plant without delay. The meeting took over half an hour. Afterward, I went back to check the status of the nuclear fusion. It was still generating electricity very stably, with no issues whatsoever. We can now be almost entirely certain that the technology Lin Hai provided is completely reliable. This was merely laboratory testing. Actual commercial power generation would require extensive specialized equipment. Shangguan Luoyun felt boundless anticipation for the subsequent design work. The Prime Minister was diligently handling matters. With the 30 Nations Alliance collectively blockading Huaxia, numerous industries have suffered setbacks. There are numerous matters requiring attention. He often worked late into the night without rest. Beyond the automotive sector, numerous other industries had also suffered significant setbacks. This necessitates temporary state subsidies to support these industries and help enterprises weather the storm. The successful mass production of sodium-ion batteries brought the nation some relief. All losses can be recouped through sodium-ion batteries. Prime Minister, 2 reports have arrived. One is from Director Wang of the National Battery Research Institute, and the other is from Director Shangguan of the National Nuclear Fusion Research Institute. Both reports are marked top secret. Oh, top secret documents delivered at this hour must contain crucial information. Place them here. I'll review them immediately. The Prime Minister was also quite curious. The Battery Research Institute had already developed sodium-ion batteries. It shouldn't have made any major breakthroughs in such a short time. As for the National Institute of Nuclear Fusion, it was even less likely they'd achieve a technological breakthrough so quickly. What kind of urgent information could possibly be delivered?